experience, and research, empowering our community with the latest trends in electrical engineering. We believe in the importance of balance with a healthy mind and body. So, alongside intellectual stimulation, we offer sports activities to foster teamwork and healthy competition among our members. Our exhibit areas are buzzing with innovation as leading companies showcase groundbreaking technologies and solutions that are shaping the future of electrical engineering industry. The Golden Vote is a special highlight of our event where we celebrate the outstanding achievements and contributions of our members and partners. We are proud to present our showcase of electric vehicles, an inspiring glimpse into the future of sustainable transportation and energy. Our B2B Dinner and Exhibitors Night is a relaxation event that brings together leaders and industry partners to build valuable relationships for networking and potential collaboration. And of course, what would an event be without a bit of excitement? Our raffle draws bring a thrill to our attendees with fantastic prizes up for
Hello, check.
grabs. Celebrating involvement from regional chapters, technology related innovation, and contribution to the growth of our professional society. Join us as we mark our anniversary with us, highlighting our innovation, progress, and contributions to the future of electrical engineering.
Hello.
Sir
Hello, check,
Oliver,
check,
good
sound
morning.
check.
Sir Oliver, good morning.
Hello, check, sound check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Ay, oo nga. Sino yung meeting host? Sino yung meeting host? Oo nga, hindi, may ito. Hello, sound check. Ano, Sir SJ? Tama? Woods? Woody?
Ako to, Sir SJ.
Ay, Sir SJ, okay naman, sir?
Okay naman, sir.
Okay, salamat po.
Opo. Sir, sinend ko yung yung YouTube link para sa share screen. Okay, sir.
Okay, sige, sige, sir. Check ko po. Thank you, sir.
We will celebrate engineers who have shaped the world with their expertise and vision. And we invite you to be part of Together, we continue to innovate, empower, and excel as leaders in the electrical engineering community.
It will be a very exciting golden annual National Event Week. Mabuhay ang IIE.
For more than 4 decades, IIEE has always been committed to its core values of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Founded on September 15, 1975, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, IIEE, is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, as a non-profit technical professional organization accredited by the Professional Regulation Commission, or PRC. IIEE started with 500 members and now has grown to a more than 60,000 membership base, with local and foreign chapters in active service across the whole world. Through the years, IIEE continuously commits to upgrade the professional credentials of its members through the Continuing Professional Development, or CPD programs, enhance their social standing through the promotion of high ideals of integrity and ethics, facilitate advancement of technology transfer through carefully conceived educational and training programs, and provide opportunity for regular interaction among electrical practitioners. Inspiring future electrical practitioner leaders, IIEE organizes activities such as conferences, conventions, and exhibits showcasing the latest technologies, trends, products, and services relevant to the industry, motivating the members to be globally competitive and be able to adequately adapt to the changes, needs, and developments that constantly occur in the electrical profession. IIEE activities are planned to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. IIEE is working together towards one certain goal: to continue to move globally forward so that the Institute will be an esteemed organization with the mission to excel and the vision to lead.
Welcome to SMX Convention Center Manila. Your safety is our top priority. And for us to accomplish this, it is essential that you are familiar with our security and emergency procedures. For your safety and security, everyone entering the facility is subject to body frisking and back inspection. All vehicles are inspected prior to entering the parking area. The facility is also equipped with CCTV cameras. For emergency situations, kindly take note of this safety procedures. In case of fire or earthquake, do not use the elevators and escalators. Instead, use the safest way, using the fire exit stairway. There are fire extinguishers and fire hose cabinets located within the facility. The medical clinic is located at the south mezzanine level near the administration office. When trapped in an elevator, press the emergency call button for your rescue. SMX Convention Center Manila is equipped with a fire alarm system that automatically activates during emergency situations. When you hear the alarm, please be alert. During an earthquake, perform drop, cover, and hold. When you hear the continuous alarm, please immediately evacuate the floor by using the exit door nearest you. There are emergency exit doors out of the facility. From the basement, you can exit using the car can also use the stairway in the middle of the basement area. From the ground level, you can use the exit doors located inside the halls or the roll-up doors. You may also use the hall entrance doors. For the mezzanine level, you can exit using the stairway located at the south and north sides. You can also use the bridgeways leading to Conrad, Manila, or the mall, located at the north side, or the bridgeway leading to the hotel at the south side mezzanine level. From the second level, you can use the emergency exit doors of the function rooms, located at the back alley leading to 3 stairways. You can also exit using the function room entrance doors leading to 2 more stairways. Our security and evacuation team will direct you to the assembly area, located at Coral Way beside the facility. Please do not try to re-enter the facility until instructed it is safe to do so. At SMX Convention Center Manila, your safety is always our utmost priority. On behalf of the management, we wish you a most successful and safe event. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIE, is thrilled to invite every electrical practitioner and innovation enthusiast to the biggest gathering of electrical, energy, and electronics sectors. 3E Expo is the IIE's premier event showcasing the transformative power of innovative products and services from industry-leading companies. 3E Expo expects to gather 200 leading companies to unveil their latest breakthroughs and solutions. This year's 3E Expo will put a spotlight on cutting-edge technologies by featuring renewable energy solutions and display of electrical vehicles. 3E Expo is poised to be a catalyst for endless possibilities and new ideas. The 3E Expo will certainly be a venue of unparalleled networking possibilities, as IIEE expects more than 15,000 trade visitors. 3E Expo is not just an exhibition. 3E Expo is a journey into the future. Together, let us all witness revolutionary designs and technological solutions that will shape the world as we know it. So what are you waiting for? Mark your calendar and visit the IIE 3E Expo.
We are now celebrating the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025. Driven by the four core pillars that define us: integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. We would like to invite all IIE members to witness the next wave of innovation for the electrical engineering industry. The 50th Annual National Convention and 3 Expo 2025 will be held at SMX Manila on November 26 to 29, 2025. See you all there. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed that the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of the chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We wanted to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you, and have a good day ahead.
This year, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated celebrates SAFAI's century of its commitment to integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. We come to witness how IAEE evolved. 3E Expo as the IAEE's biggest product exhibition to converge the 3Es, electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue showcasing the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies from local and abroad. As the Vice President for External Affairs, and on behalf of the Exhibit Bureau for the 50th years of IAEE, I take pride in saying that the 3A Expo is a testament of progress to electrical engineering innovation and transformation. For this year, 3A Expo 2025, in line with the IAEE's celebration of its golden year, we recognize the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in shaping the future landscape of the electrical engineering industry. Come and witness the limitless possibilities of the electrical engineering industry with AI and other exciting activities that the participating exhibitors have prepared. Visit the 3E Expo 2025 that will be open to the public on November 26 to 29, 2025 at SMX Manila, Pasay City. See you there.
Welcome to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, a professional organization of electrical practitioners founded in 1975 with the core values of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. For 50 years now, IIEE has been a cornerstone in advancing the fostering leadership and growth within the dynamic industry.
This year annual convention is especially meaningful as we inch closer to the historic milestone, IIEE founding anniversary. We are not just merely commemorating the anniversary of IIEE, we are traversing the pages of history to write the remarkable story of our institute. To my fellow electrical practitioners, join us.
On behalf of the Council of National Presidents, we would like to invite all of you to our 50th Annual Convention and 3D Expo on November 26 to 29, 2025 at SMX Convention Center, Pasay City.
This year, we gather at SMX Manila, a space that perfectly blends innovation and excellence to host our 50th annual national convention. An event that will bring together experts, leaders, and practitioners to explore the latest trends and advancements in electrical engineering. Behind the scenes, our dedicated committee members work tirelessly, ensuring that every session and discussion is impactful, providing valuable insights to attendees.
Paul, Paul,
Our seamless registration
Paul.
kit distribution ensures that all our attendees are ready to experience the full scope of our event, from intuitive technical sessions to exciting networking opportunities. Our technical sessions cover the most innovative topics in our event, where experts present cutting-edge knowledge, experience, and research, empowering our community with the latest trends in electrical engineering. We believe in the importance of balance with a healthy mind and body. So, alongside intellectual stimulation, we offer sports activities to foster teamwork and
The
healthy competition among
dot, dot,
exhibit areas are buzzing
dot.
as leading companies showcase crafty
Pahingi nga ng tissue na
technologies
medyo,
the future of electrical
ano,
engineering industry.
3E Expo was the IAE's biggest product exhibition to converge the 3Es, electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue showcasing the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies from local and global.
The Golden Pavilion is a special highlight of our event, where we celebrate the outstanding achievements and contributions of our members and partners. We are proud to present our showcase of electric vehicles, an inspiring glimpse into the future of sustainable transportation and energy. Our B2B Dinner and Exhibitors Night is a relaxation event that brings together leaders and industry partners to build valuable relationships for networking and potential collaborations. And of course, what would an event be without a bit of excitement? Our raffle draws bring a thrill to our attendees with fantastic prizes up for grabs.
We are bringing 2E vehicle for our fabulous prizes during raffle draw.
At IIEE, we also celebrate the involvement of our regional chapters, acknowledging their dedication and contribution to the growth of our profession. Join us as we mark our half-a-century milestone of remarkable innovation, progress, and contributions to the field of electrical engineering. We will celebrate engineers who
Paul,
their expertise and vision. And we invite you to be a part of this unforgettable event, where we will reflect on the past 50 years of growth in our field, recognize outstanding achievements, and look forward to the future of electrical engineering. continuing to innovate, empower, and excel as leaders in the electrical engineering community.
It will be a very exciting golden annual convention. Mabuhay ang IRA.
For more than 4 decades, IIEE has always been committed to its core values of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Founded on September 15, 1975, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, IIEE, is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, as a non-stock, non-profit technical professional organization accredited by the Professional Regulation Commission, or PRC. IIEE started with 500 members and now has grown to a more than 60,000 membership base, with local and foreign chapters in active service across the whole world. Through the years, IIEE continuously commits to upgrade the professional credentials of its members through the Continuing Professional Development, or CPD programs, enhance their social standing through the promotion of high ideals of integrity and ethics, facilitate advancement of technology transfer through carefully conceived educational and training programs, and provide opportunity for regular interaction among electrical practitioners. Inspiring future electrical practitioner leaders, IIEE organizes activities such as conferences, conventions, and exhibits showcasing the latest technologies, trends, products, and services relevant to the industry, motivating the members to be globally competitive and be able to adequately adapt to the changes, needs, and developments that constantly occur in the electrical profession. IIEE activities are planned to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. IIEE is working together towards one certain goal: to continue to move globally forward so that the Institute will be an esteemed organization with the mission to excel and the vision to lead.
Welcome to SMX Convention Center Manila. Your safety is our top priority. And for us to accomplish this, it is essential that you are familiar with our security and emergency procedures. For your safety and security, everyone entering the facility is subject to body friskling and bag inspection. All vehicles are inspected prior to entering the parking area. The facility is also equipped with CCTV cameras. For emergency situations, kindly take note of this safety procedures. In case of fire or earthquake, do not use the elevators and escalators. Instead, use the safest route using the fire exit stairway. There are fire extinguishers and fire hose cabinets located within the facility. The medical clinic is located at the south mezzanine level near the administration office. When trapped in an elevator, press the emergency call button before your rescue. SMX Convention Center Manila is equipped with a fire alarm system that automatically activates during emergency situations. If you hear the alarm, please alert. During an earthquake, perform drop, cover, and hold. When you hear the continuous alarm, please immediately evacuate the floor by using the exit door nearest to you. There are emergency exit doors out of the facility. From the basement, you can exit using the car park entrances located more stairways. Our security and
Thank you, thank you.
assembly area, located at Coral Way beside the facility. Please do not try to re-enter the facility until instructed it is safe to do so. At SMX Convention Center Manila, your safety is always our utmost priority. On behalf of the management, we wish you a most successful and safe event. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIE, is thrilled to invite every electrical practitioner and innovation enthusiast to the biggest gathering of electrical, energy, and electronics sectors. 3E Expo is the IIE's premier event showcasing the transformative power of innovative products and services from industry-leading companies. 3E Expo expects to gather 200 leading companies to unveil their latest breakthroughs and solutions. This year's 3E Expo will put a spotlight on cutting-edge technologies by featuring renewable energy solutions and display of electrical vehicles. 3E Expo is poised to be a catalyst for endless possibilities and new ideas. The 3E Expo will certainly be a venue of unparalleled networking possibilities, as IIEE expects more than 15,000 trade visitors. Designs and technological solutions that will shape the world as we know it. So what are you waiting for? Mark your calendar and visit the IIE 3E Expo. Welcome to SMX Convention Center Manila. Your safety is our top priority. And for us to accomplish this, it is essential that you are familiar with our security and emergency procedures. For your safety and security, everyone entering the facility is subject to body
IIEE is celebrating its 5th decade. From the spark of vision of the IIE's founding fathers to have an organization for the Filipino licensed electrical practitioners. We are now celebrating the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025, driven by the four core pillars that defined us: integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. We would like to invite all IIE members to witness the next wave of innovation for the electrical engineering industry. The 50th Annual National Convention and 3 Expo 2025 will be held at SMX Manila on November 26 to 29, 2025. See you all there.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best.
Welcome to SMX Convention Center Manila. Your safety is our top priority. And for us to accomplish this, it is essential that you are familiar with our security and emergency procedures. For your safety and security, everyone entering the facility is subject to body frisking and bag inspection. All vehicles are inspected prior to entering the parking area. The facility is also equipped with CCTV cameras. For emergency situations, kindly take note of this safety procedures. In case of fire or earthquake, do not use the elevators and escalators. Instead, use the safest way, using the fire exit stairway. There are fire extinguishers and fire hose cabinets located within the facility. The medical clinic is located at the south mezzanine level near the administration office. When trapped in an elevator, press the emergency call button for your rescue. SMX Convention Center Manila is equipped with a fire alarm system that automatically activates during emergency situations. When you hear the alarm, please be alert. During an earthquake, perform drop, cover, and hold. When you hear the continuous alarm, please immediately evacuate the floor by using the exit door nearest you. There are emergency exit doors out of the facility. From the basement, you can exit using the car park entrances located at the south and north sides. You can also use the stairway in the middle of the basement area. From the ground level, you can use the exit doors located inside the halls or the roll-up doors. You may also use the hall entrance doors. For the mezzanine level, you can exit using the stairway located at the south and north sides. You can also use the bridgeways leading to Conrad Manila or the mall, located at the north side, or the bridgeway leading to the hotel at the south side mezzanine level. From the second level, you can use the emergency exit doors of the function rooms, located at the back alley leading to 3 stairways. You can also exit using the function room entrance doors leading to 2 more stairways. Our security and evacuation team will direct you to the assembly area, located at Coral Way beside the facility. Please do not try to re-enter the facility. Until instructed, it is safe to do so. At SMX Convention Center Manila, your safety is always our utmost priority. On behalf of the management, we wish you a most successful and safe event.
No audio. No audio, no audio.
Okay, sir. Sir Ali? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So just a safety reminder for everyone. Before we begin, here are a few important safety reminders to help ensure a safe and orderly activity. First, follow instructions. Please listen to all reminders from our organizers. So for any concerns or queries, just approach any organizers, staff, and or chapter officers. Second, know your exits. From this room, we all have two exits from our left and from our right. In case of fire or other emergencies, stay calm and follow instructions from your organizers. In case of fire, the general instructions are stop what you're doing and assess the situation and do not panic. For earthquake safety, if an earthquake occurs, duck, cover, and hold. Fifth, keep pathway clear. Do not block aisles, exit doors, or emergency access. Keep your personal items in proper areas. Sixth, watch your step. Be careful of wet floors, cables, equipment, or uneven surfaces that may cause slipping or tripping. Seventh, no running. Please avoid running inside the venue unless the activity specifically requires it. 8. Stay hydrated. For sports, long programs, drink water regularly. 9. Keep your belongings safe. Secure your valuables. The organizers will not be liable for any lost or unattended items. 10. Follow venue rules. Some areas may have restrictions such as no smoking, no food, no drinks, or limited access. Again, please respect these rules. For any emergencies, please contact organizers and our staff. Thank you. Akin na. Doon tayo lilipat.
Mamaya na lang.
Sorry.
Now, to formally begin our program, may we all rise for the opening prayer to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem and the IIEE hymn.
أين نرقد لتكرم القدسات في كل إنسان ولتنظر إلى ما وراء اختلافاتنا وتدرك الإنسانية المشتركة التي تربطنا من أن نحتضن اللطف والتفاهم ونبني جسر السلام حيث توجد الانقسامات. Panginoon, salamat sa oportunidad nga magkahiusa karon sa kini nga seminar konferensya. Pagpalihok sa imong Espiritu Santo sa atong mga kasing-kasing ug pangisip aron kita makatagbaw sa imong mga katuyuan. Paghatag kanato og kaalam, pagkaayo ug pagkausa sa atong mga paningkamot. Pagampo nga ang atong mga pagingon ug mga buhat magdala og kaayo og kalipay. Hegyan के स्रोत हमारे मन को प्रकाशित करे ताकि हम समान और खुलेपन के साथ जुड़ सके सभी लोगों और हमारी साझा धराती के परस्पर संबंध का सम्मान कर सके हमें अन्याय को चुनौती देने का साहस गहरे से सुनने की बुद्धि और समझाने की सहानुभूति प्रदान करे यह सम्मेलन एक ऐसा स्थान हो जहां हम विचार पनापें और जहां हम एक अधिक न्यायपूर्ण और दयालु दुनिया के लिए मिलाकर काम कराने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हों
Kami ay nagdarasal para sa pagkakaisa, para sa kapayapaan, para sa pagmamahal, sa iyong maraming pangalan. kami ay humihiling ng iyong gabay at mga biyaya. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, kailas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hininang, tuyag ka ng magiping, sa manluluping, di ka masisingin, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng pagkawat mo'y tagumpay na nagtinitig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may matitigil. Luman ang araw ng walhabing pagsinta, mo'y langit sa pinig ko. Ang ligaya ng pagkay pag-aamig, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contributions to our nation. Rising to any challenge, involving what's comes and goes. BERE and RME, connecting industries by electric circuits. Bind us together, IIE. Forever, IIE. With our hearts cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lives. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rich transmission, great for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. Shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With our hearts cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lives. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, you may take your seats first. Magandang umaga ulit at let me welcome you to the start of our National Convention and to tell you this is the golden anniversary of the annual National Convention of IIEE. So congratulations sa mga fellow electrical engineers ko now. And it is my privilege to welcome everyone. And this is your host for today, Engineer Charlene Borja. I am the member of the Technical Working Group of the Standards Committee of Renewable Energy. Ayon, so this morning, let's all have some energy kick in now to officially welcome us today. Today's technical session or forum, let us call Engineer Cleofe Kaidik, 2025 IIEE Vice President for Technical Affairs, for her welcome remarks.
To our IIEE National President, Engineer Alberto Herrera, our Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Robert Mabulay, to our National Treasurer who is online, Engineer Hostom Lopez, to the Standards Committee Chairman, Engineer Conrado Binondo, our dedicated committee members, distinguished resource person, we have here Engineer Mr. Paul Locke, the convenor IEC TC 64, WG 43, our industry partners, colleagues and friends in the electrical engineering community, welcome to the 2025 Standards Committee Forum. As we gather today, we do so at a remarkable moment in the history of our institute. This year, the IIEE proudly celebrates 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence, 5 decades of building a profession, and anchored on service, competence, and unwavering commitment to the Filipino people. In many ways, this forum reflects the very essence of our golden anniversary. For half a century, the IIEE has stood as a pillar of integrity, ensuring that our standards, our practices, and our decisions protect life, uphold ethics, and promote the public good. Today, through this forum, we continue that legacy by strengthening the technical foundations of our profession, grounded on transparency, accountability, and ethical purpose. Our theme also reminds us of innovation, and truly, there is no better arena for innovation than standards development. With the rapid rise of smart technologies, digital platforms, renewable energy systems, and advanced protection and control solutions, we are called to modernize not just our tools, but our mindset. Standards are and will always be the engine that drives progress forward. But beyond technical knowledge, the IIEE at 50 celebrates empowerment, the empowerment of professionals, industries, and communities. As your Vice President for Technical Affairs, this is at the heart of my advocacy. I believe that when engineers are empowered with clear, relevant, and forward-looking standards, we empower an internation to dream bigger, build better, and operate smarter. Finally, our golden anniversary reminds us of excellence, not perfection, but excellence pursued with consistency, humility, and passion. Excellence that is earned through collaboration, lifelong learning, and the courage to evolve. That is why today's forum matters. The work of the Standards Committee may often happen behind the scenes, yet its impact is felt everywhere, from the structures to build, to the power we distribute, to the systems that keep communities safe. Your commitment shapes the integrity of our practice and the future of our profession. As we open this session, let us celebrate not only the past 50 years of the IIEE, but the future we are now shaping together. A future where Philippine electrical engineers lead with wisdom, serve with purpose, and innovate with heart. So on behalf of the IIEE Board of Governors, it is my honor to welcome you to the 2025 Standards Committee Forum. May this gathering spark ideas, build bridges, and inspire action worthy of our 50-year legacy. Maraming salamat and welcome everyone.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Cleofe Kaitik. Next, we shall hear a message from the IIE Standards Committee Advisor and 2025 IIE National Treasurer, Engineer June Maria Lopez Jr. Sir June?
Yes, thank you very much. A very nice introduction and inspiring speech by our VPE. Anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and our fellow engineers. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to our standard seminars. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the members of this committee and those who have worked behind the scene. We're talking of standards. The electrical industry is constantly evolving with new technologies and challenges emerging regularly. This is why a shared understanding and adherence to the latest electrical standards and codes, such as the NEC, UL, IEC, ANSI, and the likes, is paramount for ensuring safety, efficiency, reliability in our projects. Today, we gather here not just to review rules, but to enhance our collective knowledge of standards, share best practices, and work towards a safer and more sustainable electrical future. These seminars aim through the standards to identify common hazards, understand accountability for installation and maintenance. And sure enough, with good standards, we can achieve best practices in the field. We have a lineup of topics which I think will be very relevant to these times. So, this is what I can say. Let's be proactive and involve ourselves in updating with new and current standards. We encourage all of you to participate actively, ask questions, and share your insights. This is an interactive learning experience, and your inputs are crucial to a fruitful discussion. I am confident that our collective efforts here today will make a lasting impact on the work and the industry as a whole. Remember, standards and safety go hand in hand. Marami pong salamat and have a good day. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Tito Jun, for that message. Next, we shall hear a short message from the Vice President of Internal Affairs, Engineer Robert Mabulay.
Morning, everyone. Morning. I just came just to be part of this first seminar to be conducted as a pre-convention activities. And we welcome you all, supporting all these goals of sharing all the knowledge of our experts in terms of standard. And hopefully, we will be staying here till 29th of November.
No audio? No audio?
Because we have a lot of new and big things to be shared with you in our 50th annual convention. Again, welcome everyone and enjoy the day. God bless us all.
Maraming salamat, Sir Robert. Now, last but not the least, let us all welcome the National President, Engineer Alberto Herrera, for his message.
Okay, good morning po. Good morning to all of you, to our chairman, Chairman Conrado. Congratulations itong ating seminar. This is our first, no, November 24 na opening. Sabi, as mentioned by our Vice President for Internal, this is our pre-ANC activities. And congratulations to all of you for coming here and also those who are attending via online. So we have so many visitors here. I won't be mentioning you all because I know this morning and this afternoon seminar will be very, very good, especially for our licensed electrical practitioner. To Sir Paul Locke, congratulations and thank you for coming again. Thank you for your support. And of course, to our National Treasurer who is online, no? Engineer June Lopez. Engineer June, why are you not here? So, and of course, to all the Standards Committee who made this thing happen, to our masisipag na staff, and of course, I know those of you who are here already, you want to make sure that you will be able to get your kit. So a little, around 15 minutes, kit will be distributed already, okay? So again, congratulations. And for your information, today, we have this Standards Forum. We also have our registered master electricians forum later on the different venue, and also of course on function 1 and function 2, these are our yearly students, no, quiz for them. With that, again, Standards Committee, Conrado, Chairman Conrado, again, congratulations to all of you.
Thank you so much, Sir Albert. Now, moving on to our first technical resource speaker this morning. He is a senior trade and industry development specialist at the Department of Trade and Industry, Bureau of Philippine Standards, or the DTI BPS. He currently serves as the section head of the Electrical and Electronics Group within the Standards Development Division and as a test engineer in the Product Testing Division. He leads a team of technical officers in the development and maintenance of Philippine national standards for electrical and electronic products and services. He works closely with key stakeholders, including manufacturers, testing laboratories, regulatory bodies, and government agencies, to ensure that standards align with industry needs, regulatory requirements, and international best practices. Let us all welcome Engineer Avelino Molina Jr., Senior Trade Industry Development Specialist from the DTI Bureau of Philippine Standards, or BPS, to discuss the topic presentation entitled Role of BPS and Philippine National Standards in Energy Transition Towards National Building. Let's all give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning. Thank you, ma'am, for the short introduction. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, sir. You are well heard here.
Just give me a minute para i-share ko po yung presentation ko.
Looking good, Mr. JR.
Good morning, sir. Apologies po for not being face-to-face dyan, sir. Nakikita na po ba yung presentation?
Yes, sir.
Saglit lang po. Sir, anong nakikita nyo? Yung presentation ko po? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, nakikita po yung presentation, sir.
Okay. Actually, hindi ko makita dito. Saglit lang, sir. Ma'am.
Okay, sa title pa lang siya, sir. So first slide pa lang.
Okay.
Yes.
Sige. Sorry, nakikita ko kasi yung camera. So anyway, thank you very much po. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us today. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. Apologies po for not being physically nasa SMX ngayon. Especially as we discuss a topic that is becoming more relevant every year, the role of standards in energy transition. So most people, kung minsan mga engineers po, don't usually think about standards. So they're not as visible as yung mga solar panels, mga battery systems, or electric vehicles. So, but standards play a critical behind the scene role. Gaya nga sabi ni Sir John. So in making sure all these technologies work properly, safely, and efficiently. And before I begin, I would like to take a moment to express our appreciation on behalf of the Bureau of Philippine Standards. So we want to thank our partners, our stakeholders who continuously support our standardization work. And of course, a special thanks to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers. And congratulations po on your 50th founding anniversary. So your expertise, your commitment, and your active support have been invaluable in strengthening our standardization initiatives and safety in the country. Now, siguro nagtatanong tayo, why are we gathered here today? So because yung energy transition na sinasabi is no longer a future plan, kundi nangyayari na ngayon. So we see solar panels are becoming common in homes and businesses. Companies are adopting energy efficient practices. Electric vehicles are slowly becoming part of our daily lives, and our grid is becoming smarter and more digital. So, but behind these developments is one essential yet often unnoticed tool, that is the standards. So that's why what we are going to talk about today is how standards support our transition to cleaner energy and how they contribute to nation building as a whole. So before we get into the main topic, let's begin first with a quick overview of what is the Bureau of Philippine Standard. So BPS is the recognized national standards body of the Philippines. We are under the Department of Trade Industry. So we represent the country in international standardization organizations. For example, the International Organization for Standardization, or the ISO, and the International Electrotechnical Commission, or the IEC, as well as some technical committees in underwriters, laboratories, standards, and engagement. So this allows us to participate in discussions, influence global standards, and bring knowledge back to the Philippines. So our work falls into three main roles. The first one is we develop Philippine national standards. So these are the standards created specifically to address local needs, local industries, local conditions, as well as local challenges. Second is we adapt and harmonize international standards. So many technologies used in the Philippines come from different parts of the world. So by aligning international standards, we ensure compatibility, safety, and global competitiveness. And third, but last but not but the least, we promote safety and quality through conformity assessment activities. So this includes certification, inspection, and other mechanisms that help ensure products, systems, and infrastructure meet standards. So in the context of energy transition, BPS becomes even more important. So new technologies like solar, wind, EV chargers, batteries, smart grids need clear guidelines. So they need safe installation practices. They need performance requirements, and they need to work together with existing systems. So this is where BPS provides guidance, structure, technical assurance through making available the relevant standards. So why standards very important sa energy transition? So when we talk about the shift to clean and sustainable energy, many people focus on visible parts like solar farms, wind turbines, electric vehicles, new power plants. But before any of those can function safely, there must be a clear technical foundation. So let's consider few questions. So paano natin ma-ensure na yung solar panels installed sa mga rooftops natin won't overload the system? So paano natin gawing yung EV chargers from different manufacturers magiging compatible? And paano natin gawing yung energy storage systems natin as safe? And how do we integrate smart technologies with our existing grid? So the answer to all of these questions is standard. So standard provide consistency. So they make sure that no matter who installs a system or which brand you purchase, it meets established safety and performance requirements. So standards also help reduce risk like fires, system failures, electrical hazards, and compatibility issues. So in short, without standards, the energy transition becomes unsafe and uncertain. So with the standards, it becomes reliable, scalable, and sustainable. So standards are like the blueprint behind every modern energy system. So they make sure that mga equipment natin will work with the grid, installations are safe, technologies are compatible, performance expectations are clear, and systems can grow and modernize without chaos. So for example, uh, electric vehicle charging stations rely on standards to define their design, safety requirements, communication protocols, and interoperability. So the same is true for solar PV systems. So they need standards to guide the installation, wiring, grounding, testing, and grid connection. So imagine an energy system where each component has a different format, a different voltage requirement, or a different safety rule. So that would be dangerous and inefficient. So standards serves as the technical language that aligns everything. So this is why standards are often called the invincible infrastructure behind the visible infrastructure. So nation building is usually associated with physical infrastructures like roads, bridges, airports, power plants. So, but standards are also part of nation building. So here's how standards contribute. First, they protect public safety. The standards help ensure safe electrical installations, reliable products, and high quality systems. So every time we prevent an accident or a product failure, we strengthen the nation. The second is they support economic competitiveness. So when our national standards are aligned with global best practices, Filipino industries can compete internationally. So locally made products can be exported more easily. Technologies developed here can integrate with global systems. The last one, they guide long-term infrastructure development. So standards allow us to plan, build, upgrade systems in a structured way. So nation building is really about creating systems that people can trust. And standards are foundation of that trust. So how exactly does BPS help the country move toward renewable energy or energy transition? So there are three major ways. So first, we develop Philippine national standards for renewable energy technologies. So this includes solar PV systems, wind turbines, hydropower components, and other emerging energy solutions. Second, we participate in international technical committees like in ISO, IEC, and ULSE. So this gives the Philippines a voice in shaping global standards. Third, we adopt international standards and make them applicable and available locally. So this is important because renewable energy system used in the Philippines often come from manufacturers across the world. So harmonizing standards ensure local compatibility and safety. So these renewable energy standards provides design requirements, installation guidelines, testing and performance criteria, safety protocols, grid integration procedures. So these standards help ensure the equipment we use is safe, reliable, and performs as expected. So as you can see on the presentation, we have several already PNS na adapt sa IEC. So for solar, we have the series of 61215 and 61730. For wind energy, we have the PNS IEC 61400 series, and for hydropower, we have the PNS 63132-1. So another area of standardization is about the battery energy storage system. So as we increase solar and wind energy, which are naturally not stable energy source, depending on time and weather, BSS becomes essential because it helps stabilize the grid. So it stores extra power when supply is high and releases it when the demand is increasing. But BSS also involves high energy components, chemical reactions, complex electrical systems. So without proper standards, installation and operation can become risky. This is why standards guide the design of battery system, installation practices, safety mechanisms, ventilation and thermal controls, monitoring and management system, as well as fire prevention. So standards help ensure that BSS contributes to stability of energy source and can operate safely for many years to come. So currently we have the PNSIC 62619 series and PNSIC 6293 for BSS systems. So in terms of the smart grid, the future of our power system is smart, digital, and data-driven. So we're moving from traditional grids to smart grids that use sensors, communication systems, automation, and data analytics. So these technologies make the grid more resilient, more efficient, and more responsive. So standards play a major role in this transformation because they define smart metering requirements, communication protocols, so device can talk to each other, compatibility between old and new infrastructure, cybersecurity frameworks, data privacy and system protection, as well as monitoring and control systems. So currently we have the PNS 61850 series and PNS IEC 62056 for smart meters. So standards are also important for industries that are emerging as part of the green economy. So this includes electric vehicle and charging stations, energy efficient appliances, smart building technologies, sustainable manufacturing processes, and new energy related services. So when industries have clear and reliable standards, companies can innovate confidently. When consumers can trust the products they use and the market becomes more competitive and sustainable. So currently we have for EV, we have the PNS IC 61851 series. For their connectors, we have the PNS IC 62196. And for safety, PNS ISO 6469-1. For energy efficient appliances, for example, sa refrigerators, we have the IEC 62552. For air conditioners is the PNS ISO 5151 and PNS ISO 16358. For building automation, we have the PNS IEC 63044 series. And for smart manufacturing, we have the PNS 63283 series. So all these technologies still rely heavily on people, especially engineers and electrical professionals. So standards help ensure that professionals have safe and uniform installation practice, updated technical knowledge, access to internationally aligned best practices, guidance for designing and installing modern systems such as EV charging setups, solar PV systems, smart meters, and BSS. So collaborations between BPS and professional communities like the IIE is essential to ensure continuous professional development and technical expertise. So currently we have the PNS IEC 60364 series, which is being deliberated by the BPS TC 77, which is chaired by Engineer Conrad Binondo. So Filipino experts are no longer just followers of global standards. So we are now contributors sa international standardization effort. So through participation in ISO and IEC technical committees, first we can provide technical input. We can also raise local concerns. We can also stay informed about global trends. We can also influence frameworks that will affect future technologies. And we can bring knowledge back home to strengthen national practices. So this global participation enhances our capacity to innovate and adapt. So ang tanong, how the local experts or local stakeholders can participate locally and internationally. So there are different ways to contribute. So for the industry experts and engineers, you can join our BPS technical committees. You can also provide inputs during circulation period of our draft standards. You can also adapt standards in your company processes. For organizations or companies, you could participate in public consultations, align business practices with standards. For academe, you can integrate standards into engineering and technology curriculum, encourage research aligned with national needs and standards. And for common consumers, just like us, so we could choose products certified for safety and quality and provide feedback on standardization implementation. So the more voices involved, the stronger and more relevant our standards become. So as I end this presentation, let me highlight a few messages. So first, standards are essential to energy transition. So they ensure that new technologies are safe, reliable, and compatible. Second, BPS plays a major role by developing national standards, adopting international ones, and participating in global technical bodies. Third, standards transform ambition into action. So they turn visions of renewable energy, smart grids, sustainability into systems that actually work. And finally, the energy transition is a shared national effort. So government, industry, academe, professionals, as well as consumers have all have a role. So by working together, we can build a modern, resilient, and sustainable Philippines. So maraming salamat po for being part for today's session, and I hope this discussion gave you a deeper appreciation of how standards support the energy transition and why they matter for our future. So if you have questions or would like to get involved sa mga technical committees, please feel free to reach out to us. Nakalagay naman sa sa slide yung email namin. Or you could ask Engineer Conrad Binondo. Thank you po.
So thank you, Engineer Molina, and thank you for that informative session regarding BPS and, of course, the Philippine National Standards. Now, let's proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Molina. May we call on the committee representative for this awarding? Of course, Sir Conrad Binondo. Let me read the citation. So this certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Abelino Molina Jr. for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic role of BPS and Philippine national standards in energy transition towards national building during the powering the energy transition to a net zero future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence, given this 25th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, Chairman of 2025 Standards Committee, Engineer Jed Per de Castro, the National Secretary, Engineer Cleofe Kaidik, our National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and Engineer Alberto Herrera, our National President. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Maraming salamat again, Sir Conrad and Sir Engineer Molina.
Thank you, ma'am.
So let's now proceed to our next resource speaker. Sir Avelino, nandyan ka pa po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Ayan, maraming salamat. Hina-handshake ka ni Sir Conrad kanina.
Thank you po.
Virtual handshake. So now we come to our next resource speaker. He is the Division Chief of the Solar Energy Management Division at the Department of Energy and currently serves as the Chief Technical Advisor at the Office of the Secretary. He possesses expertise in policy formulation and program implementation related to renewable energy, the electric power industry, and electricity market. An electrical engineer with an MBA, he has also completed the academic requirements for both an MSEE and a diploma in corporate finance. Further underscoring his leadership capabilities, he holds a graduate diploma in leadership and management from Ateneo de Manila University and has been conferred a certificate of leadership and management by the Civil Service Commission. He is also a member of the BPS Technical Committee 91 and the working group for the IIEE Standards Committee. Please all welcome Engineer Ferdinand Binondo, the Chief of Solar Management Division, Department of Energy, to discuss the topic, transitioning to energy, renewable energy, clean energy promotes energy security and sustainability. Welcome back, sir. Yes.
So thank you for the mahabang-habang introduction, Miss Charlene. Ay, wala ba siya? Hindi ba? Hindi, sa inyo na. Oo, para hindi ako lilingan. Tanggalin mo na. Hindi, akin na to. Dito ko mabayar, parang hindi ako gaganon. Okay lang po yun, sir. Okay lang po. Hindi, kulit. Hindi mo kailangan i-connect. Hindi yung gagamitin. Hindi mo naintindihan. Pag-i-connect na. So again, good morning to everyone. Thank you for the invitation, especially to this committee, Standard Committee. Actually, member lang ako dito sa TWG, dito sa Sir Silver. So since our topic is on the IIE Standards Subcommittee Forum, powering the energy transition to net zero. So I would like to present to you the activities undertaken by the Department of Energy, spearheaded by our Secretary Sharon S. Gorin. Medyo na-delay lang yung presentation. So, pero ituloy ko na. So, as we are all aware, since our topic is on the transition to net zero or clean energy, the basis of this topic, of course, is the RE law, or the Renewable Energy Act, or the RA 9513. And And of course, the objective is to accelerate the utilization of the renewable energy, the indigenous renewable energy in our country, for, of course, for environment, like especially the reduction or avoidance of GHG emissions or carbon emissions. So next slide, please. So as stated, these are the kilos or the legal basis of our objective for the transition to renewable energy. So, and in addition, these are the related laws for the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, or the EPIRA, since for the security and reliability of our electric power system. Another one is the energy efficiency and conservation, taking into consideration that on the demand side, we should conserve our energy, and we should utilize very efficiently. And one of the programs of this act is to utilize especially solar power in the establishments, both government and private entities. And another one is the Executive Order 21 for the framework of the establishment of the utilization of offshore wind power plants. Offshore wind, we have 178 gigawatt of OSW, offshore wind potential in the Philippines. And last but not least, the EVOS law, Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop. This act laid out the framework for the platform, online platform for the application of permits for renewable energy. So it specified the specific requirements for transparency and bound by timelines. Okay, next slide. So to achieve these objectives for the renewable energy, transition to renewable energy, the Department of Energy, including in collaboration with the stakeholders, establish or promulgate the Philippine Energy Plan. And this Philippine Energy Plan sets out all the targets on how to achieve these objectives. So for renewable energy, this is our targets, that 35% are renewable energy in the power generation mix by 2030. So currently, we are at 22%. And by 2040, we should have at least 50%. And for the purpose of targeting, of course, we have other scenarios here on how to achieve this. First, the scenario 1 and scenario 2, to use the offshore wind and nuclear energy as part of the clean energy utilization. And the only difference is the scenario 1 and scenario 2 is for scenario 1, we have low offshore wind, about 19 gigawatt by 2050. And while clean energy scenario 2, we are targeting to utilize 50 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2050. Okay? So actually, there is another specific details plan for renewable energy that is called the NREP, the National Renewable Energy Plan. The DOE is ongoing updating this NREP, because the NREP specifies even the annual targets for solar, wind, biomass, geothermal, and others. Next slide. So to emphasize this, because this is our reference target, 35% by 2030. So again, we are at 22, and we're still hoping that we can achieve the 30% by 2030. Okay, next slide. Later, I will show you the actual megawatt hour energy utilization in the WSM. So, as a background, to achieve our target, we should know the universe of our RE, or renewable energy indigenous potential in the Philippines. So, meron po to as part of the various studies, for example, in offshore wind conducted by through World Bank and SMAP. We have a potential wind of both offshore wind and onshore wind about 254 gigawatt, and solar of 58 gigawatt, and so on. So next slide. So to enable this renewable energy, we have policies issued by the department. First is the preferential dispatch for renewable energy. Prior 2022, the only mass dispatch and priority dispatch are the solar and wind, and priority dispatch for feed-in tariff biomass. But in 2022 October, the department issued a policy that all RE, including big hydro, geothermal, can be preferential dispatch, meaning if all renewable energy, as long as it is available, it should be prioritized or mass dispatch in the grid. Then next is the using foreign ownership limit in renewable energy investments. Prior 2022, the requirement for putting up a power plant or entity for a renewable energy power plant, the requirement for ownership, the ownership should be, the 60% of the ownership should be owned by a Filipino. But based on the opinion or recommendation of the Department of Justice, the DOE issued a policy that 100% ownership by foreign for solar and wind. We allow this because of the huge investments, especially for wind, offshore wind. So we will allow foreign direct investments to fully own 100% the power plant. Then next, the policy framework for offshore wind. The President, Ferdinand E. Marcos Jr., issued a executive order on this policy framework. Then the DOE consequently issued a policy framework for offshore wind to mandate or seek the support of all government agencies and related private entities like NGCP and market operator for the government like NEA, PISAM, and all national government agencies like DAR, DNR to support the utilization of offshore wind, especially in the securing of permits for offshore wind. And next is the revised omnibus guidelines. These are the guidelines for the issuance of service contracts, renewable energy service contracts, and operating contracts for solar. We issued these to streamline the requirements and greater transparency. Currently, as you are aware, the renewable energy contracts has a term of 25 years. But the DOE issued a policy that you can secure the contract even prior the 25-year period. Next slide. So there are other programs that inherited in the RE law that the DOE established Number one here is the RPS requirements, as stated in the law, that the mandated participants like the DU, the distribution utilities, electric cooperatives, retail electricity suppliers shall all their that mandated participants shall source their supply, a percent of their supply from renewable energy. So currently, like a DU should have 3.52% of its demand should be sourced from renewable energy. And we also established the renewable energy market based on the requirement on the law. The IMOP is currently the registration of the renewable energy certificates from renewable. Other one here is the net metering. Net metering is the option of the end user to put up a solar up to 100 kilowatt. Then we have also issued the expanded rooftop mounted solar, so that based on the Department Circular 2023-120035, the end user may now install up to more than 100 kilowatt. But there are three models there I will show you later. And JOP, Green Energy Option Program, the end users have also options to source their supply 100% from renewable. Currently, there are already more than 20 JOP supplier for the end users to choose on. Another one is the Green Energy Auction Program. Since the law requires the feed-in tariff to provide support for the utilization of renewable energy, the DOE there are a lot of requirements based on the 35% RE targets. That's why the DOE issued a policy to conduct additional auction for the utilization of RE. So we already conducted 4 green energy auction program, J1, 2, 3, and 4. I will show the result later. And another one is the integrated RE plus ESS. We also issued a policy that if you integrate a energy storage system like battery to the solar or to the wind, that energy storage system will become part of the RE, and it may avail all the incentives of the renewable energy, like income tax holiday, VAT, and other fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. Next slide. So these slides, I just want to show you that in 2024, Philippines is the second most attractive emerging market for renewable based on Bloomberg's, issued by Bloomberg. Okay, next slide. So based on the law, any development of renewable energy, there should be a permit based on the Constitution. And these are the renewable energy contracts. And the DOE already issued 1,371 various renewable energy contracts to various renewable energy developers, and with an equivalent potential capacity of 145 gigawatt. And still, we are at 7.7 gigawatt were already installed out of 145 gigawatt. So madami pa. So for specifically for example, for solar, we have 561 awarded projects with a potential capacity of 35.8 gigawatt, and we only currently we only have a 2.8 gigawatt installed capacity for solar. Okay. Next slide. So these statistics just show that from the enactment of the Act in 2008 and between 2009 to 2024, we have only 3.7 gigawatt of additional RE. And nevertheless, this provides 363 billion of investments in the Philippines, and it created 933,795 green jobs and avoidance GHG emissions of 38 million of carbon dioxide emission avoidance. Okay. So next slide. So this is the current share of the renewable in our country. Since our target is 35%, currently we are at 22% in the power generation mix. But in terms of capacity in megawatt, we are at 32%. Okay. Later, I will show you the comparison with like Australia and Spain. Next slide. So these are the strategies of DOE in achieving also these targets. First, of course, to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy technologies and solutions. That's why we conduct green energy auction and issued various policies to attract more investments in renewable energy. Of course, number 2 here is the transmission line, our smart grid. Usually, that's our problem currently. The transmission, we have inadequate transmission line. Currently the winning bid or the winning bidders under the green energy auction program, for example, they have target to complete the project by December 2025 this year, but the transmission lines are delayed. So they extended to another like 6 months to 1 year to complete the project because of the delay of the transmission line. So the DOE is continuously, actually we have groups of technical working groups and consultants to further strengthen this, how to timely install, prepare this required transmissions line. Actually, the DOE conducted a public consultation for the policy to strengthen that the generation company may advance the installation of the required associated transmission line so that it will not delay the implementation or the construction of the power plants. And this third one here is of course, the port through our PPA and private entities. There is a target to develop or to enhance our existing ports to support this offshore wind. Next year, probably the DOE will conduct green energy auction for offshore wind. Hence, these required ports for the components of the offshore wind should be achieved. And another one is the DOE encourages the existing our coal power plants to repurpose, like early retirement and replacement of fuels and integration of renewable energy for our existing coal power plants. And another one is to decarbonize the transport sector. There is a target for that, both for government and public. For example, in government, there is should be 10% electric vehicle for the fleet of the government. And last but not the least, the mainstreaming energy efficiency and conservation. As I said earlier, we encourage, as of now, all government agencies to utilize solar in their rooftops. So we have the DOE have a MOA with all the, recently have a MOA with all mayors, LGUs here in Metro Manila. We have also other LGUs in islands like Siquijor, Tanduanes, to utilize the energy efficiency and solar in their respective jurisdictions. Next slide. So this slide shows the result of the auction conducted by the DOE, the Green Energy Auction 1, 2, and 3. For JA1, we have 1.8 gigawatt with a target delivery period of 2023 to 2025. So, and JA2, 2024, 2028, some of the power plants for this auction were already constructed and already injecting into the grid. Then for JA3 is for hydro and geothermal, a target between 2025 to 2027 for geothermal, and for hydro between 2028 to 2035. So next slide. For recently, for JA4, last September 2, we conducted Green Energy Auction 4. We have a winning bidder of 10.1 gigawatt with a delivery period of 2026 to 2029. So medyo madami, di ba? And for offshore wind next year, we are still finalizing the terms of reference for the Green Energy Auction 5 for offshore wind with a target of like pioneer or pilot offshore wind about 3.3 gigawatt. And in addition, actually, we have also issued a policy for the pioneer WTE, waste to energy, using combustion technology, especially this to utilize the garbage MSWE here in Metropolitan. Next slide. JOP. These are just the statistics of the JOP. Currently, as of June 2025, we have 627 JOP end users. Okay, the JOP again these are the option of the end user to utilize 100% RE in as their source of supply. Okay, next slide. Next slide. For net metering, we have a total of, as of July 2025, we have 17,175 end user utilizing solar net metering program. Actually, based on the directive of the recent directive of the President Ferdinand E. Marcos Jr. to enhance this the utilization of net metering program, the DOE spearheaded the streamlining of the procedures Later, the ERC probably also present this one. The ERC issued the streamlined requirements for of the distribution utilities, and also adopted by NEA, the National Electrification Administration, for the electric cooperatives. And ongoing, we have a collaboration. There's already draft joint memorandum circular of the DILG and DPWH to streamline the requirement of the LGUs. Parang ang target is to like building permit and CFI only, CFEI. But during our meeting, our colleagues from electronics engineer would like to include the requirements of like electronics permits in the net metering. Next slide. So for the expanded rooftop solar program, the ERSP, as I said, there are 3 business models for the investors to choose on. First is the supply contingency option, lease to generate option, and P2P energy trading. Here, for example, if you have self-generation, you can you have the option to provide energy support in the system or in the grid, but this requires ERC issuances for the tariff or for the payment of that energy exported to the grid. For the lease to generate option, this is already existing, like considered as embedded generator or DR. And for the restricted P2P, we have envisioned that there should be a peer-to-peer trading for a contiguous area like ecozones, subdivisions, but this also requires implementing regulations of the ERC. Actually, they are currently preparing for the implementing rules of this policy, the ERC, I mean. Next slide. For the energy efficiency and conservation, this will also support the utilization of RE because, as I said, the government targets to reduce the monthly consumption of fuel and electricity, and one of the requirements is to utilize the solar. So, as I said earlier, there are all the MMC, Mayor Council here in Metro Manila. They have MOA with the Department of Energy to support this program. Next slide. For the private entities, we have energy audit, so that all entities, mandated entities, they have energy audit, so that they may also utilize renewable energy as part of their energy efficiency and conservation. Next slide. And of course, one of the mandate of the DOE is to provide information education campaign to all Filipino people and the community. And we have a policy. We also tap the universities, higher education institutions. The DOE will provide them a budget for that, for them to promote the utilization of renewable energy. Currently, we have like 6 universities. One of them is the MMSU, one in Visayas, Mindanao, and other. There are 6 universities. Next slide. Next. So recently, just now, 2025, we also issued 7 other policies to enhance, to ease all to support the investments in renewable energy. The first, if you are aware, we we amended the green energy auction program policy so that to consider indexation in the green energy tariff. Because some of the recommendations in the existing J1 and J2, 3, there should be indexation in the green energy tariff in case there is incident like the UK war. So we issued that. And another one is the guidelines on energy certificates. We have currently we have REC, the Renewable Energy Certificate. In the energy certificate, we also include the policy on carbon credit certificate. And another one is the carbon credits. This especially the policy focus on the carbon credit markets. We have the international, domestic, and voluntary carbon credits. And this one, DC 2025-100020, we support supplemental policy on net metering. Previously, the net metering, the own use of the net metering, the REC for the own use shall be attributed to the DU. But now, the own use of the net metering shall be attributed to the owner, and the exported energy shall be attributed to the distribution utilities. Another one is providing policies on the procurement of the power supply by the DUs for the renewable energy. We provided the prior rights, right of first refusal for the distribution utilities. And this one, the virtual power purchase agreement. This is a private contract between any entity, private contract with the RE developer to support, to finance it provides additional revenue for the investor. And last year, the recent policy on the waste to energy. Next slide. So I just want to show you in Australia, the national electricity market in Australia, their maximum penetration recorded is about 78.6 megawatt, meaning it is possible to operate renewable energy, even if it is intermittent, at a very high level, at 51%. For distributed PV, next slide. In Spain, pag nabalitaan nyo ng blackout sa Spain noon, but they have very high penetration, also about 56.8% of RE in their power generation mix. So next slide. These slides just show the incentives as provided by the law for the renewable energy, like income tax holiday. Next slide. So in addition, you can apply also to BOI for additional incentives, as specified in the CREATE law or CREATE more. Next slide. Last slide. A call to action for Filipino electrical engineers. So since our top, we are in the Standard Committee Forum, we would like to inspire our fellow electrical engineers on the standards and compliance to championing the Philippine Electrical Code and other related relevant standards or codes in the Philippines, like Philippine Grid Code, the BSP standards. Another one is the grid reliability and security. We can also support how to properly design and monitor this our required transmission or distribution system to integrate our renewable energy. Another one is innovation. As engineers, fellow engineers, we need to lead the design of our new smart grids and our new technologies like floating solar, floating wind. We can participate in there. We are here, we have Huawei here, very highly innovative technologies. Partnership, so kindly participate, contribute during our preparation of any policy standards, and also skilling, workforce upskilling of our professionals and technicals personnel in the Philippines. Okay, thank you very much for all of that. On behalf of the Department of Energy, thank you to IIE.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ferdy, for the informative session and for sharing the energy transition strategies of DOE and, of course, the JS statistics. Now, let me call, of course, Sir Conrad Binondo and Engineer Jem Tan for us to award the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Ferdy. May we request for the lights para kitang-kita ang ating mga VIPs. Yan. Okay, let me read, sir. Okay, let me read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Ferdinand Binondo for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic transitioning to renewable energy. Clean energy promotes energy security and sustainability during the powering the energy transition to a net zero future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the team IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, our chairman of Standards Committee, Engineer Jadper de Castro, our National Secretary, Engineer Cleofet Kaidik, the National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and last but not the least, Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr., our National President. Congratulations and thank you again, sir, for always gracing the Standards Committee. Okay, let's give them a warm round of applause again. Yan, maraming salamat. Now, before we proceed to our next session, let's watch some video presentation from our sponsor. One of the sponsors right now is Hypertech Wires and Cables Incorporated.
okay yung cover niya. So, ibig sabihin, kahit ilang taon, hindi basta siya masisira ng, let's say, yung weather, hindi masisira ng niya. So, tatagal yung wirings natin pagka itong ginamit natin sa mga building materials natin. When it comes to product quality, sasabi natin na talagang quality, high quality ang Hypertech. Kasi may mga nagamit kami mga wires, okay yung pagsukat namin in terms of yung diameter. Pero makikita natin makapal yung yung insulation, pero si Hypertech hindi. Totoo sila dun sa kanilang specifications. And kapag ginamit namin sila, yung ibang product na nagagamit namin, matigas. Pero ito, madaling gamitin sa pagdating sa training program, sa installation, at ganyan din po sa assessment na ginagamit namin. And nakasisiguro ko product na binibigay, pinapatesting sa amin ng Hypertech ay talagang high quality po ito.
From Luzon to Mindanao, transactions and deliveries are fast, thanks to our wide distribution network. And when you scan the QR label, you'll instantly see that it's legit. That's why more professionals choose us, because with just one look, you know it's safe and sure from the source. From homes to high-rise buildings, Hypertech is trusted and used by some of the biggest companies in the Philippines. We're relied on by brands that drive the nation forward, because every cable with the Hypertech label guarantees quality, durability, and safety. Building your dream home, wiring a renovation or a commercial project. Don't take chances with cheap, untested wires. Choose the label you can scan. Choose the product that's tested. Choose Hypertech. Message us for bulk orders, project inquiries, or product questions, and we'll wire you up with the real deal.
Incorporated for always supporting IIE, especially the IIE Standards Committee technical session this year. Okay, let's now proceed to our next session. So our next resource speaker is a Canadian MBA graduate and a registered electrical engineer in the Philippines with extensive experience in power generation and renewable energy integration. His expertise spans conventional thermal power plants, hybrid energy systems, and advanced energy trading strategies. He has successfully led large-scale projects including coal-fired gas turbine and coal-solar hybrid plants, optimizing operational efficiency and profitability. He is recognized for his ability to bridge traditional and innovative energy solutions, spearheading initiatives such as battery energy storage systems and renewable energy projects that align with sustainability and market demands. His career highlights include managing end-to-end development of grid-scale power projects, securing land and permits, negotiating with lenders, and ensuring regulatory compliances. He has played a pivotal role in pioneering BESS projects in Southeast Asia, overseeing feasibility studies, financial modeling, EPC selection, and market integration strategies. He has, with the strong stakeholder management skills and a proven track record in project execution, he has contributed significantly to enhancing grid stability and advancing renewable energy adoption. So his professional journey reflects a blend of technical proficiency, strategic business acumen, and leadership in driving energy transition initiatives across the Philippines and beyond. He is currently the Assistant Vice President for development of a leading renewable energy company that he do not want to disclose. Let us welcome Engineer Ray Kinderkale to deliver the topic Integrated Renewable Energy and Energy Storage Systems 101. So this is the basics of IRES. Okay, so let's all welcome Engineer Kinderkale.
Thank you. Basha, yep. Good morning, fellow electrical engineers. I hope everyone is an electrical engineer, right? Um, and also to our organizers, good morning, everyone. And yeah, some familiar faces. As Basha mentioned, I don't want to disclose my company, and rightfully so, because I'm not authorized to, to represent them in this forum. But as Basha mentioned, I've been in the industry for quite some time, and I've been spearheading a lot of initiatives in the country, specifically in pushing forward renewable energy as well as energy storage in the system. And without further ado, let me proceed to my presentation. But you know, whenever I make this discussion with especially non-technical persons, I make it to a point to make an analogy that represents the idea, on concrete terms. And solar PV and battery integration sounds like a very technical idea. And maybe, I just would like to share with you an analogy, right, that, represents this, and maybe it can guide us throughout our discussion today. And, feel free to raise your hand. I think I'm given around 30 minutes, so I only have a couple of slides here. Whenever you have questions, feel free to raise your hand. Let's have this as an open discussion. So the analogy before I proceed. Imagine you have a grandmother that bakes cookies. Let's say 10 cookies every day. So, and then, as a kid, you can always eat that cookies, right off the oven, right? So whenever your grandmother bakes 10 cookies, you eat it right away, 10 of them every day. But as you grow older, the doctor, or at least the dentist, found some cavities on your teeth, and the dentist advised you, not to eat the entire 10 cookies anymore. Maybe, eat 5 in the morning, and maybe the rest, in the evening, right? And so, and that's our analogy, right? So, going back to the story, the grandmother is the sun. Cookies is the irradiation or the sunlight. So imagine, every day, just 10 cookies, right? 10 cookies thrown at you every day. So that's your sunrise irradiation. And then you are the solar PV system, right? So you receive the sunlight, you ingest it, and make it into an energy. But as you grow older, the entire system, the grid, cannot handle the influx of cookies anymore. So you need to shift some of your consumption in the evening. So that's why you need a jar, and maybe that jar is we call it energy storage. So when your grandmother bakes 10, you eat 5 in the morning, store 5, and then eat the 5 in the evening, right? So that's our analogy. So our discussion will be related to that. And as we go along, as mentioned earlier, feel free to ask questions. So today, we're going to talk about integrated PV and battery systems. Of course, we can touch based on solar PV basics, energy storage basics, and then how integration works. And then later on, we can touch on design considerations and sizing. And later on, talk about maintenance and use cases, right? And also, let's take a look at some future trends. And Q&A is there, but as I mentioned, just feel free to ask, raise your hand as we go along. So why integrated solar PV and battery? First note to highlight is that, our Department of Energy, highlighted the importance of renewable energy. And the solar PV and energy storage integrated system support our sustainability goals. And, this aligns with DOE's policy, right? So earlier we heard about, 35% by 2030, 50% by 2040 as renewable energy share. And to get there, the system is not that, today the system is strong, because we have all of the conventional generation, power plants operating. They have this benefits not just for us as a consumer, but consumption, but for the grid itself, it will help stabilize the grid. And we have, today, we have two common chemistries used for energy storage. Of course, there are a lot more, right? So let's say for our cars and our e-vehicles, let's say, when I say e-vehicles, not the EV, not the cars, but the e-tricycle, the scooters. Most of those use two common chemistries with this LFP, that's the lithium iron phosphate, and we have NMC, nickel manganese cobalt. So the difference between the two is the NMC has a higher or faster response. So depending on your application, right? So in terms of NGCP's perspective, when we talk about ancillary service, it's best to use NMC because NMC has a higher response rate and it can deliver energy, faster than the LFP, right? But if we talk about solar battery integration, mostly, we use LFP because it's more safe. And although it's not as fast as NMC, but it serves the purpose. And then, of course, some key specifications to consider. We need to know, the capacity, of course, of the battery, because it will determine our storage amount. And also, we need to know the voltage level of the equipment, right? Because it determines the compatibility with the existing PV as well. And of course, as mentioned earlier, the charge and discharge rates, which impacts performance. So as mentioned, NMC has a faster response as opposed to LFP. And of course, we have round trip efficiency and lifespan. So round trip efficiency concept, going back to that cookie crumb analogy earlier. So when you store the cookies in the jar and you eat some of them in the morning, and then eat some of them at night, you don't eat everything really. Like there are some crumbs left in the jar, right? So you can well, of course, if you can just eat all of those, maybe you can. But the idea is the crumbs is your efficiency. So meaning how much energy you can store and how much energy or how many cookies you can eat, right? So some of them are left over as crumbs. And then lastly, safety and maintenance. So one of the very important aspects to consider for energy storage is, fire hazard, right? And well, of course, we also have that in the PV system, but it's more relevant or it's more critical when talking about energy storage. So it's very important to have a very robust, safety and maintenance program when you have these systems in operation. Next, please. And then how do we integrate this? So there are two ways to do this, because when you take a look at it, energy storage is very similar to a PV solar PV plant or solar PV installation. So I think the only difference is the DC side, right? Because for the solar PV, you have PV modules, but for batteries, you have battery cells. But everything else is similar. So there are two ways to integrate. The first is DC coupled. So when we say DC coupled, we parallel the two systems at the DC side. So as mentioned earlier, it's very important to know the voltage level of our system so that we can, when we do paralleling, sometimes, well, it's not sometimes, but most of the time, if the voltage is not the same, then you're in trouble, right? It's either the one becomes the load or worse, you have overheating and it's a safety hazard. So very important to, if we do this, we need some kind of a voltage regulation somewhere in between so that the voltage of the battery is close to or equal to whatever the voltage output of the modules, right? And then you only use one inverter. And then, yeah, everything is controlled by a energy management system. And then you connect to the grid. The second and most commonly done, so the example I mentioned earlier about the Terra Solar, it's like this. So the integration is at the AC side. So it's the easiest way to do it because, you know, this, up to this point, each of these are independent, right? Or standalone. So this is standalone battery system, and this is standalone solar system, right? And then you just parallel them in AC. So it's easier to do. You know, we always do that, right? So we just plug in, let's say, a rice cooker, an electric fan, and a ref, and we don't see any issues, right? So it's very easy to do and safe to do, but more expensive because aside from using two inverters, it may need two separate, you know, transformers as well before you even connect to the grid. And yeah, those are the things to consider when we integrate them. Some developers are trying to achieve this, but not really at scale, because aside from electrical considerations, it's also critical to consider the space and civil requirements, right? Like, for example, in the Philippines today, you know, most of our solar developers are making most out of the available land, right? So whatever land is there, we maximize them and we build solar out of it. So it's, when we integrate batteries at the DC side, it means you integrate batteries at each of the PCS or inverter locations or MVPS, a medium voltage power station. You need to integrate batteries in each of those. And it means constraints in terms of civil. It may have constraints in terms of available capacity, or at least the available, you know, whatever combiner box or terminals available at your inverters. So a lot of challenges, right? So that's why it's easier to do this, because you just connect them to the whatever substation, and that's it. You have a integrated system already. All right, and then of course, you know, the design considerations, right? So this is more applicable maybe on a, let's say, household or commercial setup, right? So we need to assess the load profile, and of course, in tandem, in assessing the load profile of your customer or your household, it's also important to assess the irradiation. So commonly, we use software such as PVSys, but there are other softwares, you know, available in the market that can do the same. And after you do that, before the battery sizing, of course, you need to consider the environment, right? So in your PVSys or yield analysis, it's not just irradiation. You also need to know temperature. You need to know weather patterns, and most importantly, you know, shading and soiling, right? So today, it's been a trend that solar PV modules that are used in the new plants are called bifacial. So it generates extra energy from the sunlight reflected by the ground. So if you're blindly, you know, analyzing your system and you just assume, let's say, a certain percentage of, you know, bifacial effect or bifacial benefit, it may not represent your yield maybe accurately, right? Because, you know, the bifacial effect depends on the type of soil that you have. So if it's a black soil, there's not a bifacial effect, right? There's no reflection from the ground. Maybe there are some, but almost close to zero, right? The ideal soil is, some lighter soil, right? Maybe if you're in the desert, if you're in Saudi Arabia, maybe, because it's sand, it reflects light. And maybe if your soil is clayish, light brown or something, maybe cream, yeah, then maybe there is some bifacial effect, right? So those things also they need to be considered in your analysis, right? And aside from that, if you're looking at Saudi Arabia, for example, just an example, yes, you have a good bifacial effect, but soiling or dust accumulation in your panels is another consideration, right? So maybe you can avoid that by doing some extra cleaning. So instead of let's say quarterly cleaning, then you may need to do a monthly cleaning, right? So those kinds of considerations need to be accounted for to do it properly. And after you've done all that, then you do the sizing, right? So of course sizing is not an exact science. And as a rule of thumb, if you want a 12-hour reliable supply, your battery size or the kilowatt hours of your battery should be approximately 2 times whatever PV module installation you have. And with that, you can do a 12-hour reliable supply. But yes, as mentioned earlier, it's not an exact science. It's just a rough estimate. There are calculations to do this, softwares as well. Those softwares, they're available in the market that can do the sizing for you. But yeah, these are just high-level calculations. So moving forward. So yeah, these have been touched on earlier. It's important to do the installation and maintenance properly, safely, and reliably, right? So I would like to highlight this portion here. So there are many incidents already that involves fire for solar and energy storage, right? And I think for us practitioners, it's important that we're familiar with both of this. So NFPA 585 is the standard relevant to solar, and 855 is the standard relevant to energy storage. And if we adhere to that, make sure that the installation is compliant, then we should be okay. And then just case studies, right? So earlier we talked about residential installations, how we can achieve or how we can take the benefit of the integrated system in a residential installation. Commercial and community scale. So for commercial installations, the savings that we can get is out of managing the peak demand, right? Because if not most, maybe all of us are familiar with how Meralco bills the customers. So they have something like a demand charge, line item. And if we can manage that through the energy storage and RE integrated system, then it will mean reduction of operational cost for us. And also like grid scale projects, as mentioned earlier, yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's something that we need to do. It's not a good to have. It's a must-have for our grid. And yeah, some future trends. Of course, batteries, as mentioned earlier, there are 2 commonly used batteries today, but who knows, right? What's going to happen next year, in 5 years or 10 years. So already some companies are looking at solid-state batteries. Also some, a few more iterations of the existing lithium-ion. And all of these are, with a promise of higher energy density, right? So this is very relevant to not just the grid application, but the electric vehicles, the cars, right? The cars that we have today. So in the Philippines, it's becoming a trend now, and that's gonna be a big market in the next few years. So we can expect all of these manufacturers, battery cell manufacturers, to innovate further to make a good product out of it. And another thing is government incentives, right? So earlier, Engineer Binondo already mentioned some of the incentives that we have in the market. But aside from that, there are also available tax credits, rebates, and direct subsidies from various LGUs, right? So for example, Makati, if I'm not mistaken, Makati offers like an RPT exemption or discount if you have a rooftop solar. Quezon City, they also offer something similar. So yeah, a lot of LGUs are trying to support the DOE in the push for carbon neutral future of the Philippines. And another is, of course, the smart energy management, right? So with all of this advanced technology, the one that is very that can catch our eyes are the AI and the IoT, right? So AI for artificial intelligence and IoT for Internet of Things. So this is becoming more and more powerful. These things are becoming more and more powerful, and it doesn't have to mean as a bad thing. We could use it as a good, for our own benefit, right? So there's no way to fight it. I mean, we cannot fight the advancement of AI. So if we cannot fight it, then we join it, right? So we join the advancement, and yeah, hopefully we can optimize the use of AI in making our system more robust and yeah, more efficient. And yeah, that's it. Thanks everyone for today.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ray Kinderka, for that informative IRS 101. So this is the latest trend in the renewable energy sector now, and especially that IRS is now part of the JF4. So very latest yung topic na yun, sir. Thank you for that. Now, let's now come to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Ray Kindarkal. May we call on Engineer Conrado Binondo and Engineer Jem Tan to present this Certificate of Appreciation. May I read the citation again? This Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Engineer Ray Kindarkal for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic Integrated Renewable Energy and Energy Storage, or IRS 101, during the Powering the Energy Transition to a Net Zero Future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE Celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence, given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, Chairman of Standards Committee, Engineer Jadper De Castro, National Secretary, Engineer Kelfe Kaidik, National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and last but not the least, Engineer Alberto Herrera, our National President. Congratulations and thank you for gracing our event. Palakpakan naman tayo, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we pump our learning, what do you call this, learning brain cells this morning, especially in the renewable side. This morning, ang favorite ko talaga yung IRS. Now we go to our next topic. Up next, he is the professional electrical engineer and an ASEAN engineer. He works as engineering design manager at National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, or NGCP. He specialized in managing, designing, engineering, and constructing high voltage direct current, or HVDC technologies, gas insulated substation, underground and submarine cabling system, reactive power compensation equipment, grid connection requirements, grid resiliency, and reliability solutions. He graduated from University of Santo Tomas as top 5 of batch 2009, and he has a professional certification of leadership essentials from Rochester Institute of Technology last 2021. He is the company commander of the engineering design of the first power division of the Armed Forces of the Philippines Reserve Command since 2019. He is the IIEE Metro Central Vice President for External Affairs 2025. May we call on Engineer Tristan Daniel Sabala, Senior Supervisor of NGCP, to discuss the topic comprehensive optimization of synchronous static compensator, or STATCOM. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Okay. Good morning sa lahat, no. So, bigyan ko na kayo ng prelude. Mas nakakaantok to dun sa nauna, no. Literal dahil hindi ito overview, no. Detailing siya ng mga nauna natin, no. Sana pwede ko rin gawin yung ginawa nung speaker kanina na hindi i-disclose. Pwede pala yun. So lahat ng tanong ninyo patungkol sa NGCP, wag niyong itatanong sa akin, no? Dahil nandito ako to do presentation ng technical know-how ng STATCOM. No? So hindi ako nandito para depensahan si NGCP. Dahil kung didepensahan ko si NGCP, kulang yung 8 hours. Masyado tayong maraming kailangang i-discuss and ayusin kung grid at grid ang pag-uusapan natin. So thank you for having me here, and thank you for trusting me to educate you on the STATCOM. So yung ating STATCOM is a critical component now of our grid. So alam natin lahat yan ay mga motor lang na may mga rotating machines. No? So yan ang ating grid for the longest time. Ngayon nagbago siya. Bakit ba nagbago? Ang sisisihin natin dyan is yung technology, is yung AI. No? So kanina, kaliwat kanan, naririnig natin, we optimize AI, but it will later on bring more problem to our grid, not to our lifestyle, no? So, yung lifestyle natin, yung technology, sinusundan yung lifestyle natin yan, no? Wala namang estudyante dito, no? Pero may nakita akong bata doon. Kasi, kung tutuusin, patamad ng patamad yung mga bata, no? Buti matanda na ako ngayon. Pero, patamad kami ng patamad, no? Kung titignan natin yung mga lolo-lolo natin, sila talaga yung rotating machines, no? They do, para silang turumpo. Ngayon, tayo, pumunta lang ng office, tamad na. Work from home. That is a sample of the dynamics and plateauing ng ating, hindi lang ng lifestyle, no? Pati rin ng system. No? Now, we have a lot of solutions. Earlier, Net Zero is providing power, no? Basically following the lifestyle of Filipinos or peoples. Battery energy storage is just harvesting and putting it aside sa later use dahil masyadong marami yang solar and hindi siya magagamit sa gabi. But the thing is the dynamic level. So the dynamic level now plays on the STATCOM. So kanina nababanggit din yung Iberian Peninsula, yung sa Spain. Nasa press mat ko siya on how we will be discussing this. Sige, pwede ko nang i-share. So yung ating STATCOM is short for So si STATCOM ay, kanina narinig natin yung black start. It can provide black start. No? It can address unbalance. It can improve short circuit on a high level and on a low voltage level. No? So yung STATCOM, sabihin na natin, ang example niyan ay yung mga speed drives natin, mga VHDs natin sa low voltage. Sa high voltage, STATCOM siya. So ano ang dinadrive natin dito? Ito ay power electronics. So supposedly wala siyang inertia. No, si battery energy storage, wala siyang inertia. Pero si STATCOM ay nakakapag-provide ng pseudo inertia. So yung pseudo inertia will come to the control logic and makikita natin yan sa ating presentation later. And all of this technology is not really new. No? So si STATCOM, kumbaga siya yung mga bata na ngayon dahil mas pinaliit na siya. No? Ang tatay nito, ang tatay nito ay si SVC, static wire compensator. No? So si static wire compensator, pinagkaibahan niya lang is bukod sa space, IGBT ang ginagamit. No? Itong si STATCOM, ito si STATCOM ay IGBT. Si SVC ay thyristor. No? So dito sa Pilipinas, isa lang yung SVC natin nasa Mindanao. No? 138 kV nasa Naga, Mindanao. Then yung other technologies na nag-i-improve ng ating grid in terms of the dynamic composition niya, we can call it flexible AC transmission system. So yung flexible AC transmission systems are, let's just say, purely power electronics. No? But now, nag-evolve na siya. Comes the energy storage. So kaliwat kanan lang natin naririnig kanina is yung battery energy storage. Hindi natin nakikita or naririnig yung pump storage. No? Kasi yung si pump storage, maraming debate siya. Ano ba siya? Load or generation? No? So si pump storage can do both. No? It depends on the application and depends on the need of the grid. During peak and the demand cannot let's say equalize on the generation, nagpa-pump tayo from low to high. And then pagka kulang naman yung power, babalik siya. So ganun din si energy storage, no? Among others, so low voltage, meron tayong nakikitang flywheel. So yung flywheel naman, rotating machine na siya, para lang siyang may malaking disk na umiikot, no? But those are contributing to inertia, no? And those for somehow maybe sa school can fall onto flexible AC transmission system, which is kailangan natin dito sa grid natin. Kung sa mga bahay-bahay natin, enough na yung solar battery sa bahay natin, no? Pwede na yon. Kasi ang charge lang naman natin ay computer na inverter-based na yan. No? Kaya meron yan, may charger tayo eh. No? Yung ref natin, inverter-based na rin. Pinopromote na rin ng regulatory na mag-inverter-based tayo. DC na yan nagpapatakbo yan. No? Yung TV natin, DC na yung nagpapatakbo niyan. Kaya nga mayroong tinatawag natin doon sa likod niya, transformer, kung tutusin hindi siya, or power source, kung tutusin hindi lang siya simpleng power source. Conversion na siya from DC to AC. No? So, si STATCOM, ganun din. So, si STATCOM is a conversion ng from DC to AC. So, nililinis ni STATCOM yung madumi or yung problem or yung issue ng system into DC and then convert into a clean AC voltage, frequency, or even current, no? Depending on the solution that you will be putting on the STATCOM. So I have here the references, tatlo lang para hindi masyadong malalim. No? So yung IEEE Standard 1031-2011, yung SIGRE 144, yung textbook. Textbook from power system ni Shahanya. No? So ito yung ating STATCOM. And what we will be discussing is simple lang. Pero madalas nakakalimutan when we're going to learn. The 4W and 1H. No? What, why, where, when, and how. Simple lang. Pero itong 4W and 1H, parating nakakalimutan. No? Kahit sa project. No? So when we're learning, we just do or address this 4W and 1H. Marami pa yan. No? Pero we just go on to the basic. So I would like to share this. Paano ba ang itsura or consideration ng small to large scale STATCOM? No? So it's not just the voltage level or it's not just the capacity. It's combination of both. No? And it is on an X and Y graph as showed here. So based on my experience, nandito ako sa medium and sa large scale STATCOM. So now we learn what is STATCOM. So as mentioned, it is static synchronous compensator. So don't be confused na synchronous. Ibig sabihin nun balance lang siya. No? So hindi. Ang ina-address ng STATCOM ay pati unbalance. No? So ito yung advantage ng STATCOM over conventional batteries. No? So I am now taking the word conventional batteries. Long before, battery ay load following lang and balance lang siya. Pero ngayon, with the grid forming na sobrang bata pa niyan, no? Wala pang 5 years in the industry si grid forming. No? Dito sa Pilipinas, it was just introduced last year, yung grid forming. No? But FYI, susundutan ko lang yung speaker kanina, si Tera, yung BESS niya ay naka-grid forming na. No? But ano yung difference ng grid forming sa load following? Control logic lang, basically. Other than that, kailangan na ng DC source na special. So yung mga grid forming natin, nabanggit kanina, is kailangan ng DC source. BESS can be the DC source, pero hindi special na yung nabanggit kanina. No? So hindi yung LPL ang gagamitin, yung manganese na ang gagamitin. Ang DC source na pwede rin gamitin ay yung capacitor, supercapacitors. No? So when you say supercapacitors, chemical in nature na siya. So basically, all chemical in nature na siya. So the other term for STATCOM is now SVG. No? SVG, static bar generator. Actually, ito ay term more na ginagamit ng mga Chinese. No? So when you talk to Chinese manufacturer, they will tell you SVGs. When you talk to Americans, no, it's static condenser. No? Or even advanced static bar compensator. No? But all the same. No? Wala pa ako nakikita na STATCOM na different technology than IGBT. Ang meron lang sa kanila is yung paggawa. No? Kung ilang, yung control module niya. No? So it's either modular siya, container type, or nasa room. No? So si STATCOM ay Q ang ina-address. Si BESS ay power, no? Kilowatt ang ina-address. Si energy storage na may mga rotating machines, lahat. No? So it's just simple S, P, and Q na no, baka nakalimutan natin siya. No? So si STATCOM ang ina-address ay Q. Kaya pagka sinabi nating STATCOM na magiging grid forming, it needs a DC source. No? And yung DC source na can be on the supercapacitors na sinasabi. So meron tayong mga kino-conceptualize ngayon na STATCOM with DC source. Kaya si STATCOM ay madalas na-associate sa mga renewable energies kasi nandun na agad yung DC source. So ang DC source niya ay si PV or even si wind. No? So it really depends on the connection, but DC source per se ang pinag-aanuhan ng grid forming. No? So majority ng mga projects natin dito sa Pilipinas ngayon na involving STATCOM ay puro load following pa siya. Ano? But then again, kung titignan natin yung ating Philippine Grid Code, it complies. No? So sa Philippine Grid Code natin, needs improvement on or adjustment. Actually, hindi lang si Philippines. No? The whole world need to adjust sa grid forming. Si China pa lang ang merong grid forming. To tell you the truth, si China pa lang. And a perfect example is si Iberian. No? So nakafocus siya sa pagtanggal ng mga conventional power plants. So nung sinutdown na yung conventional power plants niya, wala nag-support, wala nagbigay ng inertia, wala nagbigay ng Q sa system nila, kaya biglang bumagsak lahat. No? So yung Q natin, makukuha natin yan sa mga power electronics na meron tayo. So alam natin yan sa computer natin. Just imagine the whole Philippines just a computer. No? So laman yan, may capacitors, laman yan, may inductors, no? May mga lahat ng matatandaan yung devices na maliliit, no? Yung mga 8 pins, 3 pins, yan. Kailangan natin yan. No? So don't be surprised if in the future, hindi na lang tayo IGBT, hindi na lang tayo thyristor, no, na papasok. We will be a completely large computer considering na may data centers na rin tayong tinitignan. And then again, si Philippines hindi pa na-address yung need ng mga data centers or even large power semiconducting manufacturers. Hindi pa na-address ni Philippines yung power quality na kailangan nila and even the reliability na kailangan nila. No? It's not because of the technology alone. No? It's, let's say, in a holistic view, it's not just the energy family that should be doing and contributing to the effort providing a quality lifestyle to the Filipinos. No? So, hindi lang si electrical engineering ang kailangan nating itap dyan. Dapat kasama rin din dyan si LGU, kasama din dyan yung lot owner. No? Kailangan din dyan si barangay unit, kailangan din dyan si environmental, kailangan din dyan yung ating mga each and every Filipino families understanding left and right the needs and the requirements of our lifestyle. Reminder, the government is just providing regulation and then even the companies serving us is just driving to our demand. Ibig sabihin natin nun, sinasabayan lang tayo nila. No? So kaya pataas tayo ng pataas yung kuryente natin bukod sa corruption kasi pataas tayo ng pataas ng demand. Not only on the electricity demand. No? Pati yung comfort natin tumataas. So that's why si STATCOM nagpo-provide siya ng flexibility to address the comfort of every Filipino in terms of power needs. No? So, again, ito yung sinasabi natin na kanina na peak na S, P, and Q. No? So, now, the STATCOM is a voltage source converter technology. So, hindi siya, well, siguro first time nyo narinig yung voltage source converter dahil ginagamit siya sa mga inverters na DC to AC. No? So, dalawa yan klase. No? So, sa HVDC, meron tayong line commutated converters na thyristor base. Meron din tayo ngayon yung voltage source converter na IGBT base. Dalawa siya, meron din yung current source, no? CSC, current source converter, pero mas mahal yun. And madalas ginagamit siya sa low voltage. So sa high voltage, we use voltage source converter wherein it address the inductive and capacitive. So that's why yung reactive compensating ina-address niya ay through the voltage reference and even frequency reference. So later, dun sa formulas, makikita natin kung paano siya mag-operate or paano yung control logic niya. But in terms of visualization, ito yung schematic diagram ng voltage source converter. No, so this is the source ng three-phase and then pupunta siya sa DC, no? So chopping, square wave ang kalalabasan niya. And si IGBT siya na nagfa-fine tune, no? So paano ba ang itsura niyan, no? So meron siyang dalawa na sinasabi is yung capacitive and inductive. So we have leading and lagging. So ito yung sinasabi kong chopping waveforms niya, no? So hindi ko na i-detail pa. I would like just to remind everyone kung ano ang itsura ng mga chopping. Baka nakalimutan na natin. Baka puro AC na lang ang naiisip natin. Wala nang chopping, no? So now, different perspective. Paano ba siya nakakonekta sa grid? No? So ito yung dalawang type na STATCOM. So we have the inductor type, no, na thyristor controlled, and then we have the capacitor, no, and we have the 6-pole static wire compensator. So all of this ay flexible AC. No? So ang meron tayo sa Pilipinas ay ito at saka ito ngayon. And how do we see that in the grid ay meron pa rin siyang transformer. So itong transformer natin ay two-winding lang din siya. No? And I'll be using ito, medyo maliit lang. No? I'll be using this slide from ABB wherein explains why to use STATCOM. So I'm not promoting anything, but ito na yung pinaka-kompleto na nakita ko in terms of sa STATCOM. So I would like to zoom it in para malaman natin kung ano yung features ni STATCOM. So yung feature ni STATCOM, ito ang kailangang isa-isahin para maintindihan natin si benefit ng STATCOM. So it can provide steady state voltage control. It can provide network stability, preventing yung voltage collapse ng grid. It can provide temporary overvoltage mitigation. Remember, temporary. Hindi siya temporary undervoltage mitigation, detecting and damping ng active power oscillation, block start contribution as mentioned earlier, overvoltage ride-through, undervoltage ride-through, power factor correction. But look at this once I zoom it in. So, hindi lahat ng mga solutions kaya ng isang. No? Except yung hybrid synchronous condenser. Pero itong si hybrid condenser is a combination of two technology. No? Si STATCOM and meron pa siyang synchronous condenser. No? And I will not be surprised if it will be grid forming. There will be another either BESS or supercapacitors. No? So there is no one fit all solution sa grid, even sa buhay natin. No? So let's make things possible one at a time, and let's make the grid robust by doing or installing not only the not only the generator, but as well as the flexible AC transmission solutions. No? So madami yan. No? And now, how does or what does the STATCOM looks like in terms of power quality? No? So nabanggit ko na yung mga features niya. Now, I would like to show you kung paano yung ina-address niya na waveforms para may visualization tayo. So I come across in LinkedIn itong mga waveforms na ito. No? So ito yung different power quality issues under voltage, as in harmonics. No? So harmonics, it depends on the harmonic sources. No? So baka nakakalimutan natin ano yung mga harmonic sources na yan. Transformer is one, capacitor is one. Inverters are third, no? Ang ating mga cellphone ay harmonic source, no? Inductors are source, mga smelting plants ay source ng harmonics. Yung mga ilaw natin na may mga balas ay source ng harmonics, no? Flickers ay depende, but mostly flickers come from fault. Depende kung nasaan kayo. Kung sa probinsya, hindi flicker yan. Over-under voltage yan, lalong-lalo na pagkagabi. Swells, ito ay kung malapit ka sa generation. Meron kang sags, meron kang transients, meron kang unbalance, meron kang interruption, meron kang frequency deviations. No? So, in terms of area of responsibilities, ito, I would like to visualize sa inyo kung ano ang mga ina-address ng STATCOM and SVC. So kung makikita nyo, mas malaki yung in terms of capacitive and inductive capability ng STATCOM compared sa SVC. Mas mabilis ang response time ng STATCOM kesa sa SVC. And imagine, paano pa kung magkakaroon ng grid forming, mas mabilis na siya. Ang STATCOM natin ngayon ay meron na kaming record na up to 120 milliseconds nakapag-support siya ng queue, no? Nakapag-sustain siya ng grid. So, what more kung mas mabilis siya kung ito ay magiging grid forming. So, now, ano ang space para kay STATCOM? Maliit lang. No? So, imagine this is an example of, not imagine, this is an example of substation. No? This is in Zamboanga. Dito sa left ninyo ay sa Zamboanga, yung nasa right ninyo ay yung SBC, Nagamin. No, both are 138 with 69 kV system. No? So kung ipagtatabihin nyo si STATCOM at saka si SVC, di hamak na mas maliit si SVC ng kalahati. No? Kaya ako siya pinagtabi is to showcase yung pagiging compact niya. At hindi pa ito container van, yung STATCOM natin yan. No? So meron pang mas maliit na area na container van. No? So apple to apple yung MVAR capacity ng SBC at saka ng STATCOM. No? Ang wala sa STATCOM natin ay yung AC filters. No? So yung filtering natin ay nandoon na sa IGBT dito as compared sa SVC na sa labas pa ng thyristor valve. No? So now, I keep telling saan ba yung mga installation natin sa STATCOM. No? Kanina nabanggit yung CNP power problem sa Iloilo. Ngayon, 2 months ago na energized na yung 40 MVAR na STATCOM natin. No? Ngayong Pasko, kung meron man taga Iloilo dito, kung mawawalan kayo ng kuryente, hindi na siguro yung ancillary service ang problema doon. Generation na talaga. Or, no, doon na sa, hindi ko na sasabihin. Pero localized na siya. No, kasi meron na-energize na siya. So, na-energize na yung 200 MVAR sa Zamboanga natin a year ago. Meron tayong 5 MVAR sa Subic. Kaya lang itong 5 MVAR sa Subic is sa client to. No? So, hindi to grid. So, I just showcase it kasi mangilan-ngilan lang talaga. So, imagine, we have Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Mangilan-ngilan lang yung STATCOMs natin. No? And na-mention na nga ang dami-daming mga need in terms of flexible AC transmission solutions. No? But then again, it's a call now, not only the need for the grid, no? But also yung mga DUs natin should also check if they need to have this kind of solutions. Lalong-lalo na yung mga nasa load end, malalayo sa generations. Kasi kung mapapansin niyo si Zamboanga malayo sa malayo sa generation. Although merong WMPC dyan, no? Pero luma na, 40 years na siya. Run to failure siya, kaya yung reliability niya malayo. Yung meron tayo sa Calbayog, walang generation dyan. Nandito na sa Leyte yung generation yan. No? Dito sa may Santa Barbara, Iloilo, may generation dyan. No? Conventional coal plant, meron dyan. No? But in terms of demand, hindi kaya ng generation na nandoon. Kaya kailangan pa niyan mag-import coming from Negros. Actually, si Negros, mag-i-import lang din yan kay Cebu. No? So, hindi, well, not round the clock kaya ng Negros Renewable yung kailangan power needs ng, Silawag, no? Ito kaya pinulahan ko dahil ito yung magiging kauna-unahan nating grid forming na STATCOM dito sa Pilipinas. Magtataka kayo, sir, bakit kailangan ng grid forming dyan? May Banggi wind dyan, no? So, yan yung ating pinaka ina-address, hindi lang sa generation side, no? May mga problems and power quality issues rin tayong mga tinitingnan. So, let's jump into dun sa Iberian, no? Just to update you. Yung green, hindi siya renewable. No? So, sinabi nila cut off. Kinut off nila. Pero meron silang renewables lang. Wind, hydro, solar. Yun lang yung pinapaandar nila. No? Anong nawala sa kanila? Yung inertia. Drop. And hindi natin alam kung substantial yung STATCOM na meron. But with this view, we have here, I will just read it aloud, no? 24 megawatt down to 10 megawatt. More or less, ganyan ang kailangan nating capacity na STATCOM kung dito tayo magbabase. Ang laki nun. And imagine, Spain lang to. Maliit pang Spain kaysa sa Pilipinas. No? But nonetheless, very quick, let me just run through on how does STATCOM actuates. No? So, ito yung concrete example coming from one of our project, no? Na compliant sa ating Philippine Grid Code. And ito yung itsura niya in terms of settings as per Philippine Grid Code. No? You can take a picture of it para mayroon na kayong easy reference. And ito yung control settings niya kung saan yung mga work points na meron tayo in terms of MVAR and in terms of current and even in the per unit values. So lahat yan kinakalculate. No? So now with all of these values, let me just jump in doon sa ating calculation since nadidiscuss ko naman yung mga iba. No? Ito yung mode of operation just in details on how it operates. Ito ay 24 poles lang na pinapakita. The higher the poles is, the better the cleaning or the reliability that it can provide. But the higher the poles is, the higher the price to pay. Pero meron kang reliable Q source. So, ito yung itsura ng basic block diagram ng ating control logic. So, we have the gain terminal block for the voltage regulation. We have the passive output filter in terms of schematics and the block diagram and the gain formula. So, hindi tayo magsasample pero just providing sample calculation but providing you reference in order for you to completely understand the differences of STATCOM control logic. So it's power electronics, it's not just simple P and Q. So meron na siyang control logic and block diagrams na tinitingnan. And we have the proportional and integrated node doon sa kanyang control logics. No? So these are for reference, showing that the current and the inductor and the capacitor is a driving force together with the proportional integration function of the controls together with the pulsating with modulation brought by the STATCOM. No? So iba-iba siya. So meron siyang passive, meron siyang active, among other connections. No? So ito yung pinaka general schematic flow on how it works, no, for easy reference ng lahat. So I will not be dealing on a calculation dahil baka mas lalo kayo makatulog pag nag-calculate tayo. So with that, I'll be ending my presentation. And thank you for listening and have a good day.
Sir, maraming salamat, Engineer Tristan Sabala. So one of the key takeaways that I learned from Engineer Tristan's session this morning is the advantages or the benefits of STATCOM in grid stability. And I've heard grid forming capability will boost more in the grid stability, of course. That's why one of the good topics nowadays is grid forming. So I hope in my fellow engineers in the renewable industry, you get to know more about grid forming as well. So I will not dwell on that, but I'll leave you something to that. Now, let's go to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Tristan Daniel Sabala. May we call on Engineer Conrad Binondo, the Chairman of Standards Committee, and Engineer Cleofe Kaidik to award the Certificate of Appreciation. Palakpakan naman tayo. Okay, let me read the citation. So, this Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Engineer Tristan Daniel Sabala for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic comprehensive optimization of synchronous static compensator or STATCOM during the powering the energy transition to a net zero future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, Chairman of Standards Committee, Engineer Jedper De Castro, our National Secretary, Engineer Cleofe Kaidik, the National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and last but not the least, Engineer Alberto Herrera, our National President. Let's give him a warm of applause. And indeed, sir, hindi siya nakakaantok. It actually, nagising ako sa topic na yun, actually. Nabitin, actually, sir. More topics like that, hopefully, in the future. Okay, so before we proceed to our next topic, let's watch some video. A video from one of our sponsors today, Brill's Marketing Corporation. Gusto niyo bang ako na magsalita? Okay, to give some overview of our sponsor, Brill's Marketing Corporation, I would like to personally discuss some of these slides. Can we go back first? Oo, mabilisang slide lang, pero may ingay, syempre. Brills Marketing Corporation is one of the gold partners of Huawei Digital Power Philippines, focusing on the solar. So about Brills Marketing, it is a trusted name in retail distribution with over 25 years of experience. And of course, I mentioned they are one of our partners, Huawei partners. Next slide. Ay, umandar siya. Okay. So here are the product categories of Brills Marketing that they offer: HVAC, solar PV solutions, and home appliances. So why choose Brills? So according to them, since 2017, Brills has been committed to driving innovation and sustainability. And of course, choosing a dependable and experienced company is critical in ensuring the success of your projects, the efficiency of your projects as well, and long-term performance of your solar PV investment. So partnering with the right provider guarantees quality, installation, technical expertise, and ongoing support. Of course, Brills is your trusted partner for growth and reliability with 25 years of experience, 300 plus employees, and of course, they have big space for warehouse. They have already supplied 120 megawatt capacity of solar and almost 10,000 plus units of inverters already sold with 350 plus EPC served. So what are the advantages of Brills Marketing Corporation? They are partnering with the biggest names in the industry, not only in solar, but also in different industries. Established infrastructure, proven company stability, financially sound and trusted, and the commitment to growth and partnership. Okay, so this is what I've been talking earlier. So Brills Marketing Corporation is Huawei's gold partner in commercial, industrial, and residential solar solutions. So let me give you an overview of Huawei Fusion Solar in the Philippines. Huawei is the best partner for long-term reliability and efficiency. So it is designed for Philippine climate and energy cycles. So to know more about Huawei solution, Huawei would like to just message Huawei, one of our business development managers and account managers, to provide you a presentation for an end-to-end solution, both in residential, CNI, and utility scale solution. But of course, this is the overview of the partner of Brills. Huawei localization, of course, is the prime focus of Huawei Philippines. So since 2002, Huawei is established here with 9 offices covering 5 regions and already 22,000 local jobs created. So on the right side, on the right side, you can see already the accumulated installation of Huawei in the Philippines, almost 5.7 gigawatt of solar and 5.5 gigawatt hours of BESS, with milestone projects in Tarlac, in Nueva Ecija, and also in Calatrava and in the Mindanao. Of course, one of the focuses of Huawei Digital Philippines is the localized organization, wherein they focus, or we focus, in the after-sales solution. One of that is we built local warehouses to cater the after-sales support of different customers. So one of the main warehouses is in Laguna, and the rest have different regional spare warehouses across the Philippines, closer to your project sites. Now here are the line of balik lang natin. Here are the line of end-to-end solution of Huawei digital power. We have end-to-end solution for the utility, commercial and industrial and residential. So in the utility, we have here our biggest capacity of inverter, the 330 KTL, up to the STS, PCS, BESS. We have the biggest right now, the 4.5 megawatt hour BESS. We have also PVMS, the SACU, and of course, the management system. Down to the commercial and industrial, this is what Brill's Marketing is offering as a partner of Huawei, from the commercial and industrial end-to-end solution up to residential. Of course, the different capacities of inverters, and the biggest in the CNI solution, the 150K or the 150 kilowatt inverters, both optimizer ready. We have also the 215 kilowatt hour BESS or ESS for CNI, and of course, optimizer, smart logger, and the management system. Down to the residential, we have different categories or different inverters, both in single phase and three phase. We have optimizer compatible to these inverters, and ESS, and of course, the different parts that needed for an end-to-end solution for residential solar. Okay, lastly, so for you to partner or for you to have a successful installation, both on your homes and also on your businesses, it is really important to partner with the best company in the industry, not only with the best distributor, but also with the best company providing, or the supplier providing the best equipment for your solar installation. That is Brill's Marketing and Huawei Fusion. Maraming salamat. That was so impromptu. Salamat. Ayan. We now go to our next speaker. So our next speaker for this morning . Okay, our next speaker is the professional electrical engineer with 21 years in Meralco, currently serving as officer under the Distribution Services Asset Management Standards team. He develops standards for Meralco's overhead, underground, and substation facilities and leads research and implementation of new distribution technologies. He has represented Meralco in international technical groups, including Hapwa DER, Smart Grid Training in Nanjing, and the iShop Standards Working Group, and has presented at IERE. He also contributes to the DOE Smart Grid Policy Standards Group, serves as a technical facilitator in industry events, and has been a panel judge for IIEE and Meralco technical competitions. His notable project work includes curved steel poles, remote-controlled switching equipment, and advanced underground distribution system. Let us all welcome Engineer Raul Balugal, Officer, Distribution Asset Management Distribution Services Asset Management Standards, or SAM. Sorry. Meralco, to the present topic, the role of standards in powering the energy transition to a net zero future. Palakpakan po tayo kay Sir.
Thank you. Yan, good afternoon po. Good afternoon everyone. Okay pa po ba tayo? Ayan, medyo okay pa. Kanina pinakikinggan ko yung mga topics, medyo sobrang technical na yung ibang mga topics. Pero sabi ni Sir Tristan, medyo mababaw paro yun. Ano? Pero anyway, marami tayong natutunan dito sa mga topics na to. Ano? Yung topic naman na i-discuss po natin ngayon is about net zero. Okay? So kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan yung net zero. And hopefully, no, makita natin isang tinginan kung ano ba itong net zero na to. And of course, ano ba yung role ng standard in powering dun sa transition ng net zero. Okay? Medyo high level din tong presentation para at least isa tayo ng tinitignan. Ano? So basically, 4 lang yung items na i-discuss ko dito about net zero or the role of standard in empowering or powering the energy industry sa transition sa net zero. Kasi pinag-uusapan natin kanina pa no, about sustainability, renewable. So ito yung mga main character dito sa net zero. So, I have been working in the company for 21 years. 21 years na ako. Actually, standard na from the start yung hinahawakan ko. No? And for so many years, we have developed applications ng mga local saka international standards sa company para mag-align dun sa characteristic ng circuits. So, dun lang naman nagdi-differ. Ano? We are using the same standards locally and internationally, but nag-iiba lang dun sa characteristic ng mga circuit, particularly ang focus natin dito yung electric distribution utility. Okay? So on the latter portion of my discussion covers strategy on the application of standard dito sa net zero. Pero yung applications na to or strategy can be used as well in different power energy industries. So for 21 years, ano, as mentioned, maraming mga changes sa standards. Some of the changes dun sa standards are the changes on the market, yung regulatory or statutory rules. So nag-change yung standards, especially dun sa applications niya. No? And of course, medyo matunog ngayon, ano, yung isa sa mga changes ng standard, kaya nagta-transition tayo from our regular standard with this sustainability is yung impact ng GHG or yung greenhouse gases. Ano ba yung mga greenhouse gases? Ito yung main character dito sa net zero emissions. Ano? Yung greenhouse gases, ito yung mga gases na merong impact, malaking impact dun sa atmosphere natin. So sila yung nagtatrap ng solar energy particular, kaya nagkukos ng global warming, yung pag-init ng atmosphere natin. So majority dito sa mga, or itong mga greenhouse gases na to, malaki ang impact ho ng energy industry. Okay? Particular sa atin, ano, sa mga electrical practitioners, dahil ilan sa mga ito ay ginagamit ho natin. Right? Majority dito is through combustion, through production ng mga elements or materials like yung coal, yung oil, yung natural gas. Kapag pinaprocess ho natin yan, may mga ini-emit na gases ho yan. So ang tawag dyan ay greenhouse gases. Okay? Some of these greenhouse gases are carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, saka yung fluorinated gases. Okay? Yung fluorinated gases, majority ho dito ay ginagamit ng mga energy industries, ano, particular sa electric utility like us, distribution utility. Makikita to dun sa mga equipment ho, insulating equipment, na nakakatulong naman ano, sa efficiency ng equipment. Pero likewise, merong impact sa atmosphere to. Isa dito is yung SF6. Okay? So as mentioned as well, yung greenhouse gases dun sa power sector natin, from the generation, transmission, and of course, hanggang distribution, lahat ito ay nag-e-emit ng mga greenhouse gases. So meron tayong pakialam at meron tayong dapat tignan palagi dito sa pag-emit ng greenhouse gases. So different means, ano, from combustion, burning of fossil fuel, SF6 as part ng insulation. Even yung mga line losses natin, ano, nagko-contribute as well. Yung vehicle natin, okay, yung burning ng mga engines natin, nagko-contribute din sa greenhouse gases natin. And for the distribution, as mentioned, yung mga SF6 natin, equipment na gumagamit ng SF6. So, iyan yung mga items na dapat nating tignan dun sa energy sector ho natin. So siguro konting background lang about local and international direction ho natin na-mention sakto ho tamang-tama kasi itong year na to, particular ngayong November 21 hanggang November 24, ngayon dinadaos yung COP na tinatawag, Conference of the Parties. Ano ba tong Conference of the Parties? Way back 2015 ho, meron tayong tinatawag na Paris Agreement. Okay? Itong Paris Agreement, agreement ng mga countries ho ito through the United Nations. Okay? Sinay nila ito at na-implement ng 2016. Ang sinasabi ho dito sa agreement na to, strengthening is strengthening yung issues po para ma-protect yung environment, especially yung atmosphere ho natin, ay na-formulate itong net zero emissions. Okay? So pinag-uusapan natin yung greenhouse gases kanina, since itong mga greenhouse gases na to ini-emit siya sa atmosphere natin. Ang sinasabi ho ng net zero emissions na yung mga greenhouses na ini-emit natin should be balanced by the amount removed from the atmosphere, making it zero. So ibig sabihin, yung in-emit mo na greenhouse gases, kailangang i-remove mo rin sa atmosphere, making it zero, kaya net zero emissions. So at least isa yung tinitignan natin about net zero. Okay? Itong Paris Agreement na to, medyo yung goal niya, these coming mga years, particular around 2050, yung targets nila. Okay? And maganda kanina, pinag-uusapan particularly si Engineer Molina and si DOE and BSP discussing about sustainability. Basically, it focuses as well on the target ng Paris Agreement. And I understand Philippines is part of the Paris Agreement. Okay? So ngayon yung last day ng conference of the parties, annual meeting to dito sa Paris Agreement. And I guess yung last plenary nila kasabay ng IAEE is ngayong araw. Okay? So sakto rin. So that's for the international reference natin dun sa net zero natin. Right? So for the global standards, given na merong Paris Agreement on net zero emissions, meron tayong alignment din, even yung mga ISO, International Organization Standard, IEC, IEEE, ito yung mga reference international standard natin na nag-align dito sa net zero emission natin. Right? So pinakita lang natin malaki ang role ng standard, especially on the application ng net zero emissions. Locally, as mentioned ho kanina, na-discuss ng BPS natin, Bureau of Philippine Standard, yung mga items about sustainability, renewable, na nagfo-focus din dito sa target na net zero emissions. ERC rules, kanina, na-mention din about sustainability, renewable. So lahat, pag narinig natin yung word na sustainability, renewable, nagfo-focus din yan, tumutulong din yan dito sa target na net zero emissions. DOE, of course, yung mga policies and framework, yung roadmap ng DOE, particular yung 4 pillars, 3 or 4 pillars ng DOE, decentralization, decarbonization, digitalization, and decreased use. Itong 4 na pillars, actually yung most of the utility ngayon, electric utility like Meralco is using also these pillars. Malaking tulong ho ito para mas strengthen natin yung net zero emission dun sa target niya ngayong 2015. So basically, internationally, local, these are the standards and directions ho natin regarding net zero emissions. Okay? So, as mentioned ho kanina, nagtutulong-tulong yung BSP, DOE, ERC with the different organization, utilities. For example, last 10 years ago or 11 years ago, nagkaroon ng different committees ng DOE regarding smart grid, which every electric utility were involved. Kaya nagkaroon ng framework dun sa smart grid. Smart grid also is a strategy as well na pwedeng gamitin or ginagamit, especially ng mga distribution utility para dun sa net zero emission. Because with the smart grid, malilesen na yung mga activities natin, yung mga losses, malilesen na nakakatulong para mabawasan din yung GHG natin. Right? Okay. So with this collaborations ng different standards, yung PEC, technically ginagamit natin, PEC 1 and 2, ANC, IEEE, IEC, ito yung mga international and local standards na ginagamit natin. Yung technical parameters, hindi naman nagbabago. Yung strategies and content, for example, yung mga insulations, nako-convert na to into a sustainability materials. Bureau of Philippine Standards as well. So, itong mga standards na to drives, actually yung impact, kung tatanungin natin ano ba yung role ng standards sa energy transition into net zero, driver, catalyst yung standard. Sila yung nagpapatakbo kasi kung walang standard, wala tayong susundan talaga. Okay? So ultimately, standard is the catalyst. Okay? Siya ang nagda-drive dun sa transition to net zero. Okay? So paano natin gagawin yan? Isa sa mga strategies na ginagawa ngayon ng, for example, ng Meralco is to integrate these standards into a sustainability strategies or in sustainability strategies. So, ito yung, we have started integrating yung standards namin dun sa sustainability strategies ng company. So, yun yung isa sa mga ginagawa namin to strengthen, para makatulong dito sa net zero emissions. Okay? So, paano ba ginagawa yan? As mentioned, this strategy is part of our activity na I think we can use, everybody can use this strategy as benchmark as well. Best practices we can use. So number one, ang ginagawa namin is mapping yung mga standard na na-mention into business function. So different business functions that we have. For example, si Meralco, yung distribution ng electricity from substation to distribution portion. Ito yung mga portion ng network, simple portion of network ng isang distribution electricity. Metering and logistic portion. So itong portions na to, mahalaga na ma-map natin yung mga portions na to, ma-map dito yung standards and apply it. Okay? Special mention dito sa renewable energy strategy as well ng company. So sa amin, ang tawag namin dito, Meralco Greening the Network. So gusto naming i-green talaga yung network as part of helping yung goal natin dun sa net zero emission dito sa Pilipinas. So may mga equipment, for example sa substation, yung power transformer natin, gas circuit breaker, yung mga switchgear natin, may mga insulation equipment to or component like yung SF6. Okay, yung SF6 medyo sobrang ganda niya kasi in terms ng function and efficiency, pero in recent year, nakita natin malaki ang impact, okay, sa greenhouse gases. So, kaya magta-transition talaga tayo. Hanap tayo ng insulation element na sustainable. And, kumbaga, environmental free yung hahanapin natin. Distribution as well, there are different parts or equipment in distribution equipment na ginagamit ho ng isang electric utility na malaki rin yung impact kasi yung mga insulation equipment na ginagamit ito more on non-sustainable. Meters as well, and yung logistical portion ng isang company. Even yung mga vehicles na ginagamit natin, nag-emit ng GHG yan. And of course, yung strengthening ng renewable energy as part of helping dito sa net zero emission ho natin. Okay? So after mapping, ano na gagawin ho natin? Identify natin ano ba yung mga sources ng GHG natin. Okay? For example, in Meralco, we identified several sources. Dalawa yung category na na-identify namin. yung GHG producing compound and yung waste creating compounds. Right? So from the GHG, na-identify ho namin na yung mga SF6 dun sa mga equipment ho. And well, kanina as mentioned, yung mga logistical equipment natin, fuel, yan is part of GHG as well. For waste creating compound, we have yung mineral oil. Medyo merong impact din yan sa environment ho natin. May mga equipment din ho tayo using mineral oil as insulation. Lead and sulfuric acid, these are non-sustainable item. Okay? Yung mga wood pole, kung may mga natitira pa sa atin, especially dun sa mga distribution utility, even yung mga nag-use ng wood pole, yung creosote na pang-cover, pang-protect sa wood pole para tumagal siya, is also a non-sustainable element. So medyo harmful din ito. Well, of course, yung mga plastic natin, particularly yung mga single-use plastic, is also a non-sustainable items. Okay? And then after identifying, so nakita na natin, ito yung mga items na merong GHG impact. Okay? Ang next na is to implement and monitor. Okay? So naghanap kami well, of course, with the help of different suppliers as well, partners ho natin yan, naghanap kami ng mga alternatives. For example, sa SF6, alam naman natin, na matindi yung impact ng SF6, especially dun sa global warming. Ang sinasabi ho dito, yung 25,200 kilogram ng carbon dioxide, equal yan sa 1 kilogram ng SF6. And yung SF6 ho, tumatagal sa atmosphere ng 3,200 years. Baka wala na tayo dito. May SF6 pa rin. Okay? So, matindi ang impact dito sa ating atmosphere. So, anong gagawin natin ngayon? With this, nakita natin with this impact, to mention as well, kung matindi pala yung impact, bakit naman inalaw ng standards yan? Okay? So, way back, hindi pa ganun katindi tong issue ng sustainability and renewable or yung net zero emissions. Way back, yung IEEE, merong guide naman talaga dun sa pag-handle ng SF6. Okay? So sinasabi nila dun sa IEEE na yung allowable leakage is 0.5%. Okay? During normal operation. So merong limit naman pala. Okay? Pero, as mentioned, with the new net zero, ang gusto natin, zero na yung SF6. Yun naman yung total Yun yung gusto nating mangyari. Alright? So, with the non-SF6 alternatives, may mga nakita kaming mga insulations or alternatives, yung mga natural gas. Okay? Artificial fluorinated gas mixed with CO2 and O2. So, ito yung mga nakita namin and we started installing itong mga equipment na to as part ng transition dun sa facility namin. Okay? For the distribution side ng equipment, yung mga RCLR, kung familiar tayo dun sa mga line recloser, remotely controlled line reclosers, yung mga switch gears ho natin for the underground facilities. We are now starting to use solid dielectric or yung ester oil insulation para dito sa mga equipment na to, which are all sustainable. Okay? So, ito yung mga some of the transitions that we are doing in our company to strengthen yung net zero emission. Right? And then, as mentioned din ho kanina, although sobrang limited na lang yung presence ng mga wood pole, particular on our side, totally, nireplace na namin yung mga wood pole namin from wood to steel and concrete. Kasi dahil dun sa impact ng creosote dun sa wood poles. Right? And then, well, in terms ng logistical side naman, we also started the project Green Mobility. So, transitioning na to, from dun sa GHG na fuel sources dun sa mga vehicle natin, nagta-transition na rin into electric vehicles. Okay? Maganda, or yung role ng standards, especially yung mga standard references natin from our local and international standard, help a lot dito sa transition portion ng logistical portion ng isang company like Meralco. So nagta-transition na kami. As I understand, ang target in the next 2030, around 25% ng vehicle dapat electric vehicles na. Okay? And then, well, of course, yung pag-strengthen ng renewable energy, we have so many different project, including yung pag-connect ng mga customer sa Meralco or sa electric utility like Meralco, like yung mga net metering, as mentioned also kanina, yung net metering rules and guidelines, ginagamit po natin yan. Yung microgrid facilities, we have also several microgrid facilities, part nung strengthening ng renewable energy. Yung BESS, we have also have dun sa isa sa mga facilities namin, we started yung battery energy storage system, yung BESS. So lahat ito, these strategies are part of strengthening para ma-hit din natin, dito sa Philippines, nagtutulong tayo para ma-hit natin yung 2015. Medyo aspiration yung target na yun, 2015, parang makakaya ba yun? Pero, well, unti-unti, we are doing our part, especially in the electric industry portion, para ma-hit natin or makatulong tayo dito sa net zero emission. And some of the strategies as well, as mentioned kanina, yung mineral oil is part ng non-sustainable items din. Yung mga transformer sa isang electric utility, like Meralco, sa amin, we started to use, actually yung mga transformer namin ngayon, ester oil na lahat. Okay? Sa mga power transformer namin, we started also using ester oil. And sa different AVR as well, yung automatic voltage regulator, we started using ester oil. These are all natural na hindi harmful, replacing yung mga SF6 na gases natin. Right? And well, of course, with the use of this natural strategies, may impact din, maganda rin yung impact. For example, yung extension ng life ng asset, okay? Yung behavior, yung efficiency ng asset, gumaganda rin. Merong big impact. Well, of course, a little adjustment on the cost, pero technically and economically, in the long term, makikita mo, maganda pa rin. Economically, maganda pa rin yung impact nito sa application, for example, dito sa electric utility. Right? So, isa sa mga strategies as well na na-mention kanina, na-mention ng DOE, yung smart grid. So, yung policy na to, we started, Meralco started parang 10 years ago na rin or more than, itong distribution automation. Okay? Gusto natin kasi yung lahat ng equipment dito, may tinatawag silang self-healing. So, yung maintenance ng mga equipment, yung maintenance niya, remotely controlled, yung equipment na mismo ang gumagawa para dun sa healing, pag may mga, kung familiar kayo sa freezer, siya mismo ang nag-heal para sa sarili niya. So wala nang mobilization dito kasi lahat automatic na. Remotely operated na. So this is one of the strategies for the net zero emission as well, yung distribution automation or yung smart grid. And we are using, of course, yung policy ng DOE on smart grid policy. Okay? So lahat ito, lahat ito mga strategies na ginagawa natin, all working on because of the standards that we are using. Okay? So for the smart grid automation, okay? So ito lang ilan sa mga example, yung as mentioned, yung mga remote control line switches, remote controlled reclosers ho natin. Even yung underground facilities, nag-expand na, taking note yung underground facilities natin ngayon. So, over the years, Meralco has these underground facilities dun sa mga areas, sa mga industrial areas, dun sa mga private companies. Medyo costly lang ho ito, pero ngayon, we started collaborating with the LGU. May mga LGU na ngayon na mag-underground facilities. So eventually mag-expand ito. Well, dapat prepare din tayo. Remotely controlled, part ng energy or net zero emission natin, yung mga equipment na to. So mahalaga na we automate itong mga equipment na ito. Okay? So in Meralco, we started automating using remotely controlled dito sa mga items na to. Okay? So these are all examples. No? Ito yung mga examples ng strategy na ginagawa ho namin ng Meralco, which everyone can use. Malaki, as mentioned, malaki yung role ng standard dun sa energy transition natin, dun sa net zero. Okay? So, tayo as electrical practitioners, we have to focus on standards. Okay? Kasi ito yung directions na kailangan natin para maging successful yung energy transition natin to net zero. Because standard is a catalyst, a driver dun sa powering our energy transition to net zero po. Okay? So with that, that ends my presentations. Good morning po, everyone.
Thank you so much, Engineer Raul Balugal. And one of the key takeaways from that is standard is a catalyst towards net zero transition. Ayan. So as electrical practitioners, we really need to dwell or to focus on standards for us to be successful in net zero transition. Now, let's all proceed to the awarding of the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Raul Balugal. May we call on Engineer Conrado Binondo and Ma'am Criofe Kaidik. So let me read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Raul Balugal for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic, the role of standards in powering the energy transition to a net zero future. During the powering the energy transition to a net zero future, in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the team IIEE, celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence, given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by our Chairman of Standards Committee, Engineer Conrado Binondo, our National Secretary, Engineer Jadper De Castro, our National Vice President for Technical Affairs, Ma'am Cleofet Kaidik, and last but not the least, the National President, Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Okay, so now before we take our lunch break, our final speaker for the morning session is he is the convener of the IEC TC64 Working Group 43, responsible for developing application guides under IEC 61-200 series, aligned with IEC 364 on electrical installation and protection against electric shock. He currently serves as a standardization director for Schneider Electric East Asia, where he leads regional efforts in standards development and technical governance. With over 25 years of experience in the electrical industry, Engineer Paul has held various roles across Southeast Asia, China, and India, specializing in energy management and data center solutions. He holds a master's degree of business administration from Norwegian School of Management in Oslo, Norway. Let us all welcome Mr. Paul Loke, convener of IEC TC64 Working Group 43, for the topic, the new energy landscape.
don't need to join Zoom, right? Do I have to? Hello, everyone. Thank you for making an announcement that I'm the last speaker before lunch. That really keep people excited. But I do feel a little pressure because then I need to make sure no one gets hungry after that. A quick one. My name is Paul Lok. I'm the convener for TC64 Working Group 43. We have a lot of great speakers today. And then I think they cover a big part of everything that's happening in the Philippines and everything. I'd like to take a separate, different approach towards this. I'd like to talk a little bit, of course, about new energy landscape, where we came from, where we are now, and where we are heading. So we have a lot of experts about the Philippine situation. So how you could possibly consult on this or look into this is that it gives a picture of where we might be heading. But of course, again and again, a standard is still a standard. A standard may not be suitable for Philippines. Filipinos decides on the Philippine standards. That is key. So, okay, just a quick one. Stop me whenever you need to, because I'll probably speak pretty fast, judging from the gouging of your stomach. All right, just a quick, I'll talk about the new energy landscape, the drivers, the impact, the IC standards involved, and the country trends. There'll be some slides with a lot of information, but don't worry about that. I may just go through it quickly. Don't bother to try to read everything. You will get a copy of the slides after the event. All right, how did we first get started? Obviously, we started with COP26, which is now about COP30 as we're heading. So we got a lot of commitment from the different government about driving the global, driving for net zero, the aging of electricity, and then driving to from 20% in 2022 to 30% in 2030. That varies from country to country. And then as we push forward, we could really see part of it is that once we've generated the electricity, how do we integrate that into our smart grid? How do we integrate into microgrid? And that will eventually decide how we're going to utilize the energy. And at the same time, it brings about a different set of challenges. So I think some of the speakers have talked about it. As we go new energy landscape, the risks are also high. We are more exposed to cybersecurity for one, which previously we were, but it is still under lock and keys. But as we go forward, cybersecurity communication is a big part that we need to look into. So as you can see from the chart, the growing and increasing global investment on renewable energy. But we haven't really figured out how we're going to manage the different source of renewable energy. So that is the key going forward. So we have all the components. But again, having a certified, let's say, capacitor does not mean your PCB will work well. It all goes by the system. How you integrate everything into the system to ensure consistency, reliability, and integrity. Let's not forget, while we focus on renewable energy, we need to go back to energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is very much the demand of it. If you look simply, renewable energy is the supply of it. If we do not control or manage the way we use energy or how we change our habits, there'll be no end to it. One good example, look at our data center. Because we really haven't figured out how to effectively use our data, and then we take more pictures, more data, we store, we don't clear our hard disk, we don't clear our storage, more and more data center will come about. And if you look at energy efficiency, industry sectors play a big part of it. So we see industry sector, which is what we focus a lot on, the manufacturing, the factories, buildings. We're talking about cooling, we're talking about heating, depending on where you are. And transportation is also a big portion of where we are heading. And when we talk about energy efficiency, it might not just be electricity. It could be how we design our building, how we manage the thermal, the cooling, the airflow between buildings. So these are not, as we go into electrification, these are things that are not that interesting to the industry as much as how we generate renewable energy. But I just like you to take a step back and have a look at how we're going to manage the whole picture. Just a quick history lesson. We started off with Thomas Edison by having DC energy. It started very small, very microgrid, separated. And then we decided to centralize it by having the AC somewhere in the middle of the century. So by having centralization, we are able to make the energy production more efficient. And now we're going towards the decentralization. So we are possibly looking into going back in a little bit into the DC. But the important thing is that before we even, a lot of people talk about DC. Before we even go DC, there's an in-between. It's a process. How are we going to manage that? So in between there, somewhere around here, we'll be talking about hybrid. So hybrid, how do you manage DC and AC? How do you make sure there's a switch? How do you ensure there's a good switch over? Have we even looked at electrocution? AC and DC kill people differently and separately. And it could even be more dangerous. And just to add a little bit more, very often we talk about electricity. For a very long time, electricity has been managed by professional trained engineers. But as we go towards the DC side, we talk about EV. We talk about battery storage in the home. We talk about plug-in hybrid. We are effectively using the EV car battery as a potential storage for the home. So the line has started to diminish. How are we going to protect the people, the untrained people, the housewife, the kids, the dogs in the home? And again, your typical RCD will not trip. You know, as you know, DC, the person will get stuck there until ashes. Okay, I'm going to jump a little bit quicker. I'm just going to catch on a key point. So as I go forward, smart grids is combining electric distribution with ICT. ICT, information and communication technology. As I mentioned earlier, we need to have the flexibility, we need to have the integrity, we need to be able to manage it safely. So we shall touch on at a later part. All right. When we talk about new energy challenge, on top of creating, we must really need to go back to what is the key thing that we're trying to manage here. If you look at the map over here, SID is the amount, is the number of minutes of interruption of power. So as you can see from the map, we are in a very diverse environment. A lot of people are talking about creating power. So is that an islandable power supply? How are we talking about availability of power to a big portion of your people? Are we talking about reliability of power to make sure that there's no blackout? Instead of creating a large abundance of power, which might not even reach the end customer. What's the point of having big storage of power when you cannot let the people have access to power in the first place? So this is something that we need to talk about. So if you can see all the countries in the world, they are very diverse. So you could see Philippines, you could see Indonesia. So depending on where you are, some of the islands, it might be islandable type solution, might be more suitable as compared to connecting to the grid. So, and over here, you can see weather-related disruption. For example, in the Philippines, typhoon, which you never seen it in the Nordic countries. When the Nordic experts are writing the standards, I will come back to that. That's why Filipino engineers play a very important role in determining how the standards are written. Root damages to transmission line. I don't know. In New Zealand, there are less humans than the animals. It could be the sheep. But over here, it could be the motorbikes or the jeepneys. I do not know. So the point I'm trying to make is that every country is different. Your grids are different. Blackouts, very much in America, as we thought. We would think that American power are very stable, but the blackout is still very common in America. Cybersecurity is mandatory because remotely, they do not need any equipment to bring down your system, and it can bring down the country with all your payment apps now. Okay, this is a quick recap of what I was saying earlier. So excess of energy, it could be a priority to the country. In fact, to me, it is a priority, very important priority. Access to energy with the uptaking of mobile phone, lighting, it increases the productivity of the whole nation. So as I mentioned earlier, I will not go to in depth of it. You can read about it later, and then give all the credits to WHO and IEA for all the information that I've collected. Okay, I can pass this. The technical answers and the role of standard. I think this has been mentioned earlier. Interoperate, very important. Standards ensure that the different products and different systems are integrated. As I mentioned earlier, having a certified capacitor does not mean your PCB works. It's just one component of it. So a lot of time, let me be cautious to you. You buy a product, they say it's IEC or particular standards, and then you thought it's safe. No, it depends where you plug it into. It's a system. So you plug it in, the product might be safe. The product might not burn, but it could burn your whole house due to other systems. So scalability, able to expand, reliability and safety, cybersecurity, as I mentioned, and innovation enable. Okay, I think I've covered that. EV as a potential, not so much of power generation, but a potential power electrical storage. On the other side, storage, EV as a potential storage. And then some of you might even know EV batteries are starting to be used for camping by plugging into the high power sockets. The role of standards, interoperability, scalable, grid compatible, and the market growth. I think as mentioned earlier. So these are some of the components which I'll highlight later that comes into play. First of all, the installation rule, very much like your PEC, play a very important key thing in integrating and ensuring the safety and robustness of the system. And then we have other products that are coming in, solid state circuit breaker, interlink converter, which I'll touch on as we go forward. So I'll pass and go on for a couple of slides. Okay, this is interesting. From standards point of view, we see that there are more and more players into the market. But I think as engineers, as actually legislator, we need to differentiate availability of product versus a robustness of your system. They are focused by companies. The priority is go to market. But for regulators and technical specialists like yourself, you need to make sure that there's consistency. Somebody has got to be the gatekeeper. There will be many people telling you, buy this product and you solve the problem. And if you hear a couple of more times, it's probably a scam. So just beware of that. I'm not saying that all manufacturers are like this, but just beware of that, because many a time people will just say, this is the golden pill, take this. And that's where you need to be careful. So this is a European standard. I think the European standards, to me, is one of the more prudent approach to it, because they're regulating it. There are big groupings of EU. They're pushing for a certain regulation from not just the power regulation all the way to the home, how energy efficiency is managed from the home. They see it as a totality rather than a single point solution. So this is something that you want to look at. So we are talking about EPBD, Energy Performance Building Directive, more into energy efficiency, the microgrid, the EVs and the solars and the heat pumps. And then going forward, they are designing their electricity market to make sure there's flexibility in the power. Again, very much like how are you going to load shed the flexibility over here. And then eventually where they're heading is that expected in 2025 and 2026, the network codes and the sub-metering introduction in the demand and response. So look at it separately. If I have the chance, next time I'll introduce some of the European directive or the coming directive. That could be very interesting. Again, Philippines is different, but it is something that it takes a more balanced approach rather than from a product or market point of view. It takes a regulatory approach. Citizen empowerment. New energy landscape is very much driven not only by the cost of renewable energy, it's also driven a lot by the citizen awareness in terms of financial, in terms of environment. We're talking about net zero. Going net zero is very much supported by the people who wants a more sustainable future. The security of supply, this is a question mark. So while we are driving forward with renewable energy, we need to look at how resilient is the power. And, okay. All right, this is a bit, next I'll touch on the current and upcoming IC standards. This will be a little bit heavier. So very often we talk about, is that a battery standard? Is that a EV standard? Is that a PV standard? It's not. From IC point of view, we look at everything. We look from switchgear onwards. We look at power electronic system. We look at installation rule. Look at your code. So we look at the solar itself. As you mentioned, there are different components part of it. We look at storage. We look at electric vehicle. But not only that, if you see the legends at the top, we look at the whole thing as a totality. We look at protection. How well your electrical accessories are built for safety. What about your high voltage switchgear? What about your low voltage switchgear as we go forward? Okay, this is something that's closer to my heart, prosumer installation, which I'm starting a project on very soon. So we look at secondary battery, we look at different component, and most importantly, what we are looking at, we're looking at vertically. How are all this going to be integrated? Is it through software? Or if it's software, how are we going to manage it? So very often you see, this is very common, horizontally, product standards. These are product standards. But installation standard, look at it this way. How does it all work together? Just a quick one on this. When you talk about prosumer again, just a short description. Previously, we were all consumers of electricity. Now, we produce and we consume. Produce from the home, we have the PV, maybe we have some other storage of energy. Consume, we still need the grid to provide energy for us to consume. So there are various types. Grid connected, prosumer electrical installation, islandable type, which is operating on its own, and standalone type. For example, something that is not permanently connected to a distribution network. Maybe in one of the Philippine islands, we are very isolated. That will be more of a standalone installation. Okay, I'll pass this. All right. What are some of the new products that IEC is looking at now? We heard a couple of speakers talking about it. So in terms of DC product, we have some of our protection device coming up, semiconductor circuits, hybrid circuit breakers, RCD for DC RCD, solid state semiconductor RCBO. So these are all the products that are in the pipeline. Some products are not available yet, but from IEC point of view, we are starting to work on those standards. It takes a long time because we actually ensure that the safety is being met. We don't sell products, from IEC. We ensure that there's a good set of rules. So we, to a certain extent, just like yourself, we play a certain role of a gatekeeper. So it's quite a bit to digest. I will let you have the slides later on. So semiconductor residue. This is very interesting because we are trying to. I don't think there is a widespread market yet. But there was mention of how it functions. The interlink converter. Potentially, this is what converts the manage between the AC and DC switchover. So this is a very key part of it because as we come into the home, your home will not be totally DC. You will need something to manage between the AC and DC. So interlink converter is something that will play a very key role. There will be a hybrid approach to it. And then these are standards that we are still developing and should be coming out. Take note of this number, IEC 63532, in defining the standards and the performance requirement. This will be interesting. So this eventually is how we all piece it up. From the grid to the building. Eventually, with all the creation of your renewable power, you have to manage the demand. And since it's entering the home, it will start to manage your home. But how is it going to manage your home? The ideal, which actually is happening selectively in certain part of the area, that means your home will be a smart home. It will know, depending on the demand and supply of the power, manage when your equipment will switch on. For example, one of which will be the cooling system, when it will be switched on, when do you wash your clothes? So now we do it very manually. And once we have this connected, your system will manage it differently from the different zone. For example, Philippines is with so many islands, it could balance the grid with flexibility on when you shift the load and when you shed the load. So this will be very interesting. Hot water, cooling, lighting, EV, and battery storage. Again and again, take note that whether it's lighting, hot water, EV or battery, or even wind, solar, and grid. These are just component part of it. These are, energy generation. They do not manage the whole grid and the supply. And that is something that we are still figuring out as we go forward. Just to confuse the matter over, take a small read when you're back. This is what we are looking at. So just a quick one. Energy performance on building. To actually manage the power and energy efficiency, we manage the grid with this standard. We make sure there's flexibility, so that we can share loads. We make sure that there's electrical installation, your PEC code, to make sure that everything's work in a tandem. We assess the tools. You need to have someone to assess the tools. Your market surveillance, your testing on the circuit, your monitoring. You need to know how much you're using and when you're using. Something that you don't measure, you can't improve. And measuring devices, particularly important for billing. The rest, are just optics for us to see, how much we're using, but billing becomes a very key part. Okay, this is already happening partially, but yet not fully implemented. So with the DER, distributed energy resources, we will see a switch gear potentially moving towards a virtual electrical distribution, and then everything will be probably controlled by a PCB, even in the future. And again, I'd like to come back to you. If everything can be centrally controlled, everything can be centrally destroyed. And even remotely through cybersecurity. All right, so then with this going forward, we will again, if we stay long enough, we will come back to the loop of talking about redundancy. We need to fix redundancy then, if we are so reliant on one PCB. So this will be an ongoing education, learning. Okay, home manage. Okay, there's just too much. Okay, I'd like to close with this. Countries example, everybody is talking about 2030, 2050. But all countries the same? Everybody is that the solution should fit everyone. Our point is that adoption is not uniform, and make it your solution. Just a quick look. On North America, as you can see, blackout is still very common. We're focusing on the reliability of power, even in America, because blackouts are often the natural calamities, they call it tornado in the US, of course. So battery storage system, PV, and very interesting, and PV and the rise of EV. Very often when we talk about standards and solutions, we only look at it from a technical point of view. But a market play a very important part. PV and actually battery storage will not have picked up if the prices didn't drop that much. So market play a very important role, but does not mean we take the market lead for everything. So take note of that. Again, market forces are a key part in how it's being used. And think some regulators have been telling me, yeah, technology is important, but eventually it goes back to the people. Affordability, something that can be implemented and something can be used. We don't have a white elephant. We have the best product, but if you can't get power to people, what are we working for? That is America. On Europe power is very stable. So the focus is on sustainability. So realize the first one was, in North America, it was reliability of power. Then in Europe, due to the different geographics and usage pattern, the focus is on sustainability and EV integration. Then with Africa, we are talking about reliability and availability of power. It's a totally different story. Of course, this is overgeneralized. It might not be the whole Africa. There are some parts that have different needs. Containerized solution. Can you imagine? So it's so remote that you need a containerized solution to let them have access of electricity. Let's go to the interesting part about Asia. Asia is very diverse, very diverse. We talk about a single strategy. It might be possible, I'm not denying it, but from Singapore all the way to India, the needs are very different. So at some point, we are talking about grid type driven by renewable integration. It's like Singapore. We're cabling the solar energy all the way from Australia. We're buying natural gas from Indonesia. So as you know, Singapore is so small. We don't have enough resources. We barely have enough space to put PV panels. It's totally off. On top of a high rise, which is about 30, 40 stories. We ran out of space to put PV panels. But for India, it's different. So you talk about, and some other countries, you have a lot of islands, you need to manage it, provide access of power to it. And finally, Australia. Australia as a continent is very well developed. They have gone through the level of renewable integration, and the prices of the tariff may change every 2 hours to drive human behavior. So you know when, in a way, all this information is available when you charge your car, when you wash your clothes, when you can't do much about refrigeration, but you can manage other things when you decide to 3D print something, if you're doing 3D printing. So in the middle of the night, 3 a.m. might be a good time to print your 3D products or do your mass printing, and renewable integration with mining. All right, I think just a quick takeaway. Majority of the country has committed to reducing their emission by 2030. We are now all in action, but every country should have a different action. Energy efficiency and renewable are key components. While we are trying to generate more, we must know how to save the energy. Regulation, energy bill optimization, and citizen empowerment are very key, driven by standardization. International standards are in place. Please participate, adopt, and most importantly, make it a Philippine solution. That's all for my slides. But before I end, I'd like to do some promotion, not for my company or any company, but for Working Group 43. This is a very interesting project that together with Conrad and IEE, we have all started, and BPS, supported by BPS. So this is a project to develop application guide, particularly for countries that have not started with IEC previously. For example, in Philippines, it has always been a NEMA code, NEC code. So this is a transition. Basically, what this guide do is that it breaks the IEC into a smaller part in terms of application, so that once you're able to follow the guide, you're automatically aligned with how IEC look at safety in implementation. So we have a couple of projects that have started. So we have started a guide on the motors, which will be published in 2025. We are currently finishing the guide on the UPS and the generator, and potentially we're starting a project on the prosumer. So this is a very interesting topic that we should go into. And just before I go further, to me, prosumer is something very interesting. We are very familiar with the AC grid for a very long time, maybe 100 or even more than 100 years. But with DC and prosumer coming on, it's coming, and it's coming at a very fast rate and a changing rate. So for a very long time, we've been waiting for the standards to come from Europe or the other countries because it's been stable. But with DC and prosumer, things are moving so fast is that if you don't work on it, if you don't be part of the standard and just be a user of standard, it will take you a long, long time. And probably if you wait, by the time you get the standards, something new has evolved. So how do we manage that? We manage that by being in the game instead of waiting for the game to come to us. So that's a key part of it. So we have a couple of meetings in the Philippines, in Asia, and then you will see that most of the meetings are in Asia. The reasons why is that we want to make sure that this is an initiative that's driven based on the needs of Asia instead of waiting for, from the other part of the world, standards from another part of the world, which might not be suitable for us based on our needs. Something I'm very proud of, for those who all should know, PH Philippines. In terms of representation of experts, so this is Germany, Great Britain, France, Italy. These countries has been a dominant player in standards development. But Philippines, with a high number of experts, I'm very proud of, which we are actually possibly a great opportunity for Philippines to play a key role, particularly in the new energy landscape, since we are already here. I hope this picture knows. Thank you. And Working Group 43, you will see, is very high in the expert participation. Just a quick run through a number, MT1, MT3, MT4. These are product standards like your RCD, your AC RCD has been traditional projects, but Working Group 43 is a non-traditional project that we'll be driving at and gaining traction and gaining interest from different national committee. And that's why they are sending experts. And I encourage you to be part of it too, because with the exchange, we do learn a lot. We know how to go forward, but what not to expect. Do not expect them to go there and receive a textbook and go back and implement. It will not happen. Because again, the keyword is that we are starting to be developers of standard rather than users of standard. We don't wait for books to be published. We be part of it. So these are some of the interesting pictures. So it is non-manufacturer alliance too. So as you see in the background, it was held in ABB. This was held in Schneider. This was held in IEC building in Singapore. And in our most recent meeting, we have representative for Philippines. You can see yourself, myself, Indonesia, Malaysia, and South Korea. And all the representation are either the technical committee or the national committee they are joining. So over there, you could see some other participants. And of course, it was hosted by the Indonesian National Committee, and of course we have the standards authorities from Indonesia. All right, that's all I have. Thank you. It was a short one. Again, you will have the slides. Go through it. Any question, you can send it back to me, and I'll be glad to answer that.
Very nice presentation, Mr. Pollock.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pollock. Okay, so let's now proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Pollock. Let me call on Engineer Conrado Binondo and our National President, Engineer Alberto Herrera, to present the Certificate of Appreciation. Let me read the citation. This Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Mr. Pollock for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic, the energy landscape. During the Powering the Energy Transition to a Net Zero Future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE Celebrating 50 Years of Integrity, Innovation, Empowerment, and Excellence, given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, our chairman in Standards Committee, Engineer Jad Per de Castro, National Secretary, Engineer Cleofe Caidic, our National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and of course, Engineer Alberto Herrera, our National President. Thank you so much, and let's give him a warm round of applause. Okay, so I think this is it. This is, we've been waiting for this lunch break. Yeah, so everyone, please take your lunch break, happy lunch, and we will resume our session, afternoon session at around 1:45, correct? 1:45, okay, so happy lunch. Kain muna tayo. Ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat. So we will be looping presentation and sponsor AVPs this lunchtime. So maraming salamat. See you later.
With a global perspective and the use of digital tools, TBEA has fostered 3 national strategic circular economy industrial chains. Intelligent manufacturing of high-end power equipment, silicon-based new energy, and aluminum-based new materials. TBEA is dedicated to providing green and clean system solutions for the global energy industry. TBEA is one of the largest enterprise groups of energy-saving power transmission and distribution technologies and the largest producer of transformers in the world. The company offers over 80 years of independent R&D history for transformers and over 70 years for wires and cables. It has developed 126 research firsts in energy-saving power T&D while mastering cutting-edge technologies. As a leader in the area of global energy-saving power T&D, TBEA is able to integrate service capabilities for the complete industry chain. TBEA participated in the R&D of UHV major components through its involvement in major projects, such as the West to East power transmission and the wind-solar hybrid power system. It has undertaken the production of high-end power equipment that represents the world's highest level of energy-saving power transmission technology. Plus, the company has developed a new generation of flexible DC technology and provided primary equipment integration of setup platforms for large offshore wind power systems. TBEA also supplies reliable products and solutions for key national infrastructure construction like rail transit, energy conservation, and environmental protection. It will continue to explore high-end power application and lead key industrial development so as to promote the future of green energy. By taking intelligent manufacturing and the industrial internet as the most important direction for future breakthroughs, TBEA promotes the comprehensive upgrading of all industries to be digital, networked, and intelligent. The deep integration.
different being here. I was so used to being next to you. Life for me is not the same when there's no one to turn to. I don't know why I let it go too far. Starting over, it's so hard. Seems like everywhere I try to go, I keep thinking of you. I just had a wake-up call, wishing that I never let you fall. Baby, you were not to blame at all, and I'm the one that pushed you away. Baby, if you knew I cared, you'd never went nowhere. Girl, I should have been right there. How do I breathe without you here by my side? How will I see when your love brought me to the light? Where do I go when your heart's where I lay my head? When you're not with me, how do I breathe? How do I breathe? Girl, I'm losing my mind. Yes, I made a mistake. I thought that you would be mine. Guess the joke was on me. I miss you so bad I can't sleep. I wish I knew where you could be. Another dude is replacing me. God, this can't be happening. I just had a wake-up call, wishing that I never let you fall. Baby, you were not to blame at all, but I'm the one that pushed you away. Baby, if you knew I cared, you'd never went nowhere. Girl, I should have been right there. And now I wonder, how do I breathe without you here by my side? How will I see your love brought me to the light? Where do I go when your heart's where I lay my head? When you're not with me, I said, how do I breathe? How do I breathe? I should have brought my love home, girl. But baby, I ain't perfect, you know. The grinding's got a tight hold. Girl, come back to me, 'cause girl, you made it hard to breathe when you're not with me. Tell me, how do I breathe without you here by my side? How will I see when love brought me to the light? Where do I go when your heart's where I lay my head? When you're not with me,
ANX, hello Fanato. La mano arriba, cintura sola, da media vuelta, danza su duro, no te canses ahora, que tú solo empieza, mueve la cabeza, danza su duro, la mano arriba, cintura sola, da media vuelta, danza su duro, no te canses ahora, que tú solo empieza, mueve la cabeza, danza su duro. ¿Quién puede domar la fuerza del man que se mete por tu pena? Lo caliente del sol que se te metió y no te deja quieta, nena. ¿Quién puede parar eso que el bailante controla tus caderas? Y ese fuego que quema por dentro y lento te convierte en piedra. Con la mano arriba, cintura sola, da media vuelta y sacude duro. No te quites ahora, que todo solo empieza. Mueve la cabeza y sacude duro. Para sacar la locura, morena raya a mi lado. Ninguém vai ficar parado. Quero ver esse futuro. Para sacar la locura, morena raya a mi lado. Ninguém vai ficar parado. Oi, 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 oi. É pra quebrar com duro, vamos dançar com duro. Oi, 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 oi. Seja morena, loira, vem balançar com duro. Oi, oi, oi. La mano arriba, cintura sola, da media vuelta, danza su duro. No te canses ahora, que todo solo empieza. Mueve la cabeza, danza su duro. La mano arriba, cintura sola, da media vuelta, danza su duro. No te canses ahora, que todo solo empieza. Mueve la cabeza, danza su duro. Balança que é uma loucura, morena vem a meu lado. Ninguém vai ficar parado, quero ver mexer com duro. Balança que é uma loucura, morena vem a meu lado. Ninguém vai ficar parado. Oi, 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 oi. É pra quebrar com duro, vamos dançar com duro. Oi, 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 oi. Seja morena, loira, vem balançar com duro. Oi, oi, oi. La mano arriba, cintura sola, da media vuelta, danza su duro. No te canses ahora, que todo solo empieza. Mueve la cabeza, danza su duro. La mano arriba, cintura sola, da media vuelta, danza su duro. No te canses ahora, que todo solo empieza. Mueve la cabeza, danza su duro. ANX.
I get a feeling there's going to be a riot.
I don't read the newspapers because they all have ugly print.
Check me out. If you know that it be the 幻想まみれこの街の演奏玉たまま一度ついておいで世界中魅了するほどに豪華なジャパン一番ジャンプランさうちらの出番テリヤキボーイズ in the place to be 見せてやろうオリジナル VIP
Many, many diamonds dangling. Bag full of money, we strangling. Hate me, fry me, bake me, try me. All the above, cause you can't get in. I don't want no problem. Because me professional. Make you shake your cats, thank you. Haters take it personal.
Like a Canada tight, let's all nail drop. Oh, let's go. Not my money, let's all. Such kitchen, also let's go. Let's go. To heal a lot, level color, let's go. Let's go. 20番 go. じゃないに go. New look, so let's go. Aim on.
I wonder if you know how that it be Tokyo. If you seen it, then you mean it, then you know you have to go.
Hi, 私テリヤキボーイズあっという間吹き飛ばすノイズ慢心してますんでゲットペンの数も増えてますベーシックはサプライズでマジ毎日が危ないぜ忍者風賢者風だけど芸者フェイクの惑星からのシャー
See me in the parking lot 7-Eleven is the spot Bikes with wings and shiny things and lions Tigers, bears, oh my ride We're fierce and fast Supersonic like JJ Fat And we ride till the wheels are flat Can't beat that with a baseball bat
暗く遠さまでもいいぜ即歳要インターセプターして国際的犯罪は万歳ほらハンザー我らがボムコストを飛び出す今夜の4 boys from far east coast と人を支える私のコースト
If you know how that it be Tokyo If you seen it then you mean it then you know you have to go
Ayan, so good afternoon, everyone. So welcome back to our afternoon session of the Standards Committee technical session for the pre-annual National Convention of IIEE. So I guess habang naghihintay po tayo sa iba nating attendees, you may take your maybe CR break. We'll take 3 minutes more for everyone to come back. 3 minutes, okay. Thank you. Nag-idle na kayo. Nag-idle na kayo. Sir Paul, mag-play ka na kahit isang video. Pero hindi naman naka-antok. Yes. Sponsor. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon session of the technical session of the ANC, or the Annual National Convention of IIEE, on its golden anniversary. Now, for our first speaker for this afternoon, he is the Chief Operating Officer of Huawei Digital Power Philippines, where he leads the company's strategic and operational initiatives to accelerate clean energy adoption in the country. With more than a decade of experience across renewable energy, industrial automation, and manufacturing, he plays a pivotal role in advancing Huawei's solar and energy storage footprint in the Philippine market. He has the largest portfolio of solar and BESS projects in the country. of more than 7 gigawatts of solar and almost 6 gigawatt hours of BESS projects, which are installed and ongoing in the Philippines. He is a graduate of electrical engineering in UP Los Baños and a fellow RAE of IIEE Metro East chapter. Let us all welcome my boss, Engineer Jeffrey Calderon, COO of Huawei Digital Power Philippines. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So, actually, I think one of the hardest schedule in any conference is yung after lunch. Kasi inaantok yung mga yung mga tao, which is I think normal naman. So, please lend me your ears this afternoon. This is just a 30-minute presentation. This is not a product presentation per se, but more of a market analysis and also what lies ahead in the use of battery energy storage systems. My presentation is divided into 3 parts. First is we will talk about the technology safety. Next is fire safety, and last is market and policy safety. But before I start these 3 chapters, I want to present a brief outlook of the whole landscape of solar and battery globally. In 2015, if you can see the graph, there are only 7 countries worldwide that has more than 1 gigawatt of solar installed. And after less than a decade, we are now at 38 countries. Philippines is included. So in less than 5 years, in less than a decade, the footprint of solar grow more than 5 folds. In 2030, it is forecasted that there will be more than 100 countries that has more than 1 gigawatt of solar installed. Next. Now, with regards to the batteries, batteries are a very important component in this transition to net zero carbon future. Why? Because as we all know, the limitation of solar is that it can only provide energy during daytime. And like in the Philippines, context of Philippines, our peak demand is actually at nighttime. So essentially, if we build solar and more solar power plants in the country, we cannot address the night peak time. And so this is where the battery comes in. Battery is a very important, and it complements perfectly the solar because it shifts energy from daytime to nighttime. Now, with this new technology, there are many risks. One is safety. Safety, especially the fire. And in some project cases, there are even explosions of battery. There are also, since we are going from traditional power plants to this highly technology power plants, there will be an increasing difficulty in power system control because we are not only controlling one huge rotating turbine, but we are controlling multiple units of electronics generator. So it is new for us, especially for us electrical engineers. We are more on the power side. This is more of the electronics part. And lastly, since this is a new technology, of course, operation and maintenance is also new. And so us electrical engineers are very important in standardizing this O&M and specifically defining what are the important parts of this O&M. Now, BESS in general has a flexible and vast applications. This is like from the generation side to the transmission side and even in the distribution and down to our households. BESS creates a perfect environment for the use and application not only for solar, but in our power system in general. It can help increase the health of our grid, especially with the influx of these lots of solar power plants. Now, we go to technology safe. What does a technology safe means in BESS? Of course, in every project, at the end of the day, it's still economics. So batteries are very important in, the technology part of the batteries are very important for us to study, especially on how can we improve the efficiency of batteries. Okay, on your left, you can see round-trip efficiency. Now, what does this round-trip efficiency means is that, when you charge a battery, for example, for you to have a stored energy, in batteries, we're talking about energy. Another part is the power. So if we're going to store a 100 megawatt hour energy in a battery, if you charge it from the grid, you need actually more than 100 megawatt hour. Why? Because there will be some losses. So for example, maybe if you need 100 megawatt hour, your meter will measure at around 107 to 108 megawatt hour. So that 7 to 8 megawatt hour or 7 to 8% is the charging efficiency loss. And so as when you discharge it to the grid. So if you inject if you release 100 megawatt hour from your battery, what will be measured on your meter side that's injected to the grid is maybe at around 92 to 94 megawatt hour. So there's also a 7 to 8% loss. So that cycle, we call it the round-trip efficiency. So standard, generally the market's acceptable RTE is at around 85%. Now, the standards committee is very important in defining these standards, especially for these new technologies. Now, in your middle, we are talking about usable capacity optimization. What does this mean is that, especially for utility scale projects, we're talking about thousands of battery cells. Now, in battery, the smallest unit for a battery is the battery cell. Ito yung mga AA, AAA that we're using in our appliances in our household. So imagine, for you to pack a 140 feet or 20 feet container with those thousands of battery cells, that's very difficult to manage. And so optimization of the energy used is very important. You need to have at least a device. Of course, we cannot monitor, there's a mix or optimization between the smallest or the modularization that you want to the economics of the project. So this optimization is very important so that the use of the battery can be maximized. Not only maximized, but also the health of the battery can be prolonged. Just like in our cell phones, the faster we charge or the more charge we do every day, or the more use of our cell phones, the less or the faster the degradation of the battery health. I think in iPhones, you can see the health of the battery, right? So this shows the degradation of the battery as we use the battery itself. And lastly, on your right, we're talking about automatic SOC balancing and calibration. Now, what does this mean? Going back to what I have just mentioned, we are talking about thousands of battery cells in one whole container. Now, remember when we're using our remotes, if there are like two or four battery cells we use, sometimes we just replace one, then the remote will work again. Diba? So that's a very simple example of the difference in state of charge of each battery cell. So same goes with a 20 feet or a utility scale battery. balancing and calibration is very important. Now, what's the difference between this balancing and calibration? Balancing is making the two battery packs. Okay, if you combine multiple battery cells, you call it battery pack. This is like the drawer, the batteries that looks like a drawer in your container, this one. And inside a battery pack, you have hundreds of battery cells. And if you combine this battery pack, just like a cabinet, we call it battery rack. And the whole container is the battery container itself. Now, these battery packs may have different state of charge depending on how you use it, or as you use it. When you commission it, it may have the same state of charge, but maybe after a few months of use, let's say 6 or 1 year, it can have a difference of, I don't know, depending on the quality of the technology, but it can go as high as 5 or even 10% state of charge difference. So what is the effect of this difference in state of charge? Your usable energy, or essentially the energy that you can use or draw from the battery, can be lower from what is stated in your specification sheet. And thus, this translates to lower revenue. Kasi even you can read in your, let's say, energy management system, 100 megawatt hour charge. If you can only discharge 85 megawatt hour, from what we learned a while ago, the normal difference of, or the normal efficiency loss of at around 7 to 8% can go as high as to more than double. So in my example of 100, then you only draw 85, you have additional losses of another 7 to 8%. So this is very important in the operation of the battery. Now going to the calibration, what does the calibration? So that's balancing, maintaining the same state of charge of each battery pack. Now calibration means that, of course, you can see the state of charge of your batteries in your energy management system. But the actual measurement versus what you can read on your EMS, that's what we call calibration. Just like in any measuring or instrument that we're using in our electrical engineering profession, diba? Like the ammeter or the voltmeter or the multimeter, there will always be a calibration certificate. So same goes with battery. Not only balancing is important, but also the calibration. Now, as I've introduced a while ago, in the future, all power plants will go digital. Actually, as we speak, in other countries, there are even up to, down to EVs. They're using it as a power plant. Yung batteries of their EVs, they can use it for, to play in the market. That's what the future looks like. Now, when we go digital, information is very important. So we need to have a very good energy management system that can extract information down to your battery cell, to your battery pack, to your battery rack, and to your whole container. So it's very important for the optimization. This data can be used for the optimization of our operation. If you don't have this data, then we cannot maximize the use of batteries. So that's for the technology safe. Let's go to fire safe. I think many of us maybe have read already a lot of incidents of batteries, especially in other countries wherein they adapted battery technology way earlier than us. High quality and safety of your solution is very important. Not only on your containers. Now, maybe when you encounter, a battery energy storage system, most of the discussion will only be a fire suppression system on a container level. But it's very rare for you to hear a fire suppression system down to your battery pack level. So the battery cell development is very important, that the battery cells that we are going to use in this battery energy storage systems should be filtered and should have the highest quality that the industry can offer. So there are lots of tests for us to check how good the build of the batteries are. Now, why do we need battery cells? Why do we need to filter battery cells? Because battery cells doesn't have, this is the smallest unit of battery. So essentially, it doesn't have any system. So when you use it, it will just discharge as it is specified in the data sheet. But there's no any control, there's no any information sending, or essentially there's no brain in battery cell. So the battery cells should have the highest quality. Why? If we don't have, not only, actually we're not only talking about fire safety risk here, but also the maximization of your energy. There are batteries that has a, we call it DOD, depth of discharge. So what does this mean is that you can charge your battery to 100% and also you can discharge it to 0%. So that is what we call depth of discharge. There are batteries that's, the depth of discharge is only 90. So essentially you can discharge it to maybe 5 and charge it to 95. So you paid for 100, but you can only use 90. And the highest quality of battery cells available in the market offers 100% depth of discharge. So these small intricacies in the specification sheet are very important for us to judge if a battery cell has a high quality. Now we go to the next, which is the battery pack. Now, battery pack is a cluster of battery cells. Now, battery pack gives a little, or you can say, it gives brain to your cluster of battery cells because it has its own PCB board that monitors all battery cells' state of charge and even state of health, and how fast do we charge and how fast do we discharge battery cells. Next is the battery rack level. So this cabinet of battery packs should also have a monitoring. So in every battery rack, there is another battery management system, or you can call it rack controller, to monitor and control all of these battery packs. Then you go next to your system level, which monitors the whole container itself. So imagine, we're not only talking about, when you see a whole container of battery energy storage systems, there are a lot of information and there are a lot of terminal to measure, because you're not only talking about one terminal of the whole container, but you're talking about down to your battery cells monitoring. So it's really tons of information for you to have a good BESS. Now, in your system level, it is very important for us to comply to the NFPA standards that's practiced in the market. So these NFPA standards are being used to check if a supplier, a technology provider, underwent certifications. And also, not only this BESS, but also the grid. If your system is not ready for grid disturbances, it may overcharge your battery container. And so thus may proceed to thermal runaway or proceed to fire or explosion. So all of these are very important. Now, in Huawei, we have done a test to check the effectiveness of the fire suppression system that we built in our battery energy storage systems. So in this test, we see that we purposely overcharge a few battery cells. So when we purposely charge the battery cells, it went to thermal runaway. So what does thermal runaway means is that the chemical in your batteries are uncontrollable already and unpredictable. And it continuously heat up and thus may cause fire. But the first thing it will produce is the flammable gas or the combustible gas. So as you can see in this video, even we put up an igniter inside the container. When we purposely overcharge this battery cell, it produces fumes which are flammable. And even we put an igniter inside the container, it did not catch fire. Why? Because there is a fire suppression system down to the battery pack. This is a patented technology of Huawei, wherein the flammable gas is exhausted outside the container. Now, this is built in the battery packs of our BESS. Actually, may sound dapat eh. Pero, yeah, I hope you can, this is the igniter inside the container. So, even after 10 minutes, there's no fire. So, this test was facilitated and certified by a third party, which is our friends from TUV. So Huawei is the only company that has prime level of certification in safety in BESS. Now, the last part of my presentation is market and policy safe. Now, why it is very important for the market to adopt this new technology, and as well as the policy, because it enables the new technology to be adapted. And of course, at the end of the day, if there is no business model of these batteries, then why companies will invest to it? And first thing that we need to adopt is the grid forming technology. Actually, the first few batteries that was installed before are not grid forming. What does the grid forming means is the traditional power plants or the like solar and batteries that we installed early on are grid following. So if there are, let's say low voltage in the grid, it will just follow the low voltage. If there's high voltage, it will just follow the high voltage. If the frequency is not good, it will just follow the frequency. So that's what we call grid following. But the new technology offers a different and more advanced solution, which is what we call the grid forming. Now, I cannot discuss this in depth, but to put it context, comparing to my example a while ago, if the grid is at, let's say, low voltage level, it can counteract a bit to contribute to the voltage. Not to contribute to the low voltage, but to at least inject more power to the grid or more voltage to the grid so that it can, pull up a bit of the voltage of the grid. So this is what we call grid forming. If the frequency is not good, it will inject more power, more voltage to the grid. Now, this technology enables a lot of new applications to batteries that does not need, especially for microgrids. If you have a grid forming BESS, you don't need a diesel generator anymore to form your grid. Before, for you to put up a solar and battery in microgrid systems, you still need a diesel generator to form the grid so that this solar and BESS will follow this diesel generator because it acts as a grid. So even in recent times, in early on this year, there was a huge blackout in Europe, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, that includes Spain. So they have lots of solar, or we call it VRE, variable renewable energy. They have lots of solar installation already. And even those advanced nations experience this huge blackout. Why? Because essentially the conclusion is they lack batteries in the grid that can react fast, or that can, let's say, complement this variable renewable energy, such as solar and wind. Because if you don't have batteries, the good thing about solar is that, the ramp up rate, or the good thing about this inverter-based technology is that it has a very good ramp up rate. So if you need power right on, it can deliver. Unlike the traditional spinning generator, you need a bit of a time before it ramps up from 0 to 100%. But for this type of inverter-based technology, or the electronics-based, it's almost instant. But the disadvantage is, for example, for solar, if a shading will occur, then the ramp down rate is also at an instant. So when, for example, you have a 1 gigawatt power plant somewhere in Luzon, and there was a very big cloud that shaded this from 1 gigawatt power injection to down to 0 because of the shading, imagine the stress of the grid that may experience. Why? This 1 gigawatt needs to be replaced by another power for us to stabilize the grid, right? And so if there's no technology that can also provide this instantaneous power that the grid needs, then the grid may collapse. Our rotating machines are essentially cannot cope up with this inverter-based. And so thus batteries are really important. Actually, not only for, a while ago there's a talk about solar and battery, IRS. But this is battery in the whole landscape, not only for IRS, but also for the grid transmission for ancillary services. As mentioned, because of this grid forming, it allowed an application for microgrid. You don't need any diesel generators anymore because your batteries forms as the grid of this microgrid. So there are some projects in, actually the biggest microgrid in the world right now is the one in Red Sea, Saudi Arabia, for 100 megawatt, 1.3 gigawatt hour project. And there are also projects in the likes of mining site in Peru and a rural off-grid project along Amazon River. In the Philippines, there are, as we all know, Philippines is an archipelago. And thus, this technology is very important for us to have a pure solar or pure renewable energy sustaining microgrid or off-grid. Now, we go not only in utility scale projects, but also for EVs. This solar and battery can make, especially for far-flung areas. So imagine if, EVs are range limited. So how can we go to far-flung areas if there's no a charging station? So the solar and battery enables this solar charging station for far-flung areas. As we all know, solar is the cheapest form of, or cheapest source of electricity. And so when you combine solar and battery, it can give your EVs the cheapest source of its fuel, which is energy. Net zero carbon is very important. Actually, power plants is a very important component of this net zero carbon. But in fact, the transportation sector is a huge component or part of this pie chart of this carbon emission industry. And so EVs are very vital part also of this transition to our net zero future. So again, we're not talking only about power plants, but we're also talking about the power sector. And of course, lastly is down to our homes. Before, solar is, our notion to solar is just for rich people. But now, because of the competitiveness and the availability of technology, almost everybody can have a solar. And when you combine it with batteries, again, it's not only that you can use your solar during daytime, but you can also use it during nighttime. One good example is, in a place where a blackout or we call it brownout, outage is a bit often or common. This solar and battery gives us, more security in terms of our energy. Right now, it's very hard because if we don't have electricity, actually, our internet in our homes can also go out, right? So it's very important for us to have a sustainable and more secured source of energy. And solar and battery is one way of having that. So that's all for our presentation. Combine solar and energy storage for a net zero carbon future. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Jeff, for a very informative discussion of BESS and how to ensure an efficient and safe BESS solution. Now let's come to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Jeffrey Calderon. May we call on Engineer Conrad Binondo and Sir Charles Singson, Engineer Charles Singson of the Standards Committee. Palakpakan naman tayo, guys, para medyo energetic ngayong hapon. Let me read the Certificate of Appreciation citation. So this is hereby presented to Engineer Jeffrey Calderon. For imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic battery energy storage system, ensuring a safe future during the powering the energy transition to a net zero future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the team IAEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, our chairman in Standards Committee, Engineer Jedper de Castro, National Secretary, Engineer Cleofe Caidic, our National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and last but not least, Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr., our National President. Maraming salamat to my boss at thank you for gracing the event. Okay, we are down again to the next speaker. For our next speaker, he is he is a professional electrical engineer, earned his degree in BS Electrical Engineering at Lyceum of the Philippines, Manila. His professional specialization is electrical system of a commercial building with the sub-specialization on energy efficiency and conservation. He was awarded by the Department of Energy as Outstanding Energy Manager, Abellio Awards for Energy Efficiency 2008. He also placed second runner-up in the Energy Management for SMCT Davao Large Building category during the ASEAN Center for Energy International Competition. He was the 2020 President of Metro South and 2021 and 2022 Deputy Governor of Metro Manila Metro South, IAEE Metro South. He is also the convener of the Technical Working Group 3, Standards of Rooftop Solar, which is now the Renewable Energy Team, under the chairmanship of Standards Committee, Sir Conrad Binondo, and also the member of PEC2 Subcommittee for the Electrical Testing and Maintenance of Electrical Equipment. He works as an Assistant Vice President for Operations and Chairman of the Electrical Committee of SMEDD Corporation. Let's now all welcome my fellow Standards Committee, our advisor, Engineer Charles Singson, Assistant Vice President from SM Engineering Design and Development Corporation. This is to discuss, eto na, last na, Guide for Rooftop Solar PV System Building Installation. Palakpakan po ulit. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Bash. Thank you, Basha. Basha. Dapat pala, pag binibigyan mo ng intro si Basha, lang, short lang. Anyway, yung message si Jeff kanina that solar PV system is a chief source of energy, not only chief but abundant. It would not deplete. So nandyan lang. So let's take the chance to use it, di ba? Okay. So while waiting for the may technical problem? Okay, so I would like to advertise lang the Standard Committee under the chairmanship of Engineer Conrad. We have created yung rooftop solar PV system design guide. So this is already complete and approved already by the IIE National. So, hinihintay lang namin yung forward message ng DOE so that we can input, then ma-release na. This year siguro yan, Engineer Conrad, no? Okay, so this rooftop solar PV system, nandun na yung guide na yung mga new players for the solar, and as a refresher naman, dun sa mga expert na. Okay? Okay, on the right side of the photo, yung mga expert, alam nila kaagad kung anong size yan, anong capacity. Pag tinanong mo si Engineer Ron Mar Gonzalez, alam niya kung anong size siya kasi EPC siya ng isang malalaking contractor for the solar. So this is a 1.6 megawatt peak na solar PV system on top of a mall. Okay? So yung 1.6 ba, malaki na ba yun for the mall? So maliit pa yung 1.6 because this mall has a kilowatt peak total of mga 5 megawatt. So mga 32% lang. Okay? So this solar PV system would generate mga 174,000 kilowatt hours of energy a month. So malaki ba yung 174? Maliit lang din in terms of the monthly consumption of the mall. Mga 9% lang yan. Kasi itong mall na to, ang monthly consumption niya is 1.8 gigawatt hours. So yung 1 megawatt peak, 2 megawatt peak, it's a small size for a rooftop of a mall. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, so on top of a rooftop of a building, mga tatlong method lang on how to do it. So on the left side, it's a metal roof installation. Siya yung pinakamura. On the middle is a ballasted installation. If you have a deck, wala kang metal roof, yan yung installation mo, ballasted installation on a concrete deck. Mas mahal siya sa metal roof. And yung on the right side, it's a canopy installation. Ito yung kung meron kayong sa building, on top of your building, you have a parking deck, you can install canopy type. Like Mall of Asia, sa kayong North EDSA car park. Mahal siya, pero nandyan yung nandyan yung solar, it's abundant. So yung payback mo, may payback ka dito. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay. So fundamental lang muna. Okay. So when the sunlight hit the silicon, yung module, okay? Yung photons mo, hindi protons yung photons mo would activate yung negative electrons. Okay? Yung negative electrons pupunta sa mga hole. Di ba? Pag silicon, yun lang naman mag-move through the hole. Okay, so nag-move yung electrons mo due to the sun rays mo, so nagkaroon ka ng flow of electricity. So yun lang yung simple fundamental of a module. Sunlight hits the solar cell, photons knock, the electrons loose, then may flow of electrons. So yun na, meron ka ng voltahe or current. Okay? Okay, so paano babalik? Pag-ikon nga, pabalik nga. Balik ka lang sa... Ayan, okay. So, as you can see here, when we started installation of our solar PV system sa mall, SM, 2014, yung 1 peak of the module is 255 watt peak lang. Okay? Then 2016, 265 watt peak. Okay, so 2021, 435. Today, 2025, meron lang 720 watt peak. So ganun kabilis yung natin, yung technology of a solar PV system. On this side, okay, right side, pag tinitingnan mo yung 550 ms na model, that is 550 watts. Okay, yung electrical data of a standard testing condition, okay? Yung operating voltage of a solar module is 41.7 volts. So yung output niya 41.7 volts. Okay? Yung current niya is 13.2. Tapos yung short circuit current niya is 49.6. Then yung kanya, yung voltage open circuit niya is 49.6 volts. Okay, pag nag-short ka dito sa outlet na to, pag sinort mo yan, siguro ang short circuit current niyan is 1,000 to 5,000 amperes. Pero for the module, when you short circuit it, maliit lang, di ba? So parang hindi masisira yung cable mo for that. Okay? Tapos as you can see here, nung nag-700 na, maximum voltage for 2.2 na against 41. Yung maximum current mo, 17.32 na against 13.2. So ganun kabilis yung natin. But the technology of a solar is so fast. Like yung mga inverters, ang bibilis din. Okay? Okay, so yung red curve natin is IB curve. Okay? Yung blue, that is the power voltage curve. What does it mean? Yung IB curve mo, okay, yung short circuit mo, pag sinort circuit mo yung module, pabalik na uli. Ayan. Ayan. Okay. Pag short circuit mo yung module, ito yung 18.4. Pag yung naman yung voltage, pag open circuit, that is the open circuit, 48 volts. So yung maximum volts mo, is this one, and the maximum current mo. Ito, maximum volts, 17.2. That is the maximum power of a module. Ito yan. Pag sa power and voltage, nandito yung maximum power niya. So, voltage at open circuit, voltage is maximum, current is 0. Okay? Module at short circuit, voltage is 0, current is at maximum. Okay? Okay, so napakatalino ang mga inverter natin ngayon. Yung logic of inverters is very, very powerful. As you know, ang MPPT is a circuit integrated into an inverter. Ano ba ginagawa ng MPPT? Okay. It maximizes yung power ng module natin. Okay, so kasi ang module kasi it varies on irradiance, temperature, and yung flow of wind. So, mag-a-adjust yung MPPT kapag nagbabago yung irradiation, temperature, so that it will maximize yung power of your module. Okay, yung MPPT, lahat ng inverter ngayon, may MPPT na yan. Yung in-explain din kanina ni Jeff, mukhang parang may MPPT rin na kanya, nag-adjust yung mo, yung mga battery storage based on your loads din. So, napakatalino na yung mga technology now. Okay. So, basic again. Okay. So, when we are doing yung solar PV system, it composed of yung string, para nag-series ka lang, we connected series yung modules to produce a greater voltage, 800 volts or 1,000 volts. So, meron ko string 1, string 2, string 3, then magko-connect sa inverter yan. Pag in-equate mo yan, yun na yung total wattage mo connected to inverter. Yan din nakalagay sa Philippine Electrical Code na diagram. So pinaganda lang namin yung diagram to be provided dun sa solar PV system guidelines natin. Okay? So this one, ito yung picture namin nung, when we had an inspection dito sa IKEA. Nandiyan sila, sir. Yeah, that's right. Nandiyan ka. Parang nandito ka sa likod. Okay. So we inspected yung SME IKEA para makita namin lahat yung installation of how do they did it, safety, and yung mga inverter, and type of installation. Okay. Okay, so this is a simple diagram. Yung pag-connect, napakasimple, di ba? Napakasimple yung paggawa ng solar. Isi-series mo lang to create a string. Then, yung string mo, pag pinagsama-sama mo, doon sa array, that would connect na to the inverter. Okay, this is a sample. Pakibalik na uli, napindot ko uli. Sorry. Okay. So this is a sample of an array, isang array yan. So it composed of string 1, A1 to L1, that is 16 string. Number of panel per string, 19. Connected, ang azimuth niya is 49 degrees. Panel watt peak, 580. The total of that, so 19, 1,120 watt peak. Total volts mo, 802. So yan lahat connected into an inverter. Okay? So parang gumawa lang tayo ng load schedule. Then, this is connected na here sa inverter. Okay. So in our guidelines, there is also a sample calculation. Yung paano pag-design ng PV string. Ito yung ginawa ni Engineer Magdali. Si Vic, nandito si Vic. So sample lang dito is V maximum module mo, ito yung formula, V open circuit, tapos yung open circuit voltage temperature coefficient, minimum design ambient temperature. Reference lagi 25C doon sa standard testing condition 25C yan. So may correcting factor ka. Example, open voltage circuit mo is 49. Ito yung voltage maximum mo, 41. Okay, ito yung open circuit voltage coefficient mo, ambient temperature is 40, tapos 25 yung reference. Okay? So, as a sample, so ito na, 41.7 yung voltage, coefficient mo, ito na yon. Kasi voltage temperature coefficient times maximum voltage. So, voltage DC mo is 40. Okay? So, ang minimum number of module mo, using yung MPP voltage range 180 to 1,000 volts, so this would equate na into 4 module. Sa isa naman, using yung maximum voltage. Okay? So, dinivide sa 1,000, yung module mo, 24. Number of modules mo is 25. So, nandun din sa kanya sa guidelines natin. Okay. Okay, ano ba yung irradiation? Irradiation is yung simple condito explanation, yung brightness of your sun that would hit do sa kwan mo, sa module surface mo. So this is a watt per square meter. That is a radiation. So, what are the factors that would affect yung efficiency of your module? So yung irradiation mo, temperature, wind speed. With this map, pag nakikita mo yung mga red na highlighted in red, yan yung magaganda yung irradiation. Okay? So, dito, when we check ang Baguio, maganda rin ang kanyan, efficiency. Because the temperature is cold. So it would affect the efficiency. Dito, maganda rin dito. Here, Metro Manila nga, when you compare Metro Manila to other regions like this yung mga red con mo, highlighted in red, mas maganda itong mga area na to. Okay. So yan, irradiation, very simple lang yung efficiency of your module. It would affect based on irradiation, based on temperature, and yung wind. Kasi pag maganda yung wind speed mo, the better for the heat dissipation. Okay, so irradiation. So pag titignan mo yung specs of your module, this is what you can see. On this right side, okay, open circuit is 48 volts. Short circuit current is 13.8. Yung irradiation mo, as you can see in this graph, constant yung voltage mo. Pag maganda yung irradiation mo, this is the graph. Habang pumapangit yung irradiation mo, area with low irradiation, your current will be reduced. Constant voltage, pero yung current mo, is variable. Sa temperature naman, constant yung current mo, variable yung voltage. Pag mainit, bumababa yung voltahe. So yan yung kanya, yung representation of this graph. Okay, so laging kanya doon sa specs of your module, you can usually see this standard test condition. Ang standard test condition mo, temperature is 25 C, then at 1,000 watt per square meter. Then yung air mass mo is 1.5. Okay. Okay, so this graph represents yung solar cell temperature. As you can see here, this graph, this is the temperature. Okay? So, pag tumataas temperature mo, yung maximum power mo goes down. Pero yung current mo, tumataas. Voltage is going down. So, when cell temperature rise, increase cell current output, decrease cell voltage output, then overall cell power output drops. Okay? Okay, so this is also part of our book. So, yung sun path, okay? So, on June, nandito yung sun path mo. December, nandito. Pero most of that is facing south. Azimuth. Azimuth is measured from north. Pag ano siya. So, pag 180 in the Philippines, yun yung azimuth of best location of our module facing azimuth of 180 dito sa south. Okay, so identification of the sun altitude and azimuth, optimal tilt, and orientation of a solar module is very important dun sa installation and design of our solar modules, solar PV system. Okay, so tilt. So yung angle of your kung paano mo install angle of your module. Okay, so this one facing south in Pasay City dito sa Mall of Asia. Okay? Yung latitude is approximately 14.53 north and the longitude is 121 east. Ano ba, paano ba ako nun? Paano ba chine-check? So, pag nandito yan, ito yung pan mo, ito yung latitude mo, okay? Then, 121 of east dito. Okay? So, yun yung pan mo, yung angle mo is always inclined to the site latitude. So, ito 14 degrees. Okay? Okay, so what are the requirements pag gumawa tayo ng solar PV system? Ito yung mga requirements. Okay, so LGU, barangay clearance, building permit, electrical permit, civil structure permit, fire clearance, occupancy permit, permit to operate, certificate of final electrical installation, and fire safety inspection. I do that na sa, kung pareho dun sa Visayas. Pareho lang din. Okay, this is for Luzon. The requirements, yung pag nag-apply ng distribution impact study sa DU. So these are the requirements. Letter of intent, ID for representative, updated electrical plan signed by PE, and certificate of final electrical inspection. After that, mag-apply ka sa ERC for the ERC certificate of compliance. So this is the requirements naman. Application form, company profile, permit to operate duly signed by DENR, ECC, and yung distribution impact study. DU certificate. Okay? So sample ng LGU permit related to civil structural permit, ito gumagawa ng structural design. Okay? So very important to use then yung wind map doon sa mga structural designer. As an example for Mall of Asia, this is the wind map, nasa 260 km per hour. So yung MOA, Mall of Asia is designed at 260 kph or higher. We're doing SMCT Caloocan study. So ito yung kanya, path naman ng wind path mo. 270 kph. Legazpi, 290 kph. Okay? So this map is, ang wind speed mo correspond to approximately 15% probability of exceedance in 50 years. So yan yung kinoconsider sa mga structural design din. Okay, so sample, yellow card for the LGU. Hello. Hello, Mike. Narinig na ako sa Zoom. Hello? Test. Okay, so part of the LGU, ito yan, yung yellow card mo, and of course, yung certificate of electrical inspection. Okay, so ito, fire safety clearance, fire safety inspection certificate sa BFP. Okay, sa distribution impact study naman, requirement for the DU is ito very important. Bago ka, kasi the distribution utility should know na walang impact yung system na ilalagay natin on their reliability doon sa system nila. Okay, So ano ba yung composition of a DU study? So yun, voltage impact check. If a solar export will cause over voltage on the feeder, short circuit contributions, okay? Protection coordination, to ensure that the inverted trip settings coordinate with the DU protection, backfeed analysis, feeder loading, yung power quality, especially yung harmonics. So after the DIS approval, DU issues yung connection approval letter and endorsement. Then proceed for the construction. Okay, so yan, ito yung mga condition dun sa distribution impact study. So mag-install daw ng disconnecting device of the solar PV system near the connection point as a means of electricity isolating yung system ng mall. Okay, so maintain power factor of not less than 95% lagging at all times. So may mga condition. Then after you read the condition, pag agree ka na, mag-sign ka na, ibalik na sa DU. Okay, so ito yung last. Okay, yung certificate of compliance. Parang ito na yung certificate mo that you are a legal owning your generation of the solar. Okay? Before, nung wala pa to, ang ginagamit natin is yung ERC Resolution 14, 2014. So yun yung resolution na yan is yung resolution that issue yung certificate of compliance doon sa mga generators and yung mga self-use generation buildings. Like pag may building kayo at nagsa-self-generate, under ka on that resolution ERC. But now, lumabas yung 2022 na resolution from ERC. Ito na yung distribution DR o energy resources. Okay, with this resolution, ang sinasabi ng ERC, pag on-grid, capacity shall be greater, which shall be greater than 100 megawatts up to 1 megawatt. Yun na resolution. Pero pwede ka pang sumobra. Pwede naman. Pwede ka mag 2 megawatts, 3 megawatts. Okay? Pero ang isang condition niya is pag naglabas ka. Okay? Kasi babayaran ka naman pag naglabas. Provided that the maximum capacity to export shall not exceed 30% of your nameplate capacity of the DER. Pero for our installation naman, it is a self-use. The one we installed, kayang ubusin ng isang operation ng mall naman. Okay, so application of COC, kung sale of energy, ang mag-apply ng COC is yung operator of the solar PV system. With this case, ang operator is Sibuskuwits. Okay, pag DER ownership transferred to the end user, so end user yung mag-apply and the operator. Pag DER lease to end user, operator would apply. So yung mga condition doon sa ERC. Okay. Ito yung I would like to tackle because this is very important. Kasi sometimes yung installation of a solar, yung tapping or termination to the building system, electrical system, kung minsan, most of the time, ito yung installation. Solar, hinahati lang nila yon. If that is 1 megawatt peak, 500. If that is 2 megawatt peak, 1 megawatt. 1 megawatt, they connect here. Another 1 megawatt here, okay? Pero for this one kasi, ang problema rito, if the installation, like for example, you have a power shutdown on the night time, then you wanted to operate in the morning, mga 5 a.m., 7 a.m. Eh may problema system mo. May short circuit o nagkabaliktad yung mga phasing of cable. Eh di mag-shutdown ka ulit, di ba? kung dito ka nag-tap, you will need to request again for shutdown para to fix yung mga cable mo that is short-circuited or mali-maling installation. What if dito ka nag-install na lang, dito sa low voltage switchgear, then provide a feeder breaker. Ito yung the best na tapping point. Kasi ito is provided na in advance or when we do a design or designer prepare a design, dapat nagpe-prepare na rin siya ng kan. Isama niya na yung provision of a solar with ACB. Para dyan na mag-connect si solar if the owner intend to install a solar PV system. The advantage of this one is mas reliable ka, mas madali isolation. Di ba? Pag may problema ka rito, isolate mo lang ito. So, yun na lang gawin natin, Marshall. Dito na. Huwag na rito. Okay? So, another inputs from the solar PV system of a building. Time's up na. Okay, mabilis na lang to. When you operate a solar PV system, nag-brown out, the generator will run. Pwede mo mag-sync. Pwede mo magsabay yung genset and solar. Anyone? Pwede. May mga inverter na ako ngayon na pwede na. Pero yung mga inverter that we're using, hindi pwede. Why? Okay. Ito yung kan. Kasi the inverter, the logic of inverter, napakatalino yan eh. And the inverter is, the voltage of that inverter is advanced compared to yung mga DU natin. Laging advanced yan. That is the reason why when you have a solar, he is the priority to supply solar to your system. Because that is the inverter inverter logic. Uunahin niya to connect to your system. May iwan yung DU. Okay? So, ito yung priority. Okay? Pag nag-brown out, disconnected yan. Why? Baka maging tamad yung genset. Baka maging motorized. Instead of generating, naging motor siya. That's the reason why most of the installation ngayon using the inverter, sabi ni Jer Conrad, pwede. Pero kung na, mga bagong kung yun, parang hybrid inverter na yan. Okay? So yan. Okay. Pwede pa. Okay, next. Last na to, last. Okay. When you are designer of a solar system and you are doing the design, very important to consider yung mall load mo or load of the building. Okay? So dapat your design is just enough yung wala kang curtailment. Kasi kung ang design mo, early hour in the morning, mas malaki yung production mo than the mall load or building load, meron kang curtailment, sayang yung production. Linilimit mo lang. So you should design yung tamang-tama based on your load. Okay, that's all. So yun lang, yung pag lumabas yung natin, yung solar PV system, that would be a good guidance for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Charles Singson, for that very informative basics of rooftop solar PV, and of course, an introductory discussion on our guide for rooftop solar PV system installation. Okay, so now let's proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to Sir Charles Singson. Let's call on Engineer Conrad Binondo and Sir Conrad Binondo, only? Okay. Dito na ako magbabasa. Let me read the citation. So this Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Engineer Charles Singson for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic Guide for Rooftop Solar PV System or the building installation during the powering the energy transition to a net zero future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, and empowerment and excellence given this 25th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, Engineer Jadper De Castro, our National Secretary, Engineer Cleofi Kaidik, National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and Engineer Alberto Herrera, our National President. Thank you, Sir Charles, for pre-launch of the guide of solar, our book. So this is a pre-launch of the book, The Guide for Rooftop Solar PV System. Again, before we proceed to our next speaker, may we play an audiovisual presentation from one of our sponsors, from Cargill. Thank you, Karjo, for that presentation and also for supporting our event today. Now, moving forward to our next technical resource speaker. She is a registered electrical engineer with over a decade of technical and commercial experience in the Philippine power and utility sector. She has held key roles at Meralco ABB and Cargill Bioindustrial, where she led initiatives in transformer asset management, dielectric fluid technologies, and grid resiliency. Her expertise spans technical sales, standards advocacy, and utility engagement with a focus on sustainable and fire-safe transformer solutions. In 2016, she received the Best Paper Award at CEPSI for her contribution to energy efficiency and safety practices. Her work has influenced procurement specifications and operational standards across multiple electric utilities, supporting the advancement of safer and more sustainable power systems. Let us all welcome Engineer Lorene Dunca, Senior Business Development Manager, to discuss the topic driving decarbonization of power transmission and distribution with natural ester transformer.
Hello. Ayan. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, good afternoon, fellow engineers. Thank you to IIEE Standards Committee. And thank you especially to Sir Conrad for inviting us to present FRT, our product in Cargill Bioindustrial. And to be aligned on the theme, so driving decarbonization of power transmissions and distribution with natural ester transformers. So, siguro po ang gusto ko lang yung maiuwi this afternoon after my presentation would be yung maliit na bagay po sa isang transformer, kagaya ng transformer oil, could help po sa goal natin for driving sustainability and net zero. So, to begin with po, let me ask you, as electrical engineers, how often or do you consider the impact of transformer fluids, not just on performance, but on the carbon footprint of the entire power system? Siguro po ang sagot dyan is, hindi. Hindi natin naisip na may impact pala yung transformer oil. So, today, we're going to explore a solution that's not only technically sound, but also aligned with our shared goal of powering the energy transition to a net zero future. So again po, my name is Laureen, and I'm here to walk you through the natural ester transformers built on proven standards and can help decarbonize transmission and distribution systems while improving reliability, safety, and long-term value. So let's take a closer look at how this technology fits into the bigger picture of sustainable power infrastructure. Ayan. So before we get into the technical details, let me give you a quick roadmap of what we'll be covering today. First, we'll look at the key drivers and challenges the power industry faces in reducing carbon footprint. So, have you noticed how rising energy demand and renewable integration are reshaping the way we think about system design and asset performance? So then, we'll explore what makes natural ester fluids, specifically FR3, a truly sustainable alternative to conventional insulating oils. So what if the fluid inside your transformer could actually help reduce emissions instead of adding to the emissions? And after that, we'll dive into how natural ester transformers can be applied to real-world scenarios to support decarbonization. And finally, we'll wrap up if time permits. If you want to ask questions, then we can discuss. Okay, so sounds good? Let's start. Okay, now that we set the stage, let's begin by looking at the forces driving change in our industry. As engineers, we know that rising energy demand and the rapid integration of renewables are no longer future. Nandito na po. They're happening now. But here's a question. How do we meet these demands while reducing emissions and maintaining system reliability? The reality is, our transmission and distribution networks are facing increasingly dynamic loading profiles. Nababanggit po yan mula kanina sa mga topics when it comes to solar and the BESS also. So it's not just about adding capacity anymore. It's about smarter asset utilization, longer equipment life, and reducing total cost of ownership. So what if we could improve energy and material efficiency while also supporting environmental goals? Yeah. That's a kind of thinking that's reshaping how we design and operate power systems today. So let's take a closer look at how the choice of insulating fluid, something often overlooked, can be a key part of that solution. Yeah. Ayan, tama naman. So, again, building on those challenges, let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture. How the energy sector contributes to carbon emissions across the entire value chain. Now, here's something that might surprise you. Did you know that for some major utilities, the indirect emissions from their supply chain, known as Scope 3, can actually exceed the direct emissions from power generation itself? So according to a European energy company's sustainability report, activities like electricity purchases, fuel trading, and equipment manufacturing, including transformers and insulating fluids, make up a significant portion of total emissions. Yeah. So while deploying renewables is essential, it's not the whole story. What if we could reduce emissions, not just the source, but also in the materials and technologies we choose to support the grid? So this is where the role of standards and sustainable materials becomes critical. So let's now look at how natural ester fluid fit into this situation. Okay. Now that we've seen how supply chain emissions play a major role, let's zoom in one specific material. So insulating fluid. Mag-focus po tayo doon. And ask, what if the fluid inside your transformer could actually help reduce your carbon footprint instead of adding to it? Naisip niyo na po ba yon before? I think yes, because may mga gumagamit naman po talaga ng natural esters today. But still, yung technology here in the Philippines is something parang young pa. So, natural ester fluids like FR3 are derived from vegetable oils. Unlike mineral oil or synthetic esters, they benefit from biogenic carbon, meaning the plants used to produce them actually absorb carbon dioxide. So, and because their production avoids the energy-intensive refining and chemical processes typical of mineral and synthetic oils, their life cycle emissions are significantly lower. In fact, as shown in the chart, the net carbon footprint of natural ester can be even negative. Yan. Bakit po? Kasi nga it's made of plants and the plants itself absorb the carbon dioxide. So here's a thought. If we're serious about low carbon energy systems, shouldn't we also be choosing materials that align with our goal? And when it comes to the end of life, use of natural ester fluid doesn't need to be reclaimed to reuse in transformers. Yan. Sino? It can be recycled as feedstocks for industrial chemicals. So making it both economically and environmentally practical. Yeah. Now that we've seen how natural ester fluids outperform other insulating oils in terms of carbon footprint, let's take a closer look at the raw materials behind them. So you might be wondering, are all vegetable oils equally sustainable when used in transformer fluids? Yeah. At first glance, soybean oil may seem less efficient than palm or rapeseed oil due to its lower yield. But here's the key insight. Soybeans produce not just oil, but also soy meal, which makes up about 80% of the crop and is a vital global food source. So, quick story lang po from Cargill. So Cargill is known as an agricultural company where what we do is we own the whole supply chain. So we have the farm of the soybean up to the refining of the oil. So what we do for FR3 is, so from the farm of the soybean, so the soybean will be used or will be produced as feedstocks. If you know Purina, Purina is by Cargill. So we produce animal feeds. And then from that plant, same plant, we also produce edible cooking oil. So if we are here in SMX, you go to SM, you can buy SM bonus cooking oil. May it be soybean, palm, or corn. That is from Cargill. And then there is a byproduct from the edible oil that is re-refined, and then it will produce FR3, the electric fluid. So how sustainable po, di ba? Lumipat ba yung slides ko? Ayan. Okay, so again, going back, so if we only measure oil yield and ignore the broader value of the crop, we risk misjudging its sustainability. When we factor in annual production volume, cost of cultivation, and fertilizer input, soybean oil emerges as one of the most sustainable sources of natural ester fluids. So, would it make sense to choose a raw material that supports both environmental goals and global food systems? That's the kind of holistic thinking we need as we move toward net zero. Now that we've discussed raw material sustainability, let's move to another critical question. What really determines whether a natural ester fluid is truly sustainable? It's not just about the oil itself. To get the full picture, we need to consider the fossil fuel use in manufacturing and the land practices behind crop production. For example, Cargill's FRT fluid shows a negative carbon footprint, but that only happens when the entire process from farming to production is managed responsibly. So here's the challenge. How do we make sure these fluids aren't linked to deforestation or poor water stewardship? The answer lies in having suppliers with fully integrated supply chains and strong ESG policies. Without that, the sustainability benefits we expect could easily be lost. This is why standards and governance matters as much as technology. Let's now see how these principles translates into measurable impact in real-world applications. Now that we've covered the theory, let's make it real with numbers. So how much impact can switching from mineral oil to natural ester actually deliver? This case study from Meralco in the Philippines quantified the decarbonization benefit of using natural ester exclusively in pole-mounted transformers. Here's what they found. By replacing mineral oil with natural ester, Meralco avoided more than 3,400 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions every year. Over a 10-year period, that adds up to 40,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Think about that. One decision on insulating fluid translates into tens of thousands of carbon emissions avoided. If a single utility can achieve this, what would happen? So again, going back, if a single utility can achieve this, what could happen if the entire industry adopted the same approach? This is where standards, again, and sustainability converge to create measurable results. Next, let's look at how these fluids don't just cut emissions. They also extend transformer life and improve reliability. Okay, so we've seen how natural ester fluids reduce carbon emissions. But what about performance? So hindi lang po ito pang sustainability lang, pang environmental lang, but it has also benefits for the transformer itself and for the power industry, of course. So can sustainability also mean better reliability and longer life? So here's the answer. When natural ester replaces mineral oil, it dramatically extends the life of cellulose insulation by 5 to 8 times. And according to IEC standards for high-temperature insulation systems, this improvement allows us to raise the thermal class by 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, giving transformers greater flexibility under higher loads. Why does this happen? Natural ester continuously removes moisture from the paper insulation through absorption and hydrolysis, maintaining the electric strength and reducing bubble formation. So think about this. If a fluid can cut emissions and extend asset life at the same time, isn't it that the kind of solution we need for a net zero future? So next, let's see how this translates into real economic benefits, that is, lower total cost of ownership. We've seen how natural ester improves reliability. Now, let's talk about what every utility cares about: cost. This case study, again from Meralco, shows something remarkable. By switching to natural ester, the annual replacement rate for distribution transformers dropped from 6.7% to 4.2%. That means average transformer life extends from 30 years to 48 years. So even if the initial cost of natural ester transformer is about 15% higher, the longer lifespan reduces the net present value of replacement cost by 14%. And here's the bigger picture. Fewer replacement means less steel, aluminum, and copper consumed, and lower emissions from manufacturing new units. So let me ask you again, if you could cut life cycle costs and environmental impact at the same time, wouldn't that be a smarter investment? So next, we'll look at another advantage: how natural ester enables higher loading capacity for even greater efficiency. We've seen how natural ester extends transformer life. But what if we could also boost performance without sacrificing reliability? Thanks to its higher thermal class, natural ester allows us to rethink transformer design. Here's what the data shows. So if we keep the hottest spot temperature at 110 degrees Celsius, that is on point 1, the insulation life of a natural ester transformer is about 8 times longer than the mineral oil unit. Or we can push the temperature 20 degrees Celsius higher. So at point 2, 130 degrees hottest spot temperature. So with that, we are unlocking up to 50% more loading capacity. So pwede po tayong pumili. Ang gusto po ba natin is as-is design, pero higher yung, tama ba? As-is yung design, higher ang life. Or same yung expected life natin, pero it can run on a higher hotspot temperature. Meaning meron po siyang sustainable peak load. Mas mataas po, hindi siya overloading at a limited time, but that would be the new loading capacity niya. So ganun po siya. So pwede nating i-play around yung design doon while using natural ester. So let me ask you again, what would higher power density mean for your network? Is it fewer units, smaller footprint, and lower system losses? So this flexibility is a game changer for utilities looking to balance cost, performance, and sustainability. Okay, so next, we'll see how this translates into measurable energy savings and carbon reduction. You've talked about thermal flexibility. Now, let's see what it means in practice. A transformer OEM compared a 800 kVA natural ester transformer with additional loading capacity against a conventional 1000 kVA mineral oil unit. Here's what they found. Even though the natural ester unit exceeds load loss at peak, it significantly lower no load loss and delivers about 50 megawatt hour of energy savings over 30 years. That is more than 13% reduction in total losses. In terms of carbon emissions, that's 30 tons of CO2 avoided from just one transformer over its lifetime. So here's the takeaway. If we only look at losses at maximum load, we miss the bigger picture of real-world efficiency. Natural ester gives us the flexibility to optimize for actual operating conditions, not just on nameplate ratings. Next, we'll see how this efficiency gains translates into lower total cost of ownership when environmental costs are factored in. Again, so we've seen the energy savings. Now let's talk about the financial impact. When we factor in equipment costs and system loss, the 800 kVA natural ester transformer comes out about 11% lower in total cost of ownership compared to the 1000 kVA mineral oil unit. And that's true whether or not we include environmental costs from carbon emissions. So what does this mean? The ability to increase loading capacity beyond conventional temperature limits isn't just a technical advantage. It's a driver of both economic and environmental sustainability. If you could reduce life cycle costs, cut emissions, and optimize footprint all at once, wouldn't that redefine how we specify transformers? Okay, so next, we'll look at how this approach scales up to deliver massive material savings across entire networks. We've seen how natural ester improves efficiency and cost. Now let's look at the impacts on materials. So according to European Copper Institute study tied to the EU Green Deal, replacing conventional mineral oil transformers with dual-rated natural ester units can save hundreds of thousands of tons of non-renewable materials like steel, aluminum, and copper. Why? Because higher loading capacity allows us to optimize equipment sizing. So fewer oversized units, smaller footprints, and less raw material consumption. So here's the question. Gising pa po ba kayo? If we can reduce emissions and conserve critical resources at the same time, isn't that kind of solution the industry need to meet? Nawala na naman. Yeah. Okay. Pabalik na lang po. Nasaan na ba? Okay. Hindi. So, babalik po ako sa question ko. Na gumagalaw kasi yung screen ko dito. Sorry. So, again, if we can reduce emissions and conserve critical resources at the same time, isn't that kind of solution the industry needs to meet sustainability targets? Yeah. So, this is, again, how standards and technology work together to deliver real-world impact. So now, let's see how this approach is already being applied in renewable energy projects. Yeah. So we've seen how natural ester transformers optimize networks. Now let's look at how this approach works in renewable energy projects. Yeah. So this is in Spain, a project. So in a 135 megawatt solar cluster in Spain, Enel Green Power developed 21 natural ester MVLV transformers rated at 5,000 kVA, but capable of handling 7,000 kVA peak output. Compared to conventional 7,000 kVA mineral oil units, these transformers delivered big wins. Lower equipment costs, smaller footprint, and over 14 tons less steel, aluminum, and paper used. And the carbon impact, more than 40 tons of CO2 emissions avoided during manufacturing. So here's another question. So if renewables are the future, shouldn't the supporting infrastructure also be designed for sustainability and efficiency? So this case proves that natural ester technology isn't just a theory. It's already powering real projects. And next, we'll wrap up with the key takeaways and open the floor for your questions if time permits po, or if they will allow us. Okay, so we've covered a lot today, so let's bring it all together. There are two key ways to deploy natural ester transformers for a more sustainable power system. First, use them in a conventional way to extend equipment life, reducing capital investment, and cutting the carbon footprint tied to manufacturing over the long term. Or second, take advantage of their higher thermal capability to design more compact units for networks with lower average load factors, and this approach reduces equipment costs, footprint, and materials use while improving energy efficiency. So, here's a question I leave with you. If one technology can help us meet standards, lower emissions, and optimize performance, isn't that exactly what we need to power the transition to a net zero future? So thank you for your attention. So that would be all for Cargill. Thank you so much. Yan. May questions po ba? Kasi may time pa ako. Pero kung wala po, you can always email me doon sa email address po or ask IIE for my contact. So thank you so much po ulit.
thank you so much, Ma'am Loreen Dunga, for that very informative session. Let me call on our Standards Committee, Sir Conrad Binondo, to present the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Loreen Dunga. Ma'am Loreen? Natuyuan ng... Okay, so let me read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Loreen E. Dunga for imparting valuable insights as resource technical speaker on the topic driving decarbonization of power transmission and distribution with natural ester transformers during the powering the energy transition to a net zero future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, our chairman in Standards Committee, Engineer Jed Per de Castro, our National Secretary, Engineer Cleofe Caidic, our National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and lastly, but not least, Engineer Alberto Herrera, our National President. Maraming salamat, Engineer Loreen. Now, we proceed to another AVP or audiovisual presentation from another sponsor. Correct? Okay. From Total Power, Total Solar Team. I'm sorry. Total Solar. Again, this audiovisual presentation is under Total Solar by Engineer Ronmar Gonzalez. Okay, so there's technical difficulties here. So let's just proceed to our next speaker. So our next speaker is a professional electrical engineer and a certified energy manager and the president of Total Solar. He is also the former IIEE Cebu chapter president. And of course, let me emphasize this, he is the CEO of Total Solar and RBG Design and Engineering Services. Let us all welcome Engineer Ronmar Gonzalez to discuss the topic safety guidelines of solar installation in commercial establishment.
Thank you so much, Engineer, for the short introduction. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope gising pa kayo lahat, no? And then also sa virtual. Okay, so our topic is for today is more on safety consideration and common mistakes and engineering control on the actual installation of a solar PV focusing on commercial. So we're just sharing our experience in installation. So I'm sure some of you are also already a EPC and contractor. So basically, if you observe in our solar industry, here in Philippines, wala talaga tayong official na guide, no, for the solar PV installation. So we just rely on suppliers' manuals and other international guidelines. So, but now, hopefully, the IIEE will release the official solar PV installation for our guide in solar PV installation in the Philippines. Okay, so we'll start. So our topic is on safety guidelines of solar PV installation and commercial establishment. Okay. So more on sharing lang ito ng mga experience na ginather namin, no? Other for us, from us, and also the other EPC. Okay, so introduction. So solar PV installation stages. So safety considerations and engineering controls. So we know that solar power So, solar power is now the fastest growing source of electricity worldwide. So, as solar installation continue to increase, so cost has dropped significantly, no? Making solar PV system more accessible and more affordable, no, than ever, like said for the previous speaker. So, however, before investing into solar PV system, it is important, no, to understand the key aspects for the project feasibility study. So safety in solar PV installation. So what are the consequences of the substandard installation? Number one, so unmet customers' needs. Number two, lack of trust. Increased system fail ratio, especially pag hindi natama yung design natin. Then additional cost of maintaining the system. Pag lalo pabalik-balik na tayo sa system, nagbi-maintenance tayo, no? Pag nagfi-fail. Then worst is cost of fire. And then damage of property and loss of life. So our fires are from systems are real risk. So ito yung percentage ng failure, no, na na-contribute to every part of the solar installation and design. So number one is ang pinakamalaki is the installation mistake, which is 38%. Second is the product failure, which is 35%. Then the planning and design stage failure, 70%. And then the external influence, which is the typhoon and etc., is 10%. So, next. So based sa record, no, ng mga standard organization, so 0.006% of PV system in Germany cause fires. No? So similar rates in Japan, Netherlands, and Australia. Okay, nice. So how fires happen? No? So basically, as an electrical engineer, common talaga to na loss of connections dahil sa hindi maganda yung pagka-install, damage of components, poor of mechanical and electrical design. So may mga ano tayo ngayon na mga fly-by-night, no, na nag-design lang na wala namang pirma ng mga electrical engineers. So, okay, next. So, main causes of PV fires. So, yun kanina, human error, poor of installations, product failure. Maraming mga inverter ngayon na galing sa Shopee, Lazada na ginagamit ngayon na wala talaga tayong control. No? Then, external factors like animals, lighting, typhoon. And then, design flows. So ngayon, so far, wala pala talaga tayong standard na design stages, no, na sinusunod. So nagre-rely lang tayo sa PEC, which is generic lang yung binibigay niya doon. Okay? So next. So PV fires are very rare, but quality design, installation, and maintenance are essential to prevent them. So solar PV installation stages. So first is ano lang to, generic lang, no. Site assessment. So ano 'yon? So resource availability, mga roof orientation tilt, Usually ito, roof structural condition, then electrical infrastructure, no? Okay, so one of the safety consideration is the shading. So, ito yung kung nakikita nyo, yung mga panels na nilagay lang basta may space lang, nilalagay na lang basta-basta. So, hindi niya alam na may mga obstruction pala, no? So, hindi mo malalaman yan pag hindi ka gumagamit ng mga software, no? So, engineering control. So, ito yon. Ito yung mga software na ginagamit para ma-identify yung shading ng caused by the sunlight orientation. So, before tayo mag-design, ito yung pinaka-basic, pinaka-initial na gagawin, no? So, hindi natin pwedeng basta lang may location na lang, lagay na lang natin yung solar PV natin. Okay? So, orientation and tilt. So, ito, nasabi na to kanina ni Engineer Charles, no? So, dapat i-consider natin yung type of roof. May curve, may flat, and then yung iba is marami orientation, and then naka-steep din. So, ano yung engineering controls? So, i-identify natin yung proper MMS, which is the mounting structure, no, for the PV efficiency. Okay, then angle. Also, may mga software na tayo sa cellphones, mada-download nyo lang sa mga apps to locate the proper orientation of our solar PV module. Okay, so ito pinaka-important, structural condition. So, before tayo mag-start, isa sa mga kailangan natin i-consider is yung structural design. So, dapat hihingi tayo ng structural design and analysis ng structure. If wala tayo na ang mag-provide, mag-hire tayo ng mga structural engineer na mag-analyze ng structure. Okay, so maraming type ng structure, no? So may mga ballasted, may flush mounted. So yeah, like I said, dapat consider natin yung design ng mga ballast, ano yung dapat na tamang counterweight. Hindi pwedeng copy-paste lang tayo sa ibang project na same ng design. So iwasan natin 'yon. So proximity and availability of the PUI, which is the point of interconnection. So ito yung sinasabi ni Sir Charles na magtatap sa main line or sa load side. Okay, so safety and consideration. So number one, para maging efficient yung inverter station natin, dapat malapit sa main, malapit sa switchgear, malapit sa tapping point. As much as possible, no? Hanapan natin ang paraan. So, another challenges is yung sinasabi ni Sir Charles na ilagay natin sa load side. So, yung mga challenges doon is yung congested na marami na mga wires, so mahirap na ilagay. So, basically, hanapan pa rin ang paraan. No? So, ito yung strategic location. So, yeah, sabi ko, as much as possible, malapit sa tapping point. And then, important din is yung load profiling. So, dapat malaman din natin kung ano yung consumption ng tapping point, no? Para hindi mag-exist yung design natin. But basically, yung load profiling, part yan ng first stages ng design, no? Okay, so another thing is component handling, no? And transport. So, hindi natin to pwedeng i-take for granted din. So, safe handling and transport, proper storage, so safe handling and transport, so safety consideration. So, basically, dapat i-check natin yung mga dumating na mga item kasi hindi natin alam kahit nakabalot yan. May mga damages pa rin sa loob, no? So, as engineers, so sa site, it is our responsibility, no, to make sure yung mga equipment natin is talagang walang problema. And then, typically sa installation, may mga tao tayo na minsan talaga na hindi maiwasan na nilalagay yung mga equipment, no, sa PV module. And then, ito rin basically, show mark. Minsan hindi natin nakikita after the installation, pag nag-energize na, nakikita natin hindi siya pumapasa sa mga PR test dahil dyan. No? So ano yung mga controls natin? So gagamit tayo ng mga proper equipment, no, for hoisting, heavy equipment. And then check din natin sa mga manual ng mga module kasi may mga sila proper handling, no, orientation ng pag-akit. Hindi basta-basta na ihowling na lang yan tapos pagdating sa taas nabasag tapos i-claim natin na sira. Tayo pala ang nakasira, no? Okay, so basically, kailangan talaga din ng engineering to. Hindi to basta-basta lang foreman or supervisor lang ang nag-supervise. Okay, so next. So ito yung mga, isa sa mga project namin na mishandling. So yeah, very expensive. So ito yun sa loob ng container van, no? After sa delivery. So okay lang, 200,000 lang naman yung nasira ito. So kayang-kaya yan sa insurance. Okay, next. So other thing is component storage. So ito rin isa sa mga na-take for granted natin, no? So after maiakyat yung mga panel, nilalagay na natin basta-basta. Basta sure lang na okay yung structure dyan. But isa sa mga titingnan natin, yung mga malapit sa mga cold storage, may mga chemical effect siya. So nagkakaroon siya ng mga rainbow. Tapos ito hindi talaga siya nakukuha at natatanggal. So ito yung mga i-complain ng client, no? So imagine mo pag lahat ganyan, so yung maging problema, no, after the installation. Okay? So engineering controls, so ito yung mga best practices namin pag store ng mga components before installation. So dapat may 12 na patong lang ng mga module, no? And then, yeah, proper storage. So, dapat hindi siya naka-expose sa sunlight because pag naka-expose na yan, nagsa-start na yung generation ng power, nagsa-start na yung warranty. Okay. So, next. Okay, installation of MMS is the mounting structure. So, hindi rin natin to dapat i-take for granted. Yung leak-free dapat. Proper alignment and torque. So ito yung mga isa sa mga nangyayari sa mga project namin, no? Water intrusion dahil sa mali na paggamit ng mga kailangan materials for the installation, especially yung mga sealant, dapat naka-UV rated lahat, naka-UL. Na hindi pwedeng bibilihin lang natin doon sa Lazada or sa ibang stores na hindi naman qualified. Okay, then number 1, ito rin damage ng mga waterproofing, no? So ito yung pinaka-expensive na magiging mangyayari, no? Pag hindi natin alam kung may waterproofing ba yan o wala. Okay. So ito yung mga engineering controls. So dapat sufficient yung nilagay na sealant. Then dapat UV rated. Then also I will consider the waterproofing activity, no? And then para maiwasan yung mga ibang leaks dahil mali-mali yung pag-install and then location ng ginagawa ng mga tao. So dapat maglagay din tayo ng installation of walkway. Okay, so another thing is alignment and torque. So pag hindi tama yung pag-torque, hindi nasunod yung module gauge niya. So mag-misalignment yung mga PV module natin. So engineering controls, so ito i-verify natin yung mga screw. Kasi minsan may mga screw siya na from suppliers but pag tiningnan, pag ginamit mo, hindi siya adequate kasi mahaba yung angle bar sa ilalim ng roof. So isa yun sa mga design consideration na dapat nating titingnan. Okay, so ito yun after the proper alignment of the PV module. So installation of PV modules, so secured mounting, efficient PV modules, hazard-free during emergency. So mounting method and counterweight, no? So isa din to sa mga kailangan din natin i-consider, yung mga weight ng ating PV modules saka yung mga counterweight niya. So ito rin minsan na overlock yung mga clamping zone, minsan nasa short zone siya kinaklamp. So minsan ang nangyayari diyan nagko-curve yung PV module natin. And then minsan even hindi naman wala namang typhoon, naglo-loss siya sa kanyang clamping zone. Okay, mga standard isolation and optimizers, no? So PV module caught by fire. So dapat para ma-prevent ito, dapat maglalagay tayo ng tinatawag na RSD. So pero dapat yung RSD ang hindi masunog, no? Kasi basically ngayon yung RSD yung nasusunog, hindi yung panel. Okay, so may tatlong type ng RSD, may module level, yung per panel siya nakalagay, then may string level which is the RE level, and then yung PV optimizer din. So ito rin isa sa mga importanteng kailangan natin i-consider yung installation ng inverter station. So dapat accessible, well ventilated, sturdy inverter station. Okay, ito rin isa sa mga after the flooding, no? Marami mga inverter na na-submerge. So dapat i-consider natin. So ano yung mga engineering controls? So mga ideal location is dapat elevated siya. Means basically nasa roof deck or na andyan sa malapit sa powerhouse or sa loob ng powerhouse. Okay. Wiring and DC and EC. So secured DC connectors, properly crimp plugs, then cable management. Okay, so DC termination. So very important, no? Consider natin yung crimping, DC arc faults. Kasi ito yung pag hindi tama yung pag-crimp, nagkakaroon ng DC arc faults, then nagkakaroon din ng low insulation resistant. So isa sa mga reason dito is isa din yung mga mismatch na mga connectors na marami ngayon na naglalabasan sa mga stores na hindi naman qualified. So ito yung engineering controls, no? So proper crimping, then perform fault test. So dapat sa mga group ng electrician, dapat may mga tao tayo talaga na sila lang talaga ang pwedeng mag-crimp, no? Para ma-control natin yung mga loss connection, no? Okay, next. So EC termination. Ito yung kasagaran, kadalasan na nangyayari sa site, nagtitrim ng lugs. Bakit? Kasi hindi siya kasya, no, sa mga terminal, no? Also, availability ng lugs, kasi dahil sa malapit na yung schedule ng turnover, ito yung ginagawa ng iba, tinitrim na lang nila, no? So, mangyayari yan, mag-cause ng localized heating, then compromise current carrying and then arc fault. So engineering controls, so number one, dapat proper torquing, and then use of a rubber shrinkable tubes, and then pag copper to aluminum naman, dapat gagamit tayo ng dual rated na lugs, lalo na pag na budget, cost budget yung project, no? And then the same time, naglalagay tayo ng anti-oxidation compound. Okay, cable management. So ito, importante din na dapat i-consider din natin yung mga cable management. So lalo na sa DC side, may tinatawag sila na crosstalk dahil sa RSD. So dapat nakasegregate yung string kasi pag hindi, magkakaroon ng sudden shutdown ng mga inverters, no? So yun, mahirap na yun hanapin pag ganun ang naging situation ng isolation. So ito yung mga engineering controls namin. So cable banding and then looping. Okay, grounding system. Isa nito sa pinaka-importanting sa installation ng PV module. No? So dapat naka-equipment grounding, naka-PV frame or electrically banded, no? From EC to DC. And then cable tray banding. So dapat nakaband lahat, no, from the inverter up to the cable tray, up to the PV array, and then a PV module, no, para mag-function properly yung inverter natin, lalo na sa arc fault. Okay. So lastly is the testing and commissioning, no? So number one is the anti-landing, which is kailangan, no, for the utility. Then is to energize, then verified cable continuity, and then verified insulation resistant. Okay, thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Ron Mar Gonzalez. But before we proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation, let me play the audiovisual presentation of Total Solar. Thank you. So habang inaayos ang video from Total Solar, magkakaroon tayo ng roll call from our attendees online. Gising pa ba ang lahat from our online attendees? Let me check ilan ng ating attendees na still active sa ating online session. Okay, so roughly this one, 917. Oh, roughly, sobrang dami nating attendees. And from my comparison last year, ito ata yung pinakamaraming attendees natin sa online. So we have 7 online platforms. Roughly 800 to 900 attendees. So congratulations to our standards committee. Sobrang daming attendees online. Ayan. So now here sa ating face-to-face session, we would like also to congratulate everyone because jam-pack tayo ngayon. Last year, sobrang konti lang tayo pumunta face-to-face. But right now, thank you for attending here sa SMX. Ayan. Salamat, salamat. Sino po ba dito yung mga taga Mindanao? Meron po ba? Oh, maraming salamat for coming from sobrang layo pa, Mindanao, from Visayas. Salamat, salamat. And of course, in Metro Manila and Luzon. Siya tayo yun. Okay, congratulations sa ating lahat. And may the coming Standards Committee technical session, mas marami pa, mag-occupy pa ng maraming meeting rooms in the coming years. Ayan. And congratulations sa ating committee. Sa masigasig na Paul, ang ating lead ng ating session today. Ayan. So now, let's proceed to the video presentation of Total Solar. So we are really having a technical difficulty sa video nila, but we will play this video after the presentation of certificate of appreciation to Engineer Ronmar Gonzalez. So we call on Sir Conrad Binondo, Chairman of Standards Committee, and also Sir Vic Magdale, one of the advisor or member of the Standards Committee, to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Ronmar Gonzalez. Let me read the citation. So this Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Engineer Ronmar Gonzalez or Engineer RBG for imparting valuable insights as resource technical speaker on the topic safety guidelines of solar installation in commercial establishment during the powering the energy transition to a net zero future in conjunction with the 50th annual national convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Given this 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, our chairman in Standards Committee, Engineer Jed Per de Castro, National Secretary, Engineer Cleofe Kaidik, our National Vice President for Technical Affairs, and Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr., our National President. Again, maraming salamat, Sir RBG. Mamaya na lang ba? Mamaya na lang. Okay. Okay. So to continue, we have our next speaker. She is the marketing director of Tibea. And to present the topic regarding introduction to Tibea, let us all welcome Miss Sherry Hay. Palakpakan po tayo.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sherry. Good afternoon. I'm so sorry. I know we are all here are very professional engineer, but only me maybe just the marketing director. I'm so sorry today I can't show you technology things, but I want to do a presentation regarding our companies. And in fact, this is my second time to participate IIEE event. So the more I participate, the more I enjoy because it seems this is really big family for engineers. So even I'm not engineer, but after maybe 10 times, I will become professional. hopefully, okay. So. I want to take this opportunity to introduce our companies. So first of all, I want to play video regarding TBA first. It is okay? Video, I think I give the video. It will take around 10 minutes. Hopefully it's not so boring for you. But no voice. Yes, maybe you can sing a song. Maybe you. TBA, in fact, is a group. Totally, we have around 30,000 staff in the world. So we have 4 business sector of TBA group. The main part is power transmission line and the distribution part. This part is the most important. Later, I will explain in detail. And another one is the renewable energy industry. This part is we are the silica manufacturer of silica, which is the upstream of the PV panel. We are also the leader manufacturers in China. And also for the new materials industry. In this part, we have aluminum manufacturer. For this manufacture part, we also have around 4 gigawatt coal power plant to coal power plant serve for this materials industry. Then another one is our traditional energy industry. This is including like transportation, financing, and coal mining. Even we have the open mine coal mining can develop 100 years. And yes, next. So this is the solution. Our products are used industry area from power generation part to transmission line part, and finally to distribution part. So this is take an example. For example, whatever solar power plant or wind power plant. So TBEA can do almost the product except PV. And the other products we produced by TBEA ourselves. So including like inverter, transformer, conductor, cable, and the switch gear, everything, we can do it by ourselves. So in all, TBA have our product already export to more than 100 countries. And also we have our setup, our own office in more than 90 countries. So this is our industry based in domestic China and also overseas. So we have 21 domestic industry bases according to different location. So we have 5 manufacturers for transformer. Then we have also 3 manufacturers for cable. So our voltage can do from 10 kV to 1000 kV. Then even TBA we invest in overseas. So in India we invest transformer manufacturer. Then in Tajikistan we construction our coal power plant, and as the return, the government give us the gold mining certification, development certification. So that means TBA also have the gold mine. So also, and Guinea, this is because TBA, like previously I introduced, TBA also is the manufacturer of aluminum. So we invest Guinea also have the aluminum mining. So also we invest the hydropower plant there, including jetty and also Port City. So this is our some important figures in 2024. So you can see our total sales annuals is $20 billion US. And then the total capacity we produce the transformer is 400 million kVA. And also I want to explain something regarding a standard. In fact, in China, TBEA as the leader manufacturer of for electrical equipment, TBEA, I think 80% of the China standard for high voltage electrical equipment are drafted by TBEA and with another companies, 80% standard, China standard. And also TBA also participate IEC standard. So we finished around 14 items for IEC standard. We participate. So, but it is very pity. My chief engineer didn't come here. I want to share our experience to you. So hopefully next time, give us the opportunity. Okay, then I want to introduce more regarding our electrical equipment. So, like I previously the introduction, there are 21 domestic industry zone in China according to different locations. So this is our outline photos for the different industry zone. So in all, we can provide a distant solution for the global energy industry, and also we are the largest electrical equipment manufacturers in the world. So this is our digital factory. Now almost a factory like this. A lot of labor, doesn't too much labor. So you can see. So this is our integrated product. So you can see almost used in our substation and the transmission line. So especially for like here, we have box type transformer, and also we even have the prefabrication substation, and also inverter. Inverter we also have, and also converter transformer, especially for HVDC, right? Converter transformer. TBA can do the first highest one in the world was made by TBEA. So this is our product. So next is about our complete industry. Have the transformer industry, switchgear industry, and even we also have the power automatic industry, and the wire cable industry, and the capacitor and the reactor industry. This is cycle. So now I want to introduce the more regarding our transformers. So you can see the world first highest voltage UHVDC converter transformers are made by TBEA. So we have because we put around 400 million USD for R&D per year. So in fact, the TBEA technology can extend, I think, the most advantage technology in the world. Okay. So this is for our product, our transformer used in power generation area. So you can see the high voltage is 1000 kV. Then the capacity is 400 MVA. Even another one is more than 800 MVA. So, and for the generation part, we say we have the hydro power plant, solar power plant, and the pump storage power plant, even nuclear power plant. Our products are widely used this area. So this is for the distribution part. So we also have the dry type transformer and the aluminum distributor, you can see. Even I want to mention this part for the new energy, and especially I know Philippines have some offshore wind power plants, right? So in fact, it's not easy to do the substation in offshore. So, but TBA is the only company in China can do offshore substation, because this is the environment is not so good. So in the world, other ABB Siemens they can do, but in China, TBA also can do. So another letter is for the transformer for the wind power, can put the wind turbine inside. So this is especially for transformer. This is for rainway. It's a little different with our power transformer, but also TBA can do. So now as the AI development, so many data center. So normally for the data center, we don't use the oil immersed transformer, use the dry transformer for the environment and for safety. So TBA do a lot of this. Even we participate some, GB standard and IEC standard to do it. Okay, this is some data. Okay, this is our capacitors, just the experience. So this is our switch gear. Also, the voltage comes from 60 kV to 500 kV. Oh, this is 800 kV. Okay, this is our product, you can see. TBA also provide automatic automation product. So this is also outline for our manufacturer. So I think no need to explain too much, right? So this is a control system, smart control. Cable. This is also for overhead line experience. So the voltage also is 1,100 kV, but I think Philippines the highest voltage 500. But this is the capability we can do. I think because all of our engineers, so you are very familiar with those products. No need for me to explain. Maybe you can explain better than me. So this is offshore wind power system integration. This one is really not easy to do. If you are interested, next time I will invite our engineer to come here to especially to discuss the offshore wind solution to share our experience. If you are interested, you have more than 20 people interested, I will organize. Okay, for this part, I also want to emphasize because in China now have a large solar power plant and the wind power plant come, so the delivery time need a very short time. So, but another hand, the delivery time for the substation also need a long time. So in China now, this solution is very popular now, combining GIS or AI, and conductor transformer together. So in fact, now for delivery time to finish the subcontract for substation, only 6 months. But normally, I think it will take around 8 to 12 months at least, right, to finish the substation part. But if you can accept these kinds of solution, so because almost everything done, made in manufacture, and also the civil job will be less one-third cost. But I can make sure for this product, whether Philippines has the standard like this, because especially for the civil work, for the building part. So later also I want to raise one question for this part. Because in China now, it's, according to our standard, we can use this. But I don't know whether in Philippines it's allowed to use or not. Okay, this is the vehicle mounting the mobile substation. This is for emergency. TBA also can do. Okay, this is our R&D. So this is we also cooperation with the famous university in China. So you can see this is our reference list in the world. Okay, this is some key record. Okay, thank you. That's all. So I know. Thank you. But may I raise another question? Can you help me to? I give you one brochure. I ask you to share, right? Another one. Give you. You can find it. Okay, I think, okay, it's fine. Maybe next time. But the pending question is for me is for the substation, right? So according to your standard, it is okay or not? Because the key difference is the civil job and also the building. And for the prefabricated substation, or the electrical equipment for the second electrical equipment are all put into the container, so not in the permanent building. So my question is, Philippines also can. That is my question. Thank you. Existing here, right? So even because TBA can do the, the voltage can 220 kV. So even 220 kV also follow your standard, right? Mm. Yes. So also can accept, right? Okay, thank you so much. Later, maybe I can edit your WhatsApp. We can discuss more. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sherry Hay. And let's now proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Sherry Hay for imparting her knowledge this afternoon. Let me call on Sir Conrad Binondo and, okay, Sir June Lopez, our 2025 National Treasurer. Yung citation na lang sa screen. Okay, so let me read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Ms. Sherry Hay for imparting valuable insights as resource technical speaker on the topic Introduction to TBA during the Powering the Energy Transition to a Net Zero Future in conjunction with the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the team IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence given today. 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, Engineer Jed Perdi Castro, Engineer Cleofe Caidic, and of course, Engineer Alberto Herrera, Jr. Thank you again, Ms. Sherry Hay. Raffle na? Okay, to break the ice, so while we are waiting for maayos ang ating technical difficulties by our team here, we will have our raffle for this afternoon. Ayan. So palakpakan naman tayo, guys. Kasi honestly, we would like to apologize for some technical difficulties na na-encounter natin with the sound sa sound system natin. So now, para lang din magkaroon ng fun this afternoon, it's raffle time. So, ang kasali lang po sa raffle ngayon ay yung mga nakapag-scan ng QR code this morning and this lunchtime. So, we will draw the raffle for the 10 lucky winners of gift voucher for IIEE jacket. So disclaimer only, this IIEE jacket can only be claimed during the annual national convention from November 26 to November 29 sa IIEE booth natin. Ayan. So sino kaya ang ating mga maswerteng nanalo ng ating IIEE jacket vouchers? Ang 10 lucky winners ay... So walang music, no? Dan, 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 dan. So bali, siyam na lang sila. So yung isang voucher daw mapupunta na sa MC. Dahil taglamig ngayon. Tapos may bagyo pa raw na parating. Okay, so pinaparol na ang ating roleta. Okay, kapag hindi po nag-roll ang ating roleta, yung ating mga laptop dito ang ipaparaffle namin. Parang masaya sila sa laptop, no? Okay lang. So ang ating online attendees, meron rin ba kaya silang raffle? Nandun sila. Kailangan mag-scan sila dito. Okay. Online tayo, hindi. Hindi. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, talagang nahirapan na yung ating, nagkaroon na tayo ng technical difficulties. So magbe-break muna tayo ng mga 5 minutes. And then, let's come back for the
projects, such as the west to east power transmission and the wind-solar hybrid power system. It has undertaken the production of high-end power equipment that represents the world's highest level of energy-saving power transmission technology. Plus, the company has developed a new generation of flexible DC technology and provided primary equipment integration of setup platforms for large offshore wind power systems. TBEA also supplies reliable products and solutions for key national infrastructure construction like rail transit, energy conservation, and environmental protection. It will continue to explore high-end power application and lead key industrial development so as to promote the future of green energy. By taking intelligent manufacturing and the industrial internet as the most important direction for future breakthroughs, TBEA promotes the comprehensive upgrading of all industries to be digital, networked, and intelligent. The deep integration of primary and secondary power equipment along with product lifecycle management empowers a modernized power system and introduces a new era of power technology. Building on the consensus of carbon peaking, carbon neutrality, while focusing on the integration of power source grid load storage, TBEA developed a silicon-based new energy circular economy industrial chain. As a result of this, it manufactures products with green energy and builds the world's leading R&D and production base of high-purity crystalline silicon. TBEA makes good use of the forces of nature to explore the development and utilization of large wind power and PV-based resources. It also provides the complete life cycle solutions from project development, financing, design, construction to operation and maintenance, as well as the manufacture of core products in the PV and wind power fields. TBEA is dedicated to promoting precise matching between supply and demand of power sources, the grid, loads, and storage, and improving the efficiency of electricity and energy utilization. To date, the company has constructed more than 5,000 grid-connected PV and wind power projects with an installed capacity over 25 gigawatts, generating over 40 billion kilowatt hours of clean electricity while reducing carbon dioxide emissions by 30 million tons per year. TBEA is committed to the innovation and integration of digital technology, power electronics, and energy utilization. Besides, the company is empowering smart microgrids, zero-carbon cities, data centers, and other multi-scenario applications. In new energy, TBEA has become a leading provider of green smart energy services, promoting the harmonious coexistence between man and nature. Material science is a key ingredient for the development of electronic information, aerospace, and high-tech industries, and is a significant tool for breaking through scientific and technical barriers. TBEA forms an aluminum-based new material circular economy industrial chain and boasts the world's first and largest self-developed liquid purification equipment. This allows it to produce aluminum products with ultra-high purity. The company continues to develop high-purity aluminum target blanks and high-strength and high-toughness aluminum alloys that break previous technical barriers. In this sense, TBEA achieves the localization of high-end aluminum materials as it builds the world-leading aluminum-based new material industry. For major equipment, TBEA provides green, high-tech, intelligent, reliable, and efficient products and services. The company continuously improves its manufacturing processes while strongly supporting the localization of raw materials, maintaining its position as a leader in the industry. While advancing its technological innovation, TBEA established a central research institute focusing on common problems of the industry, research and system integration solutions, and the cultivation of new industries and technologies. The company has participated in over 100 key R&D programs and major S&T special projects, tackled national scientific and technological challenges in the energy sector, and significantly increased the productivity of energy equipment. TBEA has won the National Science and Technology Progress Prizes for several times, and the highest award in China's industry, the China Grand Awards for Industry. TBEA developed a system to cultivate and use the talents available to it throughout the industry. It constructed one of the world's most important talent centers and innovation hubs, which reinforces its investment in technological R&D and perfects the open mechanism of attracting, nurturing, and retaining highly talented professionals from around the globe. The company also actively engages in the building of a Sino-German International Industrial Talent Center. This allows it to work hand in hand with the world's top research institutions and colleges in building a high-level, multi-field international talent hub. TBEA actively implements the Belt and Road Initiative, providing green and low-carbon system solution services for over 70 countries and regions. It is dedicated to sharing China's advanced power equipment technology, construction experience, and system standards with the rest of the world. TBEA is committed to building projects to the highest standards, such as series of demonstration projects for green energy. It actively participates in international production capacity cooperation, earning the recognition and respect of countries along the Belt and Road. It tells China's story well and delivers China's friendliness to peoples around the globe by jointly building the Green Silk Road. Chinese President Xi Jinping issued a signed article praising TBEA's energy cooperation
Okay,
with Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan for facilitating economic
due to the interest of time, so we will cut that video and let's proceed to our last but not the least technical resource speaker. Last, our technical speaker for this afternoon. So our next technical resource speaker is a project manager with over 10 years of experience in the solar and smart metering industry. His work spans the full spectrum of modern energy solutions, from renewable energy deployment to advanced power monitoring systems that support both operational efficiency and regulatory compliance. He is a certified energy auditor and an experienced specialist in solar system design and installation, leading multiple projects that help organizations optimize energy use, reduce costs, and transition towards more sustainable operations. His hands-on experience has positioned him as a trusted figure in integrating smart technologies with real-world energy applications. So, throughout his career, he has delivered successful projects that blend technical knowledge with practical implementation, particularly in smart metering, data-driven energy management, and compliance-focused monitoring setups. Please welcome Engineer Mark Joseph Nania, Project Manager of STATCOM, to discuss advanced and cost-effective smart power monitoring benefits under Republic Act and RE law. Let's give him a round warm of applause.
Ayan, good evening po. In behalf of my CEO of STRATCON Philippines, dapat po siya magpe-present today but yun nga po meron lang pong urgent, so that's why I'm the one presenting to you now. And for the advanced smart power monitoring benefits ng under Republic Acts and RE law. Ayan po. So I would like to introduce to you the SMAPI. So as an electrical engineer and one of my installations so far, and with my experience as for 10 years sa solar installation, so this smart metering is the one that I know na the best I par so far ngayon. So because it answer the what tools are required to meet the current energy transition. So ito po si SMAPI, yan yung kanyang mga component. So itong green, yan po yung kanyang power box. So yan yung nagsusupply ng power. And then dito naman sa right side, ito yung kanyang city hub. And then ito yung mga cities na i-connect natin sa mga loads or breaker. And then going to the left side, so SMAPI also have the automation. So pwede niyang kontrolin yung mga equipment nyo. Kung sa mga household naman, pwede niyang kontrolin yung aircon, TV. Ayan. And then yung sa pinakadulo, yung last component, so meron tayong two component which is yung connect and then yung Genius. Which is, sa Genius is multi-gateway siya. So may mga special features lang siya na pwedeng makita natin kapag ginamit siya sa smart monitoring. So later matatakel natin ano ba yung pinagkaiba ng Genius dun sa Connect or dun sa single gateway or dun sa multi-gateway. Ayan. Si SMAPI, ito yung mga advancement niya compare with the competitor. So with modular scalable, simple to complex, so kahit yung mga malalaki o may hirap, and then may mga data siya na meron si SMAPI na wala yung ibang smart metering. And then every 5 minutes data yung pagsisend niya ng data sa cloud. So kung mapapansin nyo, yung Genius is connected siya sa internet o kailangan natin ng internet supply. And then yung smart metering natin hindi lang para sa electricity. We can also have sa water, gas, and other inputs. And then remote monitoring, kasi through laptop or cellphone, makikita nyo na yung consumption. So yun. So kahit sa laptop or sa cellphone, makikita nyo na agad kasi meron siyang SMAPI app. And then Class A billing option, and then ang kaya niyang i-control is 28 loads kung single phase and then 9 loads kung 3 phase. And sa mga cities natin, so we have, pwede niyong ma-check or gamitin up to 50 amps, up to 10,000 amps. So meron kaming current transformer na maliliit up to Rogowski. And then you have 4 choices to connect. And then kung meron kayong sariling dashboard, so example, meron kaming client na meron silang sariling dashboard. Kasi si Smart Monitoring meron tayong dashboard. At the same time, kung meron kayo, pwede rin nating i-integrate or isama doon sa dashboard nyo para isa na lang din yung dashboard na tinitingnan natin. And then of course, if meron kayong SMAPI or kumuha kayo ng SMAPI for the first 5 years free yung license, and then para naman sa renewal, it's either bumili lang kayo or kumuha kayo ng power box or nung Connect or Genius, then marirenew na uli yung license for 5 years or 5,000 per year yung license namin. Ayun. Pero mas mura yung kung bibili kayo ng alin doon sa isa sa mga component. Ano ba yung mga general benefits of smart power monitoring? So, sa preventive maintenance and diagnostics, so si SMAPL data license yung covering nga yung 28 channels per subscriptions, so provide basis for preventive maintenance program, and then reducing downtime and failure rates ng mga end loads natin. And load baselining, so ito yung mga tumutulong sa mga facility para do sa mga power consumption baseline. Kasi nga, kung meron kayong data, so it help you para ma-establish yung or makita nyo yung power consumption nyo. And better decision making. And of course, investment grade para sa energy audit. So ito yung ano natin sa RA 11285. So given the extensive number of loads, so we need to monitor so at least period of 3 months. So bukod sa peaks, meron din kaming SMAPI PQA, yung Power Quality Analyzer. So ito yung pwedeng like for a week or a day na gusto mo lang kuhanin yung data ng isang equipment o yung isang nung loads ninyo sa facilities. And then sa IP MVP monitoring and evaluation, so ensure that an ESCO or energy supply company claim savings are real and transparent. Ayun po. And then sa ESG reporting, so SMAPI input, so hindi lang po nga sa electricity, so sa mga ating ESG, it also include do sa metering nyo para sa water, gas, and then kung meron din kayong mga EV charger within one dashboard, so pwede nyo na rin makita lang doon or maisama na. Kaso po yung SMAPI EV charger is dapat SMAPI brand din, so hindi siya applicable na SMAPI Smart Monitoring, i-add nyo yung other brand. So we also have SMAPI EV charger. And then management control. So sa ating mga BMS light solution, so yung output module, so yung core backstop SMAPI, so SMAPI is one of the award-winning EV charging station technology. And then later makikita nyo kung anong pinagkaiba or gaano ka-intelligence yung SMAPI EV charger. And then sa energy transition, so SMAPI is by far by means of future proofing facility. Kasi nga po lahat ng data natin is nasa cloud lang. For the Philippine Distribution Code, so SMAPI is the most comprehensive value per money PQA level monitoring solution available. So yung meron po kami sa labas kung gusto niyo makita yung SMAPI kit namin or yung pang PQA. So para sa PDC requirements, so one is the power factor, and then harmonics, and the voltage unbalance. So what SMAPI enables, so kapag ginamit nyo si SMAPI, so yung live power factor monitoring nyo with alerts maintained, so pwede kayong ma-alert o mabigyan ng idea kung sakaling ano ba yung power factor nyo sa facilities nyo. And then, lahat ng data kasi natin nga po is nakasave. So even yung mga event forensics or halimbawa, nagkameron tayo ng swag, swell, or outages, so mare-record natin, hindi na tayo magtatanong, for example, kailan ba tayo nagkameron ng outages? So easily, punta lang kayo dun sa dashboard, makikita nyo na agad yung mga report na gusto nyong makita at data. So sabi nga po, so numbers don't lie. Of course, kung meron tayong data, so it's a good to start. And then for the conservation law, ito na nga po yung sa RA 11285 para sa type 2 and 3. DE compliance requirement can largely be met by SMAPI, Smart Power Monitoring. So ito po yung para lang sa mga designated establishment, kung hindi pa po kayo familiar para sa RA 11285. So we have yung type 1 from 50,000 kilowatt-hour energy per annum. And then the type 2 and type 3, same with para naman po sa industrial sector. So type 2 and type 3 designated establishment. So during training ko po sa CEA, so sa type 2, kailangan na natin ng magsukat o mag-measure. So yun yung talagang isang kailangan natin. And then para ma-identify to help you kung ang isang facilities, ano yung nako-consume niya per annum o per year. So yun po. At ang isa sa mga kalimitang suggestion during my energy audit is submetering. Ayun po. So that's why SysMap is very helpful pagdating po sa EE and Conservation Law ng RA 11285. Ayan po. So kung mapapansin nyo, so submit an annual energy consumption report and then conduct an energy audit once every 3 years. Ayun po. So dyan po talaga. May mga ilang client kami na bumibili para lang din po sa kanilang ginagamit bilang equipment during sa kanilang mga energy audit. Ayan. And then third po is the EBITDA law or RA 11697 and CREBI guidance. So Smart EBCS, ito po yung ating mga EV charger car station, and EMS will allow for optimal operation and meet EBITDA requirements. So ito pong slides na to is pinakikita lang, ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo yung charger namin na kung gaano ka-intelligent sa isang facilities. Like, share ko po sa inyo, in Australia sa isang condominium, so buong SMAPI at mga EV charger po yung ginamit nila. Ang kagandahan po din nito is, yung normal kasi na EV charger, let's say meron kang 100 amps, dalawang charger lang yung pwede mong i-connect. So, kay SMAPI, so pwede kang mag-connect ng 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually 5 kasi 6. Yung mga charger, may mga different type po kami ng mga charger. Yung una is the EV base. So dual siya. So kung mapapansin nyo lahat, yung power niya is 22 kilowatts. So within 22 kilowatts, 6 na charger natin pero hindi tayo nagpalit ng breaker na 100 amps. So paano ba nangyari yon? So ang ginagawa po kasi niya is, kung for example 32 amps ang isang charger, so parang let's say around mga 3 lang talaga o yung pwede nating ilagay na charger. Pero ang ginagawa niya, so kung 6 po lahat yung nagcha-charge, so kinokontrol niya yung output. So imbis na let's say 22 kilowatts, pwedeng bumaba pero lahat kayo maserserve, lahat makakapag-charge. So kung halimbawa, 2 lang yung gumagamit, so ibig sabihin, 22 kilowatts yung power na ibinibigay niya dun sa charger. So hindi mo na kailangan magpalit ng breaker or ng size ng wire. So sa isang facilities kasi, especially kung naka-underground yan, so meron kaming mga project na gustong papalitan. So nung napansin nila, parang kapresyo na ng 3 charger. Pagpapalit lang ng wire nila kasi nga gusto nilang palitan ng mas palaki. So yun po yung isang advantage ng SMAPI EV charger. And kung meron kayong smart monitoring, which is sa dashboard, connected na rin po siya. So makikita nyo na rin agad kung ano ba yung kanyang usage or consumption. At the same time, yung history ng kung sino ba yung mga nag-charger. At yun po sa aming mga charger is accredited na rin po kami ng DOE. So may mga ilang client kami na dito sa Pilipinas na meron na rin pong SMAPI EV charger. And then sa Philippine Stock Exchange reporting requirements, so yung one po natin is material topic identification and stakeholder engagement. So yan po yung ating materiality process. So SMAPI enables dito energy usage analytic and dashboard. So yun nga po yung isang pinakikita niya na magkameron kayo agad ng para sa analytics and dashboard. And then number 2 is the governance and board oversight of ESG matters. So while SMAPI is a tool rather than policy, so deploying SMAPI shows you have infrastructure for oversight sa mga dashboard reports, KPI tracking with support the governance narrative. Number 3 is the ESG strategy, risks, and opportunities. So using SMAPI load, ito po yung sa mga malaking tulong sa mga malalaking facilities, especially doon sa may mga load and demand. So, kung meron kayong smart monitoring, so nakikita nyo na agad kung anong oras at tuwing kailan ba nagkakameron kayo ng peak demand. So, di ba usually sa mga facilities naman natin, ang bayaran natin ng kuryente is depende doon sa iyong sa peak. So, other companies, so parang namomonitor nila kung kailan ba dapat. So yung iba naggagawa ng scheduling. So para bumaba yung kanilang peak demand. So parang yun yung tulong ni smart monitoring or ni SMAPI. And then sa energy consumption, so SMAPI explicitly give you the usage ng kilowatt hour per site or per circuit level. And then sa energy intensity naman po per area, so with SMAPI, interval data, and nga po yung data natin is every 5 minutes. And then sa GHG emission, i-share ko lang, so meron kaming isang client again na paano ba nila mako-compute yung carbon footprint. Ayan, so yun yung isang tulong na kung bakit din sila kumuha ng smart monitoring para matulungan sila paano ba makompute yun. And then of course, so renewable energy generation, yun nga po, kumbaga isang dashboard, isang smart monitoring, napakarami ng kanyang pwedeng ma-input natin. So isa na nga po yung kahit sa solar, may a-add na din natin. And number 8 is the EV mobility disclosure. So, SMAPI EV charging system capture yung session nga po yung kanina ng kilowatt hour, user data, cost allocation. So yung advantage po ng aming EV charger with other is bukod doon sa binanggit ko kanina, so sa within dashboard, so dahil po meron siya sariling dashboard, so per location, madali nyo na rin pong makikita kung saan ba yung mga merong SMAPI EV charger. Kasi sa dashboard per location or kada SMAPI smart monitoring is makikita nyo rin. Ayun po. And then power quality resilience. So siguro mamaya po baka makita nyo sa type ng dashboard. So meron din tayo ditong mga voltage and harmonics. Ayun po yung isang din advancement compare with other smart monitoring. Kasi yung iba meron lamang which is like yung the voltage, yung current, pero hindi niya mapakita din yung harmonics. And for 11, which is the targets, initiative, and performance over time. So SMAPI gives historical data sheets so you can show baseline sa target and actual performance per year. So once na-install na si SMAPI, so yung buong data po, so kahit po 1 year or 2 years, so yung lahat po ng yun, yung historical data natin is madali lang natin makukuha kasi isang pindot lang para dun sa download. So it will gives you the Excel file. And then assurance residence of readiness of data. So because SMAPI creates timestamp and logs, and so madali na din po yung makikita kasi minsan di ba kapag nagre-reading tayo, yung manual reading. So aakyat tayo halimbawa sa 11th floor. So minsan magkakaiba din tayo ng timestamp. So pwedeng doon nagkakameron din ng discrepancy ng reading sa pagkuha natin. Ayun po. And then 13, use recognized frameworks alignment. So SMAPI provides a core data needed for the global frameworks. And then 14, supply chain, value chain energy. So while SMAPI is focused on the site usage, you can extend yung monitoring ng tenant or partner sites. So meron kami nito sa BGC. So kumuha sila ng SMAPI kasi nga gusto nilang bukod sa energy building sila, so gusto nila na matulungan din yung mga engineer nila at yung tenant nila, kasi minsan nagkakameron ng dispute yung tenant nila na bakit ito yung reading ko, parang ganun siyempre. Do you have any proof? So siyempre kung meron tayo kasi smart monitoring and with SMAPI, kahit through cellphone o through laptop, mapapakita natin sa kanila, we have a proof na, ma'am, ito yung billing nyo. So hindi namin yan hino-hocus-pocus kung saan lang namin kinuha yung data. So yun yung isang kagandahan in terms do sa natin, tenant metering and sub-metering. And then sa 16, stakeholder communication and transparency. So you see dashboard helps you sa broadcast relevant. And then 17, capital investment for sustainability. So SMAPI analytics help you to identify yung high consumption circuits. So kung halimbawa po yung buong panel natin, lalagyan natin. So may mga ilang facility kami, yung mga manufacturing. So yung equipment ang pinalalagyan nila ng smart metering. So minsan may idea sila kasi yun yung mga loads na nakakonect dun sa equipment. Pero yun pala, yung ibang motor, mas mataas mag-consume. Ayun. So kung meron po kasi tayo na nakapaglagay tayo dun, so natutulungan tayo kung paano ba na-identify natin alin yung machine na talagang nagko-consume o kumakain ng kuryente na mas malaki. And then for 19, monitoring, measurement, and verification. So SMAPI is implicit designed for M&B measure. So before and after. So para ma-identify nyo din kung halimbawa sa energy audit, naglagay na kayo niyan. So matutulungan nyo rin kayo paano ba ma-compute nyo yung savings ninyo. Yan. And then 20, so reporting boundaries, scope, data integrity. So SMAPI helps you to define your energy reporting boundary. So yun nga po yung kanina sa site or tenant, choose data collection points and maintain integrity. Embedded generation per solar PV optimization. So ito po yung isa nga pong features niya or bukod kanina, so sa electricity, so water and gas. So kung may solar kayo sa facilities, using with one dashboard o isang smart metering, you can also add po yung inyong solar PV. So kung wala kayo, di ba usually dito kasi sa Pilipinas, unlike with the other country, required na meron talagang PV supervisor management ang isang installation natin ng solar sa mga bubong natin, especially kung residential. But dito sa Pilipinas kasi, ilagay natin yung solar panel, yung inverter, yung battery. So as long as nababawasan yung bills nyo, and then gumagana siya, okay na. Pero hindi nyo nalalaman, yung nilagay ko bang solar is nagpe-perform based dun sa size na inilagay ninyo. Yun po yung minsan tanong. Kasi gumagana, okay na yun eh. Minsan ganun po ang thinking ng Pilipino eh. Pero wala po tayong data. So ito po yung isang kagandahan kay SMAPI na kung meron po kayong data, at least nalalaman nyo kung gano'n yung napuproduce at gano'n yung nakukonsume nyo dun sa solar ninyo. And then yung sa wide nga po is unified facility-wide visibility. So yung tracks yung solar PV batteries and genset. Aggregated multi-inverter production. So kahit po madami yung inverter natin, So maano pa rin natin. So makukuhanan pa rin natin ang data. And then accurate net metering intelligence, load level granularity for PV allocation. So city and smart submetering identify exactly which loads consume and solar. So yun nga po yung nabanggit ko kanina para sa PV total at saka sa load total. And 6, inverter diagnostic and future proof. So works with any inverter and electrical layout allowing with growth without breaking the monitoring backbone. And of course, yung ating real-time analytics kasi isa yun sa mga pinakikita agad na data sa atin yung real-time. And then, yung number 8, meron din po siyang forecasting of both PV and consumption. So usually, kung depende dun sa weather, yun yung magiging output ng solar natin. Pero kung meron kayong SMAPI, metering sa inyong bahay or sa inyong facilities, it also help you to predict kung ano ba yung magiging PV and consumption. Kasi meron po siyang ganong features. And number 9 is forecast-driven blackout resilience. So helps ensure storage energy availability. Kasi kung may data kayo, malalaman nyo kung anong oras ba o what time mawawala na yung inyong mga battery energy storage system. And this is the next level ng, kasi hindi po nawawalan tayo ng improvements. So for future proofing, so requires high quality data for decision. So this is the next generation po namin ng SMAPI. Kung kanina yung binanggit ko yung mga component niya is breaker, kailangan nyo ng power box, or kailangan nyo ng connect or ng Genius. So bali 3. So yun nga po, so dahil hindi tayo tumitigil sa paghanap ng bagong technology, so imbis na 3 equipment yung ilalagay nyo, so with this, 2 na lang. So magkasama na po yung power box at saka yung Genius, and then another component will be the circuit breaker para masupplyan natin ng power. So it will also lessen yung, maybe I say, bumaba din yung price. Kung siyempre, kung ilang component yung bibilhin mo, in case dito sa isa na lang yung bibilhin nyo. And ang advantage lang po nito ay yung smart energy total control. Ano ba yung advantage nito in terms dun sa with the competitor? So kung mapapansin nyo, halos yan po yung lahat na may mga smart metering. So usually yung mga insufficient energy data, kasi nga yung ibang smart metering, merong voltage, may current, may power factor, pero wala namang harmonics. So no control over energy flows. Kung mapapansin nyo, si SMAPI, natutulungan kayo na mag-predict. And then, not future-proof. And then, limited channels per unit. So yung pong limited channels per unit, kasi si SMAPI, ang kaya niya pong i-cover is, kung single phase, so 28 breaker po yung pwede nating i-connect. Kung 3-phase naman, 9 loads or 9 breaker yung pwede nating connect. Usually, yung iba po namin competitor is 1 monitoring, 1 breaker, tapos yung mga gamit pa nilang city is mga donut. So in terms of installation, medyo costly kasi kailangan pang tanggalin yung wire para ilagay si donut. And then yung iba naman, kailangan magpalit ng wire kasi hindi mailalagay yung mga donut. Ayun po. So hindi ko po sinasiraan yung mga competitor, pero usually yun po yung napapansin namin dun sa mga ibang customer na kumukuha sa amin kasi nga po, in terms of installation, mabilis. Yan. And then, yun nga po, real-time and accurate data. So yung SMAPI Genius namin is tested class 2. And then yung SMAPI Cities namin is accurate to 0.1%. And Rogowski coil is 0.2%. And then si STRATCOM po is currently undertaking ng sa ERC Smart Meter Approval. So of course, yung mga meter po natin, minsan yun ang tinatanong, may ERC approval ba kayo? Ayun po. And then, so, ito po yung SMAPI dashboard namin. Yan. So ganito man po itsura niya. Through computer or laptop, makikita nyo na. Then meron din po siya sa cellphone application. So kahit na cellphone kayo. Siguro may kwento ko lang mabilis mo yung meron kaming client na kumuha nito, meron siyang condo at saka apartment sa norte. And then dito siya sa Manila. And then yung nanay niya, medyo matanda na. So, nahihirapan ng i-reading yung submeter nila na nakalagay doon sa pader. Tapos, so, yung mga tenant nila, minsan ang gusto, every 30 may bigay na agad yung electricity bill nila. So yun. So, kagandahan po nito, so through cellphone, kahit nasa Manila siya o kahit nasa abroad siya, may bibigay niya din agad yung data. Kasi nga po, yung data natin is nasa cloud lang. And then at the same time, kung meron kayong sariling dashboard through API, so pwede rin nating i-incorporate yung dashboard ni SMAPI sa dashboard na ginagamit niyo. Yan. And then, yun po yung nabanggit ko, up to 28 current clamps, kung single phase, 3-phase, 9 loads. Ito pong smart plug, phase out na po, pero ang purpose po nito is nakokontrol nyo yung nasa mga outlet nyo na TV or kung ano man yung mga appliances nyo na naka-connect. For example, di ba kay LG, magagamit mo lang yung LG remote control nila kung same kayo ng Wi-Fi or internet. Pero kay SMAPI, kahit, meron po kasi kami nito sa office. So kung nalimutan nyo yung aircon nyo o yung TV nyo o yung ilaw nyo, so remotely, mabubuhay or kaya nyong patayin. Ayun po. And then sa SMAPI input naman po, ito yung ginagamit sa mga meter para sa gas at saka po sa water. And for the 4 choices of smart energy management, yun nga po yung sa automation, control modules, interoperability, and then yung smart EV charging. Yan po. And sa multiple app automation, so trigger smart devices according to activity in the building. So activity of an appliances, location, energy use, sunrise or sunset time schedule. So ito po yung sinasabi ko na pwede nyo kontrolin din yung mga equipment nyo. Let's say, for example, alas 8, gusto nyo buhay na yung aircon nyo and then mamamatay siya ng 5. So pwede nyo rin po siyang i-set up ng ganun. So at the same smart metering talagang kung mapapansin nyo, very intelligence. Yun yung sa mga nakikita ko. So that's why kanina po nabanggit ko sa inyo na parang ito yung isa kong nakitang smart metering na napakadaming features. So yun po. And ito po yung kanina sa Genius 2. And for the parts, yan po ulit. So yung power box, sa data gathering, we have yung City Hub, SMAPI input, mga city natin, Rogoski, and then sa communication naman po, Genius, Connect, yan po, at saka EV charger. And then for the SMAPI Modbus integration, ayan po, so SMAPI integrates through Modbus RTO na RS485 cable. Kaya po, kung meron po kayong dashboard, so pwede rin natin siyang incorporate dahil po dun sa ating Modbus integration. Dahil nasa cloud lang yung mga data. Ayan, so kay STATCOM po is over 300 na yung sites na nalagyan natin. And then, of course, STATCOM is always looking for sa mga reseller partners. Yan. Kung meron pong gusto nyo mag-reseller, so open din po kami. Yan. And ito po yung PQA namin. Let's say kung gusto nyo lang gamitin or mag-monitor ng loads nyo for a certain period, ayan po. Ito po yung PQA namin. And yun lang po. Thank you po. Sana po may natutunan kayo.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Mark Joseph Nania. So, here with us, Engineer Conrad Binondo to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Mark Joseph Nania. Let me read the citation again. This Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Engineer Mark Joseph Nania for imparting valuable insights as technical resource speaker on the topic Advanced and cost-effective smart power monitoring benefits under Republic Act and RE law during the Powering the Energy Transition to a Net Zero Future in conjunction to the 50th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2025 with the theme IIEE celebrating 50 years of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence given today, 24th day of November 2025, signed by Engineer Conrado Binondo, Engineer Jad Per de Castro, Engineer Cleophil Caidic, and Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr. Maraming salamat po. Now, ayan na si Sir. No introduction po ba? Of course, let's now call on the chairman of the Standards Committee, Engineer Conrado Binondo. No introduction.
So, sabi nga nila, let's save the best for the last. Anyway, once again, I would like to thank everyone yung participation nyo dito sa Standards Committee presentation. And really, I want to apologize for the technical issues na nangyari. It's not intended, pero minsan nga sabi nga nila, talagang unavoidable circumstances. But anyway, we will try to improve sa mga susunod natin. Anyway, una pa lang ito, and I hope we will not experience this sa mga susunod nating mga technical sessions. So please just bear with us. I am the last speaker, and I will talk more about to wrap up yung mga pinag-usapan kanina, and there are solutions which we can provide based on the standards when it comes to, maliwanag ba? Okay lang ano? Ayan. We will talk now about the hybrid power plant power management system. So, ang tawag natin dyan is PMS. Yung SMAPI is more on the EMS, energy management system. So, let's proceed for this. So, yan ang title ng natin, presentation. So, since we have a team, yung sa net zero emission, and dito, we are facing huge challenges with climate change, and there is urgent need to limit CO2 emissions. We are clearly not on track to meet the goals to limit global warming. The decarbonization journey began with a massive shift toward electrification. The rise of energy demand, that is population growth, industry, AI, digital, e-mobility in all geographies. So ito, we have a huge electrical infrastructure investments. That is new production capability, transportation, and distribution. Widespread use of renewable sources, yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, and we need to have also some, what we call yung decentralized production. So ang solution of the standards is to launch prosumer installations to cover LV installations. So we focus on the low voltage, with most of our application in the low voltage side, including local production and integration of renewable resources. So how do we integrate them? A while ago, there was a discussion kanina, pinakita yung kay Engineer Charles about the grid, utility with the generator and the PV. So tinatanong, pwede ba? And I will address all these issues, we can meet all these requirements to mix the energy sources. So let me go on the standards points of view. We are talking about these standards. Part of the committee where I belong is the 60364 or TC64. Then we have what we call the Part 882. We call this one the prosumer electrical installation. This is the functional aspect of the 60364 series of standards, because yung mga Part 1, Part 4, Part 5, Part 6, they are mostly all on the safety aspect of the installation. But this one, The part 8 is more on the functional aspect, okay? So part 1 is about energy efficiency. Then the part 8.2 is about the prosumer electrical installation. Then meron pang isa, yung part 3. Now, the scope of this standard is the international standard deals with the new existing installation, new and existing, okay, producing and consuming electrical energy. So we call it prosumer. So it defines requirements, measures, and recommendations for the design of such installation and ensures safe integration of renewable local power sources. And also to manage the transition between the different operating modes. So there are, depends upon the architecture of your installation. So maraming operating modes na yan. So in short, prosumer is now in the new energy landscape. While ago, we are talking about prosumer. What is this? This is, you become now a producer and plus consumer, because traditionally, nung una, wala masyadong RE, so we just consume, no, electricity. Now, we can now produce, no, and use it. In our rooftop solar, yung sarili nating mga bahay, that's an example. You are an example of prosumer. If you have rooftop solar with the battery and with the grid, no, sama-sama yung mga energy sources. So we call that in IEC, PEI, ito yung short term. Tandaan nyo ito, no? Kasi ito yung mga terminology na malalaman natin in the yung mga next, mga succeeding natin sa practice. We call it PEI. This is prosumer electrical installation. So, anong tawag dun sa mga installation ngayon, sa mga bahay nyo? You are a PEI, no? Prosumer electrical installation ka. Minsan, di natin alam, anong tawag sa, dati electricity lang yung supply, gano'n, di ba? Pero ngayon, we call our installation prosumer electrical installation. And this is a high-level diagram in IEC showing all the various energy sources and the load, yung mga interaction. As an example of a PEI, so nandiyan yung transformer, the grid, we have the solar, we have the wind power, we have the generator, we have the battery, so mga supply. So you see the direction, no? Puro papunta ron. Then we have the load, no? Appliances, motor, lamps, heaters, and even you see yung charging is bidirectional, ano? Yung, makita mo, dalawa yung ganun, yung arrow point niya. So yan yung example of a PEI na mangyayari doon sa mga even our homes, you know, in commercial industrial facilities. Now in part 8.2, it introduces different types of PEI. So one is grid connected, you know. Alam natin yung grid connected PEI. And there is islandable PEI and there is standalone. So PEI intended for operating only when connected to a distribution network is called a grid connected, or yung tawag natin dito yung grid tied, di ba? Pag tayo yung nagpapa-install ng ating solar, oy, ano bang pwede rito? Grid tied. Mostly ganun di ba? Meron din yung hybrid. Ang gusto nila, ganung mga terminology. So we call this one grid tied or on-grid. Now, meron tayong isa pa, yung islandable, which is PEI intended for operating either being connected to a distribution network, yung utility, or being disconnected from the distribution network. So, pag nag-fail yung utility, like for example, Meralco, so you can still operate. So, islandable na yon, no? Because you have the battery. Okay? Eh kung walang battery, ano mangyayari? If you have the generator, you can use the generators of the alternate source of the main supply. Pero pag wala, mostly kasi grid tied ka, nawala si mains mo, what happened? You shut down your PV. Okay? Then you run your generator, kung meron ka standby, then you run at full power because marami kang load. Then we have now standalone, then permanently, walang grid dyan, no? Walang DSO, yung tinatawag na distribution network. Itong pangatlo. So, in our terms, because yun yung IEC terminology, from here, this is our own terminologies na practice na ginagawa natin, grid tied or on-grid. Pangalawa, yung hybrid, tawag na doon. Diba? We have the hybrid inverters. We have the grid tied inverters. Okay, now the other one is off-grid. Okay? So, yan yung mga different types of PEI. In the standalone PEI, PEI is permanently not connected to the distribution network. So PEI, so we talk about voltage and frequency shall be set. Ito na yung pinag-usapan kanina, the famous word na grid forming source. Grid forming, no? Siya yung main source. For example, one rotating generator or one grid forming converter. Pinag-usapan kanina sa Huawei about the grid forming inverters, the new technology on inverters, you know? Because mostly inverters now, yung ginagamit natin are all grid following. No? Yung sumusunod lang siya sa source, main source. Then the next one is grid-connected PEI. So I already explained this one, but you see here, it needs an electrical, yung pangatlo, it needs an electrical energy management system, EEMS. Okay, kanina we talked, SMAPI is an EMS. So ito ngayon, power management system, so nag-combine na yan, EEMS, to ensure proper functioning of the installation, okay? And achievement of energy efficiency objective. So nandito, in case of loss of mains, no local power supply shall remain connected to the distribution network, nor to the installation. No? So wala yung network. Now, islandable, PEI is intended for operating either being connected to a distribution network or being disconnected from the DSO. For islandable PEIs, that is what we call in island mode, voltage and frequency shall be set. Sino magseset sa voltage and frequency? Ito yung grid forming source. No? Either generator, na wala si mains, generator is there, is the grid forming source, or yung battery, yung BESS mo, he is also the grid forming source. So other grid following sources may be added in parallel. So PV installations cannot operate in off-grid mode. So tandaan nyo yung ngayon, technology ng PV inverters, they cannot operate in off-grid. So wala ka, patay yung supply mo sa PV. To provide an islanded operation, PV installations must be associated with another major and stable source. Ito na yung black start na inatawag natin yung sa grid forming, no? Such as energy storage or a generator, yung battery or the generator. Okay? Now, this is another part of the functional aspects 60364, which is the IEC technical specification PS 60364-8-3. It talks about the operation of PEIs, how to operate. So this part of the standard specify requirements and recommendations for the safe and proper functioning of the PEIs. It is intended for use by contractors, users, facility managers, and similar of electrical low voltage installation. This is to manage what? The transition, transition between different operating modes. So marami, depende dun sa architecture mo, either grid-connected, islanded, or off-grid, then you can manage. You have to manage this one. Na walang problema. Safety, reliability, it's a sustainable siya. So a prosumer installation, as per the standard, requires, ito na, electrical energy management system. So this is where what we will be talking more, yung applications. So it's important to note that based on the standards, merong requirements. Nandiyan na yung mga different sources. So what we have to do. Okay, we install it. Safety installation, we are considering the other parts of the standard for the requirements on safety. Yun naman, functional aspect. So this standard also, the EMS must control the connection of the PEI to the smart grid. Kung may smart grid tayo. Manage locally the electrical energy production. Grid is out, you have local production, how would you manage it? Paano? Ano gagawin natin? Diba? Yun ang pinakamahirap sa lahat na gagawin. So manage locally the electrical consumption. You have to manage your consumption. You have the energy resources. You have the load. You have to manage them properly. So may balance. Hindi pwedeng mas malaki yung load mo, then wala kang source. Ano mangyayari? Unstable, blackout ka. Di ba? Okay, on other way around. You have too much power from the PV and you have less load. What will you do? Then you have to do some, ang tawag doon yung curtailment. Di ba? How would you do the curtailment? Okay, yung ordinary na inverter, hybrid, it can do it, pero very limited yung capacity. But when you talk about commercial, industrial, 100 kilowatt above maybe, you cannot use yung inverter lang na, yung normal, na hybrid inverter. Okay, so it manages the energy exchange with the distribution service organization. So imamanage niya yung exchange. Do you want to export? Do you want to have a peak shaving on your load? Kasi mataas yung demand mo, mataas yung kuryente, masisingilin ka na mataas, what will you do? So shaving ka. And what will you use? Mayroon kang PV, mayroon kang battery, mayroon kang generator. So everything, it should be managed by the EMS. So ngayon, let me point out, Kasi ang daming terminologies na ginagamit, di ba? In the standard, we call it EMS. Yun ang generic. But when we talk about this one, makikita mo dito, you can encounter PMS, Power Management System, which is our terminology. Then, makaka-encounter ka rin PCS, Power Control System. Okay? So, yung mga yan, makakapareho yan. Then, let's see yung application ngayon. Let's go to the application. Talking about our own practice, yung mga language na ginagamit natin, when we have the off-grid renewable application, you can see a battery, you can see a PV or a wind power, okay, with the load, okay, off-grid yan. Then the other one is on-grid renewable application, yan now nadagdag doon yung utility, okay, yung transformer, may tower, that is the utility. Then the next one, you have the on-grid PV wind application. So you have only, ito lang, yung very common, no? Meron kang transformer, main supply, then we have the PV. It's the common application dito, no? Pati yung building na ito, yun ang ginagamit nila. Then we have the on-grid BESS, BESS lang, tsaka yun, yung grid ang gagamitin. Meron ding mga applications na ganyan. Then we have the off-grid, ito yung microgrid na application, then it's a combination of the RE, battery, and the generator with the load. And the other one is the on-grid hybrid microgrid na dagdag doon si transformer o yung utility. So this one, we have to manage how does this energy sources will work together. So this is an example, no? Meron kang plant, you have a BESS, so merong battery inverter. Meron kang PV, you have the PV inverter. Then you have the grid. Okay, nandun yung DSO. Then somewhere up, meron kang mga multiple gensets. You have to parallel them or you have to sectionalize them. Then you have the load, no? So this one, how would you manage all this one to work all together? Wala tayong issue dun sa stability, no, ng sources. Next one is the introduction to the EMS and PMS. So dito, no, maganda na malaman natin saan ba talaga yung EMS, ano yung PMS. Pero all of this, they call it EEMS, no, for short, doon sa IEC terminology. Now, energy management system, yung kanina si SMAPI, this is the EMS. What does it do? Automation systems that collect energy measurements, collect tayong data doon sa mga sources and from the field, and it make available to users through graphics, online monitoring tools, and energy quality analyzers. Yan, pinagkuhan nyo. Meron siyang PQA. The management of energy resources. Ito rin importante, contract management. Okay? With the grid supplier. Ibenta mo yung kwan mo. So it's good to have your own energy management system para magkaroon kayo ng good negotiation on how much you are going to sell, no? Yung produce mo. Then number one is prediction. Napakahalaga nito to predict the weather, lalo na pag PV, no? And load consumption. You can must predict your load consumption. Okay, kasi kung hindi sila magtugma, very unstable ang system, yun ang problema, no? Sa kwan mo, sa installation mo. So okay, that is the EMS. Then the other one is management, power management. Ito yung pag-uusapan natin, we focus on this one. Now, according to this one, manufacturer of controllers, so it's a control system, no, to manage energy sources and set point management. So what is it doing? Set point management lang ito. Siya-set mo kung how many percent does the PV will operate, no, with generator, for example, or with the grid, or yung how much you are going to export. It's all set point management, no? And this is how they will operate. Then the one who will command them is the EMS na, kailangan ko yung production, ganito. So he will give a command, no, to the energy sources. Then they will work according to what the EMS will tell to the energy sources. So ganun yung dalawa. So the controllers could be configured to be driven, no? It's driven by the EMS. Next one, introduction for the PMS users. The technical challenge of hybrid applications are not yet controlled by majority of actors. So because of what? Technical innovations, many players are needed for this application, which makes projects more complex. So ang dami sa hybrid, sa inverter lang, napakadaming brand, di ba? So very challenging kung paano mo siya may integrate in one controllable setup. So Mga iba, hindi reliable. Depende kung ano yung inverter na ginamit mo. So there are some branded, there are some, di natin alam kung saan ang galing, di ba? Alam naman natin yun, kung ano yung mga branded. Generator inverter manufacturers, ito yung challenge. The inverter now cannot talk with the generator. Yung genset kanina, pinag-uusapan kanina sa example ni SM, di ba? When they have power failure, mains failure, what happened? The PV will shut off. So kasi hindi allowed. Hindi siya naka-integrate na mag-ooperate. So what happened? The genset will operate at full power kasi maraming load eh. Di ba? So nakita nyo yung emission ngayon ng gas sa air, di ba? So how could we address yung footprint ng carbon kung patatakbuhin yung generator with full power? Okay? You cannot do load shed. You can do load shedding. Pero it's not practical when you run, for example, a commercial mall wherein is hungry for power. So full power yung one mo, yung mga gensets mo in synchronization, parallel state, di ba? So yun ang challenges. And for this type of projects, ito ang pinakahalaga sa lahat. When you have this type of projects, service and support is necessary. Maraming case na ganyan, nag-install dito, is made from abroad, pagkatapos doon na commission, umalis na, then it's very difficult now to get in touch with those people that naiwan yung EPC na yon, no, with problems of penalty because hindi reliable yung sinusupply niya doon sa kliyente niya. No? Imagine the penalty. So yun ang siyang mga titignan natin, no, na there should be a local support. Alam naman natin yung mga product dito. They have support, no? They have service. Pinaka-importante doon sa mga kukunin nilang support dito. Complexity in hybrid and microgrid project, what we have to know, the status. No? We have to know all the status of all these ones, a transformer, this one, sa motor mo, sa load. Then you have the wind power, if you have wind, the battery, and the PV. So, mga talaga yan. The project economically and technically successful kung ma-master mo siya. Ba? Pero you need really deep expertise na gagawin ito. Okay? Now, status ng power sources. So increasing the number of power sources in hybrid system, ano mangyayari? So it will increase the interaction. Imagine, battery will interact with the grid or the, itong isa, yung generator, it will interact with the PV, yung adjacent, ano? Yan. Okay? Then, that is the complex, no? So increased complexity of a plant control sequences, multiplication of the number of cases in nominal modes, then you multiply also the number of cases in degraded modes. So, kailangan, you have to know the status. What else? Sequence example. What sequence you want to do with this? So, you have a grid there, you have 50 kilowatt there, then you have generator, do you have 200 kilowatt harvest of power? Okay? So, ano mangyayari dyan? So, you export 100, so 150. So what would you do? You have a 200 harvest. So ito yung tinatawag na PV limitation or curtailment. No? Eh kung napakarami niyan, so what would you do? Yun, hindi ka mag-stop yan. So you have to do some control system there. No? And what is the reference power if the grid is not available? Among this one, kung wala si grid, so your reference power will be the this renewable energy. So generators, for example, meron kang genset, which power source take care of the reserve power? Ito mahalaga, no? We have to have a reserve power. We cannot run at peak power yung RE natin because, for example, yung shading sa clouds, pag nag-drop yun, who will take care of the balance, no? Eh, yung load mo, kailangan niya. So the generator probably can run, no? Together with the PV to accommodate the load. And this one, another one is the battery. Meron kang battery. Do you want to charge the battery during the low charge period? Or even if the power comes from the generators, baka ganun kailangan, no? Nakakonect ka sa utility pero battery gusto mong i-charge. Yun ang priority mo kasi, gusto ko naka-charge palagi ang battery ko, no? While supplying. So probably I need to run the genset para ma-supply yung load natin. So how do batteries work? We know that the battery, it can work as grid forming or grid following, okay? Or both, depending on the other energy power sources. So, yan yung function ng battery. We have to ask our question. Now, mahalaga, to have a balance with the source and the load, we have to know the load. Ano yung status ng load natin, di ba? we should check that there are no mismatches between the load and the installation para ma-avoid natin. So we have some sort of a maximum variation in the range maximum power and yung bilis, na yung mga energy sources natin. So all of this thing, makokontrol yan. So allow controllers to be configured for correct power reserve management. This is very important. Power reserve management. Saan yun? Doon sa PV, especially because of yung sa clouds, mag-reduce yung output niya. So we have to take care of that. Okay? Sometimes ginagawa nila 50% reserve power. Kasi they know, the EMS will always know na pagdating ng ganung oras, kakaroon ng shading ang cloud, bababa yung output. Di ba? So we have to consider that. Then who will take care the rest? So meron pa tayong tinatawag na reserve power dito. Now another status we have to know. Ito naman. How would we interact with all the controllers? Okay, there's what we call a CAN. If you know this one sa mga install, makikita nyo, nagtuturo, they are talking CAN. This control area network is the industry protocols for yung mga communication between the controllers. And even in our cars, CAN yung ginagamit dyan sa mga cars natin, yung mga ECU driven. Then we have also to communicate with the inverters, nandyan sila. Okay, we know that Modbus is a legacy protocol. Nandiyan pa rin si Modbus. Okay, yan yung communication between the two. Because the controllers, proprietary protocol ito. They cannot work with another brand of controllers. But sila, because the Modbus is an open industry protocol, through Modbus RTU or TCIP, pwede mo siyang kontrolin. Okay, you can communicate with them and provide set points to the equipment. So next one, controller inverter settings. Analyze all different intelligent components to determine their performance, response time, control the reading and writing needed parameters. Because to control the inverters, you have to read and write. Basahin mo, then susulatan mo. These are the things. We are not about the inverter. Kasi meron siyang inherent capability requirements, but you have to, kasi set point management ang PMS. You have to tell the inverters na ito yung puproduce mo. Okay? Okay, you have to work like this. So, yun ang gagawin niya. You have to write on the controller, tawag dito, ang Modbus table. Okay, parameterize all inverse. So, you put parameters in the project. So, Modbus, TCIP, or RTU mapping. Kasi yung mga inverters, they have what we call TCIP, Modbus mapping, so it should communicate with the controllers. Next one, inverter settings, so yan pa rin. You have to parameterize controllers according to plant sequences and characteristic. Frequency and voltage group with the same characteristic as the inverters. Control loops PID for stability. Maximum charging and discharging power of the battery. Minimum and maximum state of charge thresholds, Then the power reserve settings according to chosen parameters. So all of these things, it could be set from the controller. So you have to communicate, set lahat yan. Paano pag may complex sequences, wherein the controllers na yan, hindi kaya, then you have to use what we call the master PLC. Lalo na pag if there are separate protocol like, Profinet, Profibus, which is the industry protocol for Siemens, di ba? So, lahat yan. Kung meron kang existing installation, then after that, yung pala yung ginagamit na protocol dun sa planta, and your other equipment are Modbus, so we have to use some converters or some PLC to manage the sequences. Okay? Yan yung mga complex. Then ito, project management and commissioning. Ito yung challenge na, if you see a project like this, you talk about all the inverters sa tawag dito. Sa solar, okay? You have all this, iba-iba, di ba? Iba-iba yung kwan na yan, yung brand na yan. Pero wala yung kaibigan natin dito. Saan ba? Nandun pala sa battery, napunta. So, even the battery, ito yung mga brand, no? Then you have generators, ito yung brand. Okay, so how would you interact of all of this? So, you must manage strong interactions between the stakeholders. Stakeholders yan, ito. Then you have the control system doon na magmamanage sa kanila. Okay? That is very important thing sa project management. Now, key points to know, which is very important in this type of power management system, PV reserve power. We have to know that the PV could change quickly. 50% in a few seconds because of the clouds, yung sabi na bumaba yung output. So we must anticipate these uncontrolled quick changes. PV reserve power in percent of actual kilowatt. So we have a peak power, so probably 50% ilalagay ko. So consider mo na stable yung system mo pag nag-drop yung PV output mo, no? With EMS, ito na ngayon. So dadagdagan ko na ngayon ito. With EMS system and MICHO, ito kasi yung sa Europe. Now, sabi ko ngayon is SMAPI. Kanina may weather forecasting, di ba? Yung SMAPI. Okay, we can put now SMAPI here, provisions. We could limit this reserve power and save fossil kilowatt hours. Then meron pang isa, if you have PV reserve power, you must know also yung load reserve power. That load could change quickly. Big electrical motor, start and stop. So you must anticipate these uncontrolled quick changes. So meron tinatawag na load reserve power or load dependent start-stop, LDSS, especially for the gensets. Meron tayong tinatawag na load start-stop, depende sa load mo. You can have more generators. If you have more load, then you can have less genset running with less load. So you will anticipate probably when you run another genset, lalagay ko 60% siguro. When 60%, then I will run another, for example, genset, because then I have a 60, then I have a 40% reserve. Ito yung load reserve power, no? For any changes, okay? So hindi yung babagsak siya. So you have to consider all this one. So with the EMS system and consumption provisions, we could limit this reserve power. Then the BESS, key points to know about the BESS. Okay, BESS kilowatt hours, the battery storage tank fuel, parang yung gas na tank, no? Then kilowatt is the inverter's maximum power. So if we have 1,000 kilowatt hour, over 50 kilowatt yung load natin, so we can have probably 20 hours until DOD na yung battery natin. Then we have kilowatt peak, alam natin, quick peak is the theoretical maximum power in the best conditions, sa laboratory, sa mga tines yan. In the night is 0 kilowatt, pero hindi naman 0. Meron pang kunting power, no? Pero when cloudy, limited. Alam natin, maglilimit siya, bababa. When morning or evening, limited yung kilowatt. So we have to know these points, no? Doon sa design natin, kung nag-install tayo, tignan natin yung weather conditions, no? Meron namang mga data dyan. Then the PV inverters, we know that it's a unidirectional, no? It provides kilowatt. Tuloy yung trabaho niya. Okay, it could be controlled to maximum kilowatt. Okay, you can curtail it. Then it could be controlled in power factor and kVAR mode. Then the BESS inverters, bidirectional na siya. It can charge or discharge. Then could be controlled plus kilowatt, minus kilowatt. If grid following, could be controlled power factor mode or kVAR or reactive if grid forming. Okay? Grid forming yung isa na yan, hindi grid forming. So what is a grid forming source? So we have to know, ito, mga basic lang ito. Kanina, kasi kung titignan natin yung talagang, yung algorithms of grid forming and grid following, sasakit ang ulo natin dyan, no? Pero dito na lang tayo sa madaling maintindihan. So a grid forming source, also called voltage and frequency controlled source. So ito yung nagsusupply ng voltage, no? Kaya yung PV natin, wala namang voltage yun. So it needs grid forming. So together with the grid forming source like the grid or the battery, so it will work, yung mga PVs. So it's the reference source. When you have a genset parallel with mains, the mains is the grid forming. So it can operate alone pag grid forming. Okay? Yung grid following, also called a power or reactive or base load control source, must be connected. So kailangan palagi merong reference source, which is the grid forming source. So when you have a genset parallel with mains, parallel sa genset is the grid following. So the genset will work either in power factor mode or in base load. Yun ang trabaho ng genset. So it cannot operate alone. Parang PV cannot operate alone. Then we have the PV is always the grid following source, wind. Then we have the mains grid is always the grid forming source. And the BESS or generators could operate dalawa, grid forming or grid following. So in an off-grid hybrid power plant, when BESS is grid forming, the frequency and voltage are not fixed, no? So hindi siya fixed, hindi siya synchronous. So it operates on droop because the droop is the best way, the best controls its charge and discharge current curve. Then we need also to know that EMS global systems, it control the power plant through Modbus, RTU, may communication, no, na connection. And consequently, with a very long time delay, close to 1 second or even more. So for the interest of time, kasi 6:18 na, These are example of some tawag natin yung mga structure, yung mga how would we do the control. Merong PV or BESS on grid. So meron siyang sequence. Anyway, I will provide this presentation and you can go over it. But these are what it can do, PV or BESS on grid application. You can do PV and BESS plus grid, kilowatt cost optimization, if we talk about kilowatt cost optimization. And we have also PV and BESS and grid, self-consumption na ito, no? Yung consumption natin. So there are different nominal powers, set points, and operating states na ginagawa. So yan yung structure niya. We have also PV and BESS plus grid limitation. You limit the export. Okay, mayroong peak shaving application. Then we have the PV and BESS off grid. Okay, there are many, it depends upon the structure nung design. Then we can do all this combination. Ngayon, kung meron ka ng mains on-grid inverter, you can now operate your genset together with the, ito ang mahalaga, marami tayong application. You can use now your genset with the PV by using this control system. Okay, ayan. Napakadami. Then you can also go with microgrid application. Okay, imagine you have your inverters, existing installation. Pwede bang gawin to? Can we do that? Okay, by using this power management system controllers, pwede. Okay, we can guarantee that na it will work, all the energy sources. So the technology is here. Available na yung technology. So what are these? Products and solutions to meet the demand for power management system. So I will just show you some of the control system available sa market. Ito yung product na ito. This is what we call the Genesis Compact Prime for generator control. So it can do synchronization, active and reactive load sharing, electrical mechanical protection. It has a Modbus RTU TCP capability to work with the other energy sources, inverter, CAN bus, so intercommunication between all the controllers. And because it's compatible with all types of generator and AVR, so it means to say any brand of gensets pwede natin pagsamahin sa isang facilities. Pwede yan. Hindi na yung, pare-pareho lang sila. But they have to be the same voltage, same frequency. Does not matter ano yung capacity, different capacity. This controller can manage yung balancing, yung kung pare-pareho sila, equal load sharing. But when they are different sizes, we have what we call proportional load sharing according to their capacity. So yan yung trabaho niyan, 1/8 per genset. Then we have for the grid controller, you need to export. You have to do permanent paralleling. You need to do peak shaving, so it can work with the other control system. Next one, ito yung main grid controller, so isa-isa lang siya. Then we have the battery. Ito na ngayon, we have to send information, set points sa battery. We are not talking about the battery management system. This is different. Nasa battery yun, yung sarili niya. But the moment we command set points dun sa battery, then they will react according to the requirements yung set points na sinabi nito. So it's compatible with all because meron namang Modbus capability, communication, yung ating mga batteries, yung ating mga BESS. Then, of course, state of charge, everything, load reserve power, PV reserve power. We can manage the battery, how it works. Okay? Then ito yung mahalaga, this is now the hybrid compact PV. It's either for wind or for PV. Okay, it controls PV wind inverters in application parallel with one of the several generators or several battery inverters. Okay, yan yung magko-communicate sila. Then it's plug and play. Compatible with yung non-SunSpec. Yung SunSpec is a protocol of the inverters for communication, especially yung branded natin like SMA, Huawei. Meron silang compatibility when SunSpec because the moment is non-SunSpec, you have to do some Modbus mapping. Medyo, hindi naman magka-create ka ng program, you just follow. You have to just check what are the informations I need from the inverters. Okay? Pero pag SunSpec siya, is plug and play. You select SunSpec, communicate na sila directly without having to have tedious efforts and creating Modbus mapping tables. Then BTP compact is a bus tie breaker controller for sectionalizing of the various bus. Kung meron kang PV dito sa kaliwa, meron kang generator sa kabila or grid, then you can separate them. Ano? Then if you want to put them all together in one bus, i-close mo lang siya, then it will do the work by its own self. Yan yung bus tie management. Then of course, you need an HMI to look at all the information, no? Lahat yan. Okay, from the genset, you can open the PV, you can open all the parameters. Everywhere where you will touch the screen, just select and it will go to a menu na iseset mo lahat kung anong gusto mong gawin. And of course, we have also the load profile. How does the sources operates, ano? In all the days, in all the hours of the day, makikita mo yung production dito. So it will show you some curves. Okay, kanina ito yung pinakita ko, yung application. So how would we apply all those control system dito? So this is the one. Okay, so nandyan na. You put there, okay, sa generator, Genesis Compact Prime Grid, no? Controller, we have the battery, then we have the, so this one, you have to put it in your existing or new electrical system, no? So tandaan nyo, this is a synchronization, ano? Walang switching dito na yung mechanical interlock, mga breakers, mga ATS. It's a common bus, no? Synchronization. We synchronize all the power sources and they will be shared accordingly, depende sa demand ng load. Okay? And depende doon sa set points na nilagay mo, in which is the sources na I have to run and put it online. Of course, we were trained on this one. Nandiyan tayo dyan. Just to know na we support this product here in the Philippines. And of course, this is the tinatawag nilang laboratory to simulate all, ano? The various sources dito sa lugar na ito. Then, that's all. I just want to put one, maraming study case, pero let's go to this retailer or logistics center. I'll just show you yung application. Okay, can you see this one? So this is a hybrid power plant existing, ano, yung mga equipment. So this is a intervention na ginawa. Is pre-study, audit. So we have to do some pre-study. Di naman basta maglalagay ka agad eh. You have to do some auditing. Pre-study mo, then commissioning. So na-complete ito noong 2024. It's one of the biggest in Paris, in France, ano, yung mga chain of tawag dito, mga malls. If you know Carrefour, yun yung malalaking kwan yun sa France. Ano? So what they have done here, meron silang mga objective dito. This is to minimize environmental footprint, guarantee continuity of supply for essential refrigeration, yung mga objectives sila dyan. Then customer benefits, what would be the benefit of putting this control system? Kasi kung na siya, existing, energy optimization and ecological commitment, significant reduction in grid energy consumption, okay, thanks to the solar operation, while complying with zero injection constraints. So walang export, no? Doon lang sila sa local production. And ensure constant power supply to refrigeration system kasi malaking kwan ito store. Then ito yung energy sources na existing is one backup generator. Meron siyang backup 3.1 MVA, you know, malaki. And there are 24 Huawei Sun 2115 kilowatt inverters. So ang peak niya 560 kilowatt peak PV ang nakakabit yan. So without injection kasi zero export. So they have to do that. And we have the power grid. So makikita mo, ang daming PV doon, di ba? So the grid step up 20 kV, but they work on the low voltage, so step down to 400 volts to supply the load of the mall. So dito, yung advanced controller, they guarantee smart synchronization and proactive load sharing, active and reactive between generator and PV. So automatic detection of mains losses, nawala si utility, and transition to backup generators while maintaining PV production. So yan yung mga controller, Genesis Compact Prime for one genset and one hybrid compact for the 24 inverters. Paano nangyari yun? 24 inverters, ano? And because pumunta doon, ang connection nitong controller nito is through the proprietary centralizer ng Huawei, which is smart lagger 3000. Normally, doon ka mag-interface. Hindi doon sa individual. So, imagine 24, okay? Because pare-pareho sila, may smart lagger, then you interface with the smart lagger para makontrol yung output ng inverter. So, that is the diagram, generator. We have the inverters. Then we have the smart lagger. Merong switch kasi Ethernet. Then you connect by Ethernet port doon sa mga controllers and the HMI. Okay, then you make a smart connect because this generator is MPU. It's more electronic, ECU siya, no? Engine control unit, so ECU 9 ng MPU. So it's a big generator. Imagine 3 MVA, So this is how it's being interfaced. Then that is the control panel. Ganito, itsura. Okay, you have 2 controllers, HMI only. If you look, this is the genset. Malaki yung genset nila, no? Then we have some, yung smart lagger inside the same panel. And of course, these are the famous Huawei control. Inverters. So, makita nyo, no? Malinis yung pag-install ng mga inverter sa France. So this is the one, another photo. So, and this is the rooftop, solar, doon sa taas. Malaki siya, 2.8 megawatt peak. So, that is how an existing installation nung in-integrate using the solutions na itong company. It's from CRE France. Okay? Then, on this note, I want to thank everyone for listening. And I hope that you learn something out from this. So, tandaan nyo may solution na. Kanina tinatanong, pwede ba patakbuhin yung genset with the PV? Di ba? Pwede. Di ba? Sinabi ko kanina kay Charles. So, we are providing the solution. So, if you need some sort of solutions like this in your power system, in your plant, mga local production, just contact me, no? At makikita nyo yung aming solution. So, once again, let me cut short na yung awarding. Let me have this closing remarks para dire-diretso na tayo. And again, I want to thank everyone, all the sponsors, lahat ng ating mga kaibigan, yung mga mga faithful na mga electrical engineers nandito pa. I think IIA will reward you more with the points na nandito. And we have 7 CPD points on this presentation. And I hope also that you will support other presentations sa darating sa proper ANC natin sa 27, 28, 29. We have more something in store for you, mga technical sessions. And also I would like this opportunity to invite everyone. Again, it's another standards undergoing in 27 after the opening in the afternoon, 1:30 p.m. to 3 o'clock. Meron tayong mga bisita sa abroad, and this is a prestigious gathering forum. It's called the Standards Forum. Okay? And who will be coming? We have the IEC President, Jacobs, yung pinaka-president ng buong IEC, sa buong mundo, and assisted by the regional representative from Singapore, Asia Pacific region. Now, hindi lang IEC, dinala natin. We have also from UL, ULSE, Underwriter Laboratories. So imagine, the famous standards body, dito sa planeta, sabi ko. And we have the Assistant Vice President. Then we have also the Regional Director sa Singapore din, ng ULSE, Colin Law. So they will be coming, all of them. So I invite you to attend to this one para magkaroon tayo ng discussion, balitaktakan. So once again, I want to thank also our technical support here. Nagkaroon tayo ng aberya, but I think we learn from all of this in the future sa mga susunod kasi marami pa because we don't want to receive comments, walang sound, mahina ang sound, wala akong nakita, walang narinig. It's a common issue, but we have to overcome this. But really, I appreciate your efforts. Kaya nandito kayo ngayon. And thank you. Palakpakan natin sila. Okay? So, of course, our MC, thank you very much, our beautiful MC, for putting up this program all together. And once again, I want to thank your patience. Salamat sa inyong pasensya. Umabot tayo ng ganito, and I hope you naging interesado kayo doon sa mga topics natin. So, goodbye for now. Have a good evening to all of you. Meron pa ba? Announcement? Ha? Sir Paul, ito yung master. Master problem. Hindi. Of course, we have our, I forgot. Kasi ito, pag di ko nabanggit to, baka may babatukan na ako nito. Mentor June Lopez. No? Partner ko yan. From the ICE. Palakpakan natin. Mr. Pollock, our convener, kasamahan ko sa IEC. No? Nandyan lahat sila. And KC, yung bagong recruit ko, yan ang papalit sa amin. Ha? Si KC from Meralco. Is very active. Okay? So,
We will have to present this to you.
We would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Conrad Binondo for imparting valuable insights as resource technical speaker on the topic hybrid power plants, power management system during the powering the energy transition to net zero future in conjunction with the 50th annual National Convention and 3E. Wait lang pa join. Wala pa akong picture. Opo, lahat po. Okay, so let's have a group photo para sa memorable na Standards Committee Technical Forum natin on the golden anniversary of IIEE. Okay, let's Opo, dito po tayo sa ayan, dun tayo. Oo, siguro tatayo na lang sa upuan si sir.